Alrighty, how you going, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We are back for another year. It's going to be a massive one at Drifting SA 2024 series this year at the Bend Motorsport Park. But the sun's out, the gun's out, the cars are ready. We're ready to rock. So if you're at home, you've still got time to come down here, but you are at home, watch the stream. It's going to be a killer one. The guys put on a wicked show. I'm one of the judges today. I'm a part of a three-man team for the judging here today. We've got Lee Pibwell, we've got myself, Josh Rogers, and we've got Luke Broadbent. Two of us are from Melbourne, one of us is from South Australia. So we've got a few drivers here today that are up from Victoria, from different states in the country. So we like to keep the judging fairly fair. We don't want just one state of judges. We like to mix it up so we have a good spread. And we get good opinions from around the country. So I'm going to be running you through what we've got behind me on the wall here, which is going to be our judging line today. So if you don't know already, Drifting SA have an L2 and an L1 series. The L1 series is for the beginner drifter that's sort of coming through the practice days. They want to get a feel for competition. The regulations are quite tight on the cars, so they don't have to spend too much to get into the sport. They get a good introduction into competition drifting the right way. Hopefully then the goal for them is to move up into L1. So L1, our big boys out on track, we expect the most from these guys. We expect high energy, high speed, lots of smoke, on-door action, nothing but the best. If you follow me over here, I've got a map behind me. I'm going to run you guys through L1 and L2 judge lines. So we'll start with L1. Down on the left side of the course here, from where you're going to be looking from the stream, they start at a speed gate down here. So lead on the right, chase on the left, they both come through a speed gate. So what our speed gate is designed to do, it's to level the playing field between two drivers. What we don't want to see is the lead car getting a big gap going into the course, because then the chase car's just playing catch up from the get-go. So the speed gate comes around this bend, ends about here. It's just a middle row of cones. Cars are expected to be wide, nice and wide out here, out to this part of the green course here where the grass is. Then they're expected to be about a metre and a half off this inner apex, or the ripple strip here. What we want to see from there, they're carrying that angle through, transitioning over into this pocket on the right side of the track as they drive through, and then coming nice and deep into the ripple strip here. Then from that point on, they're flowing through wide, mid to outer part of the track, then out to the ripple strip here, back over this side, mid-track through there, and then finishing strong on the right side of the ripple here, again, nice and wide. So what the goal is at every point in the lead's run, we want to leave enough room for the chase to get up nice and close. So the goal is to set the line wide, but carry the speed through the course to not slow up the chase too much, so they have all the opportunities to get in on that door. So that's our L2. That's our L2 line. Moving on to our L1, the big boys. So the difference between, like I said earlier, the difference between the two courses is we've got short track and the long track, the quad kink. The caveat to the long track is there's a nice big wall along the outside. That's high pressure, high intensity. We're expecting these drivers to get up on that wall and leave nothing on the table. So that's where the exciting part of the track, it's high speed, everything you want in a drift course. So much the same for the L1 line. They come through, lead on the right, chase on the left, all the way through, like I said, same type of speed gate. We want them neck and neck as they come out of the speed gate. They come through, same as L2, they transition that way. However, instead of hitting through the short track, they are extending at high speed up into the wall. What we want to see these drivers doing is getting onto the wall nice and early, staying on that wall all the way up on the bank, coming through nice and wide, carrying their angle, consistent, no bobbling. We want to see consistent speed, angle and line through here. As they come through, it's much from this point onwards, they run the same line as the L2 drivers. So we want to see them a metre and a half off the inner apex here. Cutting through, nice snappy transition into the pocket, then the course is pretty much the same. Mid to outer line, out on here, sort of just leaving enough room as they go through the whole course for the chase to have every opportunity to get on their door. The biggest difference is we expect a lot from our L1 drivers. We don't expect a lot from our L2 drivers, but we expect to see them, building that consistency, improving over the course of the year. The L2 drivers have no excuse. Got to be on door. It's got to be carnage. We have to see it. You guys want to see it. We want to see it. It's what everyone wants. So, like I said, that's the course. We go through qualifying battles where the drivers pair up for qualifying. Instead of running single runs, they run together. So it's a lead and a chase, they switch it over, we give them points individually. That dictates, after 3 runs of separate battles, that dictates our top 16. Then we go through to a more of a traditional top 16. So if you're at home, not sure why, we've got food, we've got trade stalls, we've got Ride with the Pro, we've got action on the track, the sun's out.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Ben Motorsport Park for round 1 of the Drifting SA State Series. We're about to get underway with our Level 2 qualifying battles. We've seen practice this morning, we had a practice last night. We also had the mini tandem comp, which was taken out by Trent Forrester and Nick McKernan, 2 of our Level 2 competitors here today. So keep an eye on those 2, ladies and gentlemen. As you can actually see, Nick McKernan, he's going to be the first cab off the rank there with Ben in the AU Falcon. So Nick in that white R33 Skyline, definitely one of our Level 2 drivers to look forward this weekend.
Yep, that's right. Ben, he's one of the Level 2.
He sure is. So we had our practice this morning, we just had our lunch break, so it's going to be non-stop drift action all afternoon here. We're going to start off with our Level 2 qualifying battles, then we have our Level 1 qualifying battles, then we have more Level 2 qualifying battles, then what's after that, Danny? More L1 qualifying battles.
Yeah, so if you like qualifying, this is your morning, this is your afternoon.
Definitely is your afternoon here. So of course, jump on the socials, jump on your Snapchat, let everybody know, come out, have a great time watching some drifting here, let everybody know there's a speed camera on the way into Tailem Bend as well, that I definitely wasn't done by on the way in.
Don't make the same mistake that Ben made.
No, definitely not.
But of course, if you don't speed, you've got nothing to worry about, do you, Ben?
Let's not worry about that. So this weekend here, we are of course running the what's called the Drifters Paradise layout. So our Level 1 drivers will be entering in a clockwise format. Yeah, clockwise. We've gone clockwise today. They're going to be running the bowl for L1 right up on that wall, so that's going to be a great spot to watch from. You can see people sitting in the back of the ute over there, sitting on the roof. That is definitely prime viewing over on that backside here today. They're going to run around that long sweeping bowl section and come shoot up into the infield section here through this left-hand sweeper and then finish off with a little squiggly bit at the end.
The quad kink then?
The quad kinks for L2. We'll talk about L1. We are doing L2 first, so we probably should talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
So our Level 2 drivers, a little bit less experienced. Actually, the L2 layout is technically harder than the L1 layout with the quad kink. It's actually a lot harder to get through smoothly. But of course...
Attention in the pits. We have a Pro Rides driver, the one and only Ben Candy, who is required at his car in the Pro Rides pits. We have a passenger ready for you, but unfortunately they need a driver. So Ben Candy, please head over to Pro Rides and jump in your car. Thank you.
Ben is not getting rated 5 stars for his Uber ride this afternoon, is he? Late to pick up.
No, absolutely. So Ben, you were saying about the quad kink.
Yeah, so the quad kink, even though it's harder for our Level 2 drivers, which, you know, they're learning, they're more prone to making mistakes, the quad kink is obviously a lot further away from that big concrete wall that will absolutely mince your car if you hit it. So our Level 2 drivers, even though it's a harder layout, it's a safer layout.
Absolutely. Of course, Level 2 competitors, not as experienced as Level 1, Ben, so we want to keep them away from the wall a little bit more comfortable if we can.
That's right, we want to ease their way into drifting. You know, that's the whole point of having a Level 2 or Level 1 is you can get into drifting, you don't have to worry about running walls, you don't have to worry about competing against the likes of, you know, Dale Campaign, multiple-time national champion, you know, Brendan O'Grady and his 1,300 horsepower car. You don't have to worry about battling the defrosted Leighton Fine as he comes out of retirement to have a crack in the guest car this weekend. But we're going to get underway with some battles here. So up in the lead, it is Nick McKernan being chased down by Ben in the 340 Garage AU Falcon. You can see that great line from Nick, just starts to slow the car down to get up the hill. Big dive there from the AU Falcon in the chase. Again, good solid lead line from Nick McKernan in the R33 Skyline. Filling all those zones that the judges are asking for. Nice snappy transition, and Ben right there all over him. Remember, this is the less experienced group, Danny. These are the guys that are learning how to drift, and they're absolutely putting on a show for the first battle of the day.
Yeah, these guys really coming out and setting the tone for a level 2 competition. Great work by Ben, later section of the track there, Ben, to get back up on the door of that skyline and make his presence known.
Yeah, great effort there from Ben in the chase, and a great job from the lead driver of Nick as well. You can't have a good lead, no, you can't have a good chase without a good lead.
That's right. That's the rule.
That's how it works. So as we look over to the side there, we're going to have Troy Clark will be leading in the JZ Power 180SX, being chased down by the 30 ET Wonder of Eli Dokers.
Yeah, and Leighton Fine, our guest driver, obviously hasn't driven in a long time, and neither's Wolverine himself, Troy Clark, so we might have to teach him how to drive manual again, Ben. He's been cruising around in his daily for the last 15 years.
Just wait for it to take off and stall it, so we can just call out first day manual.
Yeah, it's the joke that never gets fun. It never stops being funny. That's Troy making his long-awaited return to competitive drifting. Eli, the complete opposite. He's been driving flat out for the last few years or so in this very competition.
That's right. Eli's been driving and improving his driving skill as well as improving the car. He went from NA to plus T. He's got his different tyres for different grip levels. There you go. You can see Troy Clark getting himself into the quad kink there. Eli definitely trying to put the pressure on as we come through the quad kink, just straightening out a little bit, trying to maintain that proximity. Oh, big straighten there from Troy in the lead. Eli straightening in sympathy in the chase. Oh, looked like Troy maybe missed a gear there, Danny, as he maybe went from third to second. There was definitely a bit of a free rev there. Needs to get his 60 hours up in the logbook. But a great job there from both drivers. Good job from Eli. Again, you can't have a good chase without a good lead in there. You can see Troy struggled a little bit, but Eli did a great job reacting to what Troy was doing. Yeah, exactly. Not the best circumstances for Eli there as a chase driver. Troy with a not an ideal lead run. Very hard to follow something like that, Ben. Yeah, that's it. So it's good to see Troy out here, though. He's taken a break from his busy acting schedule. To come out and compete here. Of course, Davey Clark, his brother, is doing our pro rides this weekend. Davey's had his full drift career and has decided to retire to pro rides, and Troy's going, well, I'll come in. There's got to be at least one Clark competing. But here we go. We've got a battle of the AUs all the way from over in Victoria. We've got Pat Meehan in the tough lift AU being chased down by Trent Forrester, the winner of our tandem comp last night. So plenty of AUs out here doing incredible things. Of course, the turbocharged power plant in that lead car, the NA AU in the chase. Great job so far from Pat, really filling those outside zones. It's his first time over here at the bend, and I had a quick chat with him before, and he said he's absolutely loving the track. Yeah, great work by both these guys. We saw Trent there drop down his actual car speed to about, well, sub 10 kilometres an hour, but still kept that thing under drift, still kept it moving. Yeah, he was definitely doing some car park skids there in the chase. If he was on a motorbike, he would have just tipped over at that speed. You can't do less than 8, mate. You just fall over. Great work by both these guys for their first run of the day in this level 2 competition. Give it a rev, Pat. Yeah, Pat, love it. We all love the sound of a single cam 4 litre, don't we? Oh, at least it's got a muffler on the side. Still sounds better than an Ecotec, let's be honest. What doesn't? A VQ. Yeah, true. All right, so we've got a couple more cars lined up over there. Just having a look at that black BMW. Anthony Jacob in the green S14, and that black BMW is being driven by Daniel Priu. That's it. Probably butchered your name. How you pronounce it? It's got an X in it. Daniel Priu. So Daniel in BMW, he's chasing down the S14 of Anthony Jacob there. Of course, we remember Anthony having the LS-powered 180SX, the banana. Very bright yellow car. Oh, Daniel having a little bit of a struggle in the chase there. And Anthony doing... Oh, as Daniel goes super wide, collects the tyres. So a little bit of a scrappy run there for both of our drivers here, Danny, because this is, of course, our level 2 competitors. These are the guys who are out here, you know, giving a crack for the first time. I think this is actually Daniel's first comp. He's done a few of our drift schools. He's decided to step up and started doing some competitions here. So, you know, he's setting himself a baseline. So if you start nice and low, you've got lots of room to improve. Isn't that right, Danny? Well, we just stayed low, so what do we know about that? Start low, stay low, Ben. That's right. Expectations.
non-existent.
If you set your expectations low enough, you'll always reach them. All right, so we're going to flip the first battle around now. So we're sending out 8 cars at the time, so that's 4 battles. Then we'll send out the next group of drivers. Of course, that is Ben in the lead. Ben Bruin being chased down by Nick McKernan. They put down a cracker of a run in our first half of their battle. Let's see if they can step that up in the second half. Nice, smooth line there. Oh, big tyre drop. He did that all morning. Had to do the lunchtime clean-up, Ben did, as he was definitely getting a bit too carried away on the outside, and he's continuing that on. But other than that, it's a very, very solid lead there from Ben, and Nick doing a great job in the chase there, Danny.
Yeah, doing such a good job in the lead there, Ben. It might help our team forgive him for dropping a tyre and not make him look at the end of a shovel for the next couple of hours. But great work by both these guys, repeating the good runs they had in their first run through, Ben.
That's right. So great start from both Ben and Nick. So of course these judges score each driver. Out of each judge scores the driver out of 10 per run, so you get up to 30 points. And then those points will be added together, and that's how we get our qualifying when we move into the top 8. So we've got some pro rides here. So the SA Pro Rides crew going around, taking a few punters out for the ride of a lifetime.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, of course, doing demo runs and the competition as well at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival last week. So these guys are driving 2 weekends in a row. Got to admire the dedication there, the tyres, the fuel, the entry fees.
Yeah, that's it. So, of course, yeah, it was great to be at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival last weekend. And hoping that a few of the people out here watching today did see us last week at the AMF, decided to come out and see what drifting's all about.
Yep.
As you can see there, Dominic Todd in the chaser actually pulled off. He snapped an axle earlier this morning. It looks like he's probably just snapped another one.
We've got another qualifying battle back here. We're going to flip the script on Eli Dykers in the lead. Troy Clark in the chase. Troy falling behind there, struggling to keep that 180SX. Under drift a little bit. They come through the midsection of the track. Eli doing a fantastic job in the chase there, really getting out to those outside zones and giving the judges what they want to see. Giving Troy every chance to stay close as they come through that final corner. And Troy's managed to pull back up, get right on the door of that 31. Oh, a little bit of contact there towards the end of the track.
Oh, he's taken the bumper off.
And the bumper's off.
But Troy actually did a much better job in the chase than he did in his lead. Almost like having someone in front of him to gauge what he's supposed to be doing has helped him out, going, I'll just do what Eli's doing. It seems to be working pretty well for him.
Yep.
And he's done a much better job there in his chase. So, of course, we do have our scored runs, and after we do our 4 battles, so 2 leads and 2 chases, the bottom score gets dropped, the top score gets doubled, so these guys all do have like a throwaway run. We see our SA Pro Rides drivers once again out there. This is it's an experience that you can't get anywhere else. So not only are you being strapped into a drift car, you're being strapped into one drift car that's with 7 other drift cars, all driving in super close proximity. Like, you can't, even your mates, you got mates that drift, you can't jump in with your mate and just go jump in an 8-car train.
No,
like,
absolutely.
it's an experience that you can't get anywhere else.
No, we can talk it up as much as we can, but at the end of the day, the only way to really experience it is to hop in a car for yourself.
Definitely. So there you go, Trent Forrester now in the lead, being chased down by Patrick Meehan. You can just hear that limiter being absolutely abused by Trent Forrester in the lead. Pat Meehan all over the back of Trent as they come into the left-hand sweeper. Trent all over the outside zones, exactly where he's supposed to be, and Pat putting it on his door, Danny. What a great run from these AU Falcons.
Yeah, these guys are really outdoing themselves here in the Level 2 comp, Ben. That Trent out the front there, really having to wring the neck out of that NA.
You can just hear him from the initiation to the end of the quad kick. All you heard was dun, dun, dun. Just straight limiter the whole way.
And then behind him, comfortable turbo power, 50% throttle, just feeding it, man.
Not even cracking gate, Danny.
No,
just playing with it. We got our SA Pro Rides once again. We got Tim Greaves in the Ute, Jackson Snell in the VE Commodore being chased down by the other Clark of the weekend, Davey Clark, Simon Michaelmore, and then finally Dan Pryor at the back. Getting choked up a little bit there is Dan Pryor.
Yeah, Let
But,
me
yeah,
say-
but again, an absolute fantastic experience. I highly recommend heading down to our SA Pro Rides crew to see Dan now in the lead in the black BMW, and Anthony just getting a little bit crossed up.
Anthony's gone on a holiday, which is ironic because his business is selling caravans.
So, Anthony, they're just taking the long route, and
he's going for a loop back around.
he's like, no, I know a shortcut. I know, yeah, there's a shortcut. We're supposed to go on this way, but this way's actually quicker, but it's not.
And of course, Anthony is going to finish his run, which is the right thing to do in this situation, Ben, because he's still getting scored on everything that happens in that entire run.
That's right. So he's going to get through the rest of the course. The judges definitely would have had to got the Steve Buscemi eyes out for that one, trying to keep an eye on both the cars at the same time. Got to see our Pro Rides drivers now coming through the pits, giving everybody a high five.
Great to see the crowd getting involved here early in day two. And when we say Pro Rides, Ben, these guys aren't, we mean it, these guys are some of the most seasoned competitors in South Australian drift. You've got guys like Simon Michaelmore in that red 86, and that guy's been drifting for over 15 years, so he really knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a car.
It should really be called SA Retiree Rides, because these guys have all been high-level competitors and have decided just to take a step back, do a little bit more of a relaxing entertainment. We've got more Falcons on track this time. We've got the BA Falcon out front, being chased down by that black AU. Falcons on Falcons.
A bit of a gap being made here between these two competitors, Ben.
That's right, so that's Cody Obst in the chase there. And he's chasing down Shay Russell, so Shay's actually borrowed that car from a mate.
It didn't look familiar.
So yeah, Shay Russell in that silver BA Falcon, being chased down by Corey Obst there. As we've got a couple more competitors on the line. So we got that RX-8. So that's Matt Mason all the way from Victoria. And then the blue BA Falcon. That's going to be Dominic Priest.
We've got Ben just looking through the entrance list here. With the amount of new competitors we get at these events, it gets kind of hard to keep up.
I did try and walk around and try and meet some people that I didn't recognise. But yeah, didn't quite get around to all of them. So it's going to be Matt in the lead there in the RX-8, being chased down by Dominic in the Falcon. Great job from the lead driver through the Quad Kink. Looks like he's got the LS under the bonnet there. He hasn't blown an apex seal halfway through the run, so it definitely doesn't have the Renesis under the hood anymore, but a great job. And a great job there in the chase by Dominic in the Falcon as well. Really doing a good job in a much larger car to mimic that much more nimble RX-8 through the tight section, Danny.
Yeah, pretty solid effort there by both these drivers, Ben.
Yeah, great effort from both of our drivers. We're going to flick around now. Looks like Rick Biglands is back in the S13 there, the Seafoam. And that is an orange S14, another car that I don't recognise. So we're going to go for a quick look through the drivers list. That's on the Drifting SA Facebook page. Of course, we also have the live stream running on the Facebook as well, so you can head to Drifting SA on Facebook and watch our live stream. Excellent.
Thanks, Wade.
Thanks, Wade. Apparently you can hear me sucking down some nicotine.
It's just white noise to me at this point.
All right,
You
so
win if you want.
I'm looking for a orange S14 on here. But we do have Rick Biglands in the lead.
So Rick entering the first section of the track there. Chase driver A struggling to keep up.
Oh, as Rick goes around.
Rick goes around.
The chase car, they're doing a great job avoiding contact.
And going to finish their runs here. Not really how they would have wanted this to go, Ben, early on in the comp, but all you can really do at this point is come through, keep that car under drift and finish it off. Salvage your run.
That's right. So again, the judges are scoring the entire run. So even though Rick spun there, of course he's going to get a lower score, but he still will get judged for completing the rest of the run. But he's going to hope that he has 3 good runs now, and this can be his drop run. as our chase driver comes around now. We don't even have numbers on the cars.
You got a name yet?
I haven't got a name. I don't see an orange S14
dear.
on the list. So if anybody knows who's in that orange S14,
maybe duck into race control for a
feel
second.
free to send me a message.
We can move around now, Ben, so we we can actually commute and commentate at the same time.
Oh, I forgot about that. We're actually mobile here.
If any of our race control gentlemen or ladies could tell me who drives that orange S14 in our level 2 competition.
Trent Burgess. There we go. So Trent Burgess is in that S14. I don't actually see him on our list, so he's a late entry, that's why.
All right, well, we're going to have to go with the name we've got. We're going to have to go with the name we've got. So if your name isn't Trent Burgess and you're driving that S14, we apologise now.
Trent Burgess.
Let's hope he doesn't live up to his nickname today.
So we just had a battle there, of course, with Sean Smith and Tim Sharrock. So Tim as well, one of our seasoned L2 drivers, had some car issues last year. Has got his car back together for this year, so it's great to see Tim back out here. Again, a long-time sponsor of the SA Drift Series as well, the CRS Insulation. So it's good to see Tim out. And again, Smitty, we saw him here last year and he's come back once again, so it's great to see Smitty coming all the way back from Victoria. It looks like he's brought some friends with him as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, a guy that likeable is going to have a lot of friends. So the upside of running such a fantastic competition here, Ben, is you get those guys from interstate that say, hey, come drive this, it's really good.
Yeah, that's it. So
everyone's really welcoming and they all remember our names when they commentate.
Every time. They never forget us. So we do, of course, have on the line ready to go. It's going to be Corey Obst in the blue AU, and he's going to be chased down by Shay Russell. Of course, we used to see Shay in that black E36, but he's decided, nah, I'm going to come jump in the Falcon crew with everyone else. So you've got the AU Falcon in the front with the BA bar on it and the BA behind it with no bar. So I wonder if he stole his bar.
Oh, not BAs with no front aprons, Ben.
No, it's not only no front apron, he's got no bar at all.
He's taking it to the next level.
So a bit of a straight in there from Corey coming up the hill. It is quite a steep rise there as they come up the hill. Shay goes around, just got a little bit too greedy there by looks in the chase, trying to get up in the door in a car he's not very familiar with. And just a small mistake there from Shay, but a great job in the lead there from Corey. Gets through the course, just had that small straight and coming up the hill, but of course, you know, it's a Falcon.
Yeah, it's all right.
Doesn't have all the legs, and it is actually quite a long uphill corner there, so it is a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, you really have to wheel that car up that hill if you're not.
Not just wheel, you have to really drive the car up there as well.
You've got to really drive it, Ben, because it won't drive itself up the hill.
That's right. So as we move on, we're going to have another Falcon ready to go. Of course, that blue BA Falcon.
Okay, thank you.
Cody. It is Cody, sorry. I'll remember that. Sorry, it is Codio, it's not Corey. We've just been informed. I've got a little tiny screen where I'm trying to read these names off, so.
And there's glare. A lot of glare.
And I'm also not good at talking at the best of times. All right, so we've got that RX-8. He's going to be chasing. That is, of course, Matt Mason. And he's going to be chasing down that blue BA Falcon of Dominic Priest. So Dominic in the lead, being chased down by Matt. Just jumping the curb a little bit in the lead and a bit of a straighten from Dominic. But Matt doing a great job, just keeping his distance right now. He's going to try and close that gap as we come into the tighter, slower section. The BA in the lead there, Dominic on the lock stops through the left-hand sweeper, transitioning. Big snappy transition from a big car into the tight final few corners. Bit of a straight in there from Matt, maybe just get a little bit stuck behind maybe a slower car than he was expecting there, Danny, and just struggling to get the RX-8 sideways in the chase. Yeah,
it's a very difficult aspect of drifting, Ben, that people don't realise is trying to stay under drift and trying to emulate the drift of a slower car in front of you really brings out this extra skill set that a lot of people don't really have to deal with a lot of the time unless you actually drive these competitions with these tight layouts.
Yeah, that's right. So it's definitely a learning curve, and that's the best thing about L2. You're out here to learn, to gain experience, So that way you can get yourself ready to step up to L1s and then, you know, battle the big dogs.
Exactly.
L2 is a feeder series. You don't enter L2 to expect to drive L2 for 10 years. You're using L2 as a learning ground, as a proving ground to get yourself better so you can keep continuing to improve to get yourselves up to that next level.
Yeah, absolutely. You're really trying to get comfortable in a competition aspect because it can be pretty nerve-wracking this, Ben. Lining up in front of a big crowd, you've got a competitor next to you. It could be your mate, could be someone you don't know at all. And really trying to go up against them, and it's a very, very interesting atmosphere as a driver.
Definitely. The good thing we do have with our L2 drivers as well is when we form them up for their qualifying battles, we don't pair them. The drivers, if they got someone they feel comfortable driving with, we actually allow them to drive with each other for qualifying, so they can ease their way into tandeming with people that they don't know. Let's go. Our next two cars on the line there. Who's in the lead there, Danny?
That's T-Bone.
That's T-Bone in the lead. He's being chased down by Rick Biglins in the Seafoam S13. Bit of an understeer there from T-Bone. Drops the bar off. He's dragging bar around the track. There it goes. Takes out a cone. And Rick not phased. He's still there. Doing his best to try and chase down T-Bone in the lead there. Again, another tyre drop from the lead car through the final corner. Got around the course that time.
Couple of little, a bit keen on the limiter there.
Couple of little tyre drops. Yeah, it's got an RB in it, mate. It's fine.
Yep.
Live on limiter all day.
That's right.
Has he got more SA Pro rides now? Yeah, he just told us before to drive just around the pilot. You just see there our SA Pro rides going through the course. We got another pair of our battles for our L2 qualifying, their first round of L2 qualifying. I think we will have a third group as well, because we actually have a fair few L2 competitors here today, Danny, which is good to see.
Yeah, I saw the list pop up a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, wow, L2's going on.
L2 is bopping.
Place to be.
But again, we want to see these L2 guys stepping up to L1. So speaking of that, of course, we do have Jacob Clark, who took out our L2 competition last year in the LS14. He's moving up to L1 this season, so it's going to be great to see how Jacob does, going from the small pond to the big pond. Of course, the other competitor doing really well in L2 last year, Will Argoon, also wants to step up to L1, but needs to finish his car. Which is pretty standard. So here we go, it's Tim Sharrock in the lead. Sean Smith going to get chased. Couple of RB powered chassis here. Big angle, too much angle from Tim Sharrock. Smitty bails out, avoids the collision there.
Yeah, Smitty followed him straight into the dirt there as they were both spinning. So, I mean, as the lead car, the chase car, sorry, it's pretty much what you need to do is kind of follow what that lead car does. The lead car there, Tim Sharrock, doing a bit of country bush badging.
That's right, but he's got it back going once again. Finishing off the rest of the lap. Smitty in the chase behind. Doing a good job there, just trying to close the gap at the left as Tim actually came around the sweeper and kind of jumped him on the start there and drove away from him, carrying that extra speed around after that spin. So for Smitty there, it's going to be a tough one for the judges to judge. They might actually ask that to be run again so Smitty can have a clean lead run to chase, so he can show the score he would have got without that spin and all that confusion. We see some more SA Pro rides getting ready to go.
That's it. In the interest of parity and fairness, sometimes you just need to run those guys again to make sure that everyone can put that has the opportunity to put that good score on the board.
That's right, but we do run them again though. Tim Sharrock there, who spun and caused that, he'll actually won't be able to get a better score. So he'll be judged again as well, but the judges will be scoring him out of 3 instead of out of 10. And basically, even if he nails a perfect lap, he's still only going to get a 3 from each of the judges. So it's basically still going to be a drop run for him.
That's right. This is our super easy to follow scoring system.
Yep.
Thanks to our good friend Stewie.
If you ever dealt with anything to do with Stewie, you know exactly why this is so convoluted. Got a couple of cars here now. So we've got a black R32. And the red S13 giving chase.
Yeah, and both of these guys struggling a little bit through this earlier section. Trying to keep that car under drift.
They've got a black 33, but not a 32. Joel Spagnuolo in the in the lead by the looks of it, and that S13. Trying to find that on my list. It looks like our list isn't very accurate here at all.
We've had a lot of changes, a lot of drivers pull out and a lot of drivers come in, so that'll also had a couple of people swap cars on us.
So yeah,
try and get this under control, Ben.
That's right. So looks like we've got some more pro rides heading off here. So once again, our SA Pro rides heading around the track again. We keep saying that every time. And every time we do end up selling out of our ride with the pro tickets. But absolutely fantastic opportunity to go out get strapped into a race car. It's definitely worth the money. It's got a bit of a car park there through the tight section.
That's it, and of course our pro rides are running that level 1 layout
around the bowl, yeah.
Around the bowl up against the wall, which is a pretty thrilling layout to be a part of.
That's right. To see Tim Sharrock there just doing another lap. Maybe he's asked for a mechanical lap to see if there's maybe an issue with his car. But Tim's just there, gone around, done another lap, so
we'll see. Don't see Smitty's 34 out there, Ben.
No, so that's why I think maybe it was a mechanical lap or something. A couple of cars I do recognise coming around the track now. It's going to be Adrian Rosa and Matt Carroll, who's already off the track. Great job there from Matt. So unfortunately there for Adrian, just getting a little bit crossed up on that initiation. Just stepping on his toes a little bit. And Matt Carroll doing a good job so far. Still keeping it on the track at the moment. Gets around into this sweeper. As, it looks like Adrian just missing a gear there on the downshift as well. Adrian, I think this is his first competition. I don't remember seeing him out for competitions before.
Yeah, he's done a bit of driving, but I don't recall him actually competing.
I've seen him out at X Park a fair bit, but I don't think I've actually seen him out in competition. So maybe just a little bit of nerves for Adrian. And Matt Carroll, the first thing I saw when I rocked up this morning, to park my car and I walked over the track, the first thing I saw was Matt Carroll absolutely flying through the grass. I'm like, oh, this is how Matt's day is going, is it? And then we saw there, couldn't even get through the pace zone without dropping a tyre.
He did do well though in that last section.
That's right, yeah. Once he figured out where the track was, Matt did a great job.
It always helps when you're drifting on the track.
That's right. So we got a couple of boxes over there on the line as well. So we got Bonnie Thomas there in the Fearful Joy K70. And of course, Brody Black in the old prior built 1J powered K70. Is it 1J or 1.5J?
It's a J of some description.
It's some sort of J.
It's also known as the town bike because everybody hops in that car and just has a go. Look.
Well, I just saw before Jamie Godfrey jumped in it as well because he was having some issues with this car. So you actually might see this car in our level 1 competitions today as well, being driven by Jamie.
Gets absolutely passed around that thing.
And it just loves it.
It does. It
absolutely loves it, especially when Landon drives it. It loves being driven by Landon. Just absolutely sat on that Microtech limiter.
Doesn't really have any major mechanical issues, that thing. It just takes it to stride, just keeps on trucking.
Keeps on going and going. So here we go. It's going to be Brody Black in the lead, being chased down by Bonnie Thomas, part of the Glitter Gang as well, Danny. So we come into the Quad King. Nice smooth line there from Brody in the lead. Oh, a bit of a straight in there from Bonnie. Brody absolutely cheesing up the hill. Big engine, little car, little tyres. He absolutely loves it right there. Bonnie doing a great job, still keeping it sideways, trying to close that gap up. That absolute little weapon of Brody Black in the lead. Both drivers getting through the lap there. Great job from Bonnie in the chase too, Danny. Had that little bit of a hiccup at the start, but she got herself back and composed and just finished off the lap. No other mistakes. Great job.
Yeah, exactly. L2, good for teaching you not to be discouraged by mistakes, especially in these qualifying runs. You really need to hammer it to your own head. It's a habit that people can get into. They can stop.
Yeah,
halfway through
I
a run
made a
because
mistake,
they
I
made
may
a
as
big
well
mistake.
throw it away.
Exactly.
Nah.
So this
You make a
level 2
mistake, you keep going.
Level 2 competition is great for getting people out of that habit and actually getting into that zone of finishing that runoff. All right, Ben, so we've got a couple of cars lining up
Let's see if
here.
I can find out who these
We
are.
are going to have to visit race control again to get some names like we have previously.
All right, who's these? Who are these two, race control? Oh, there we go.
Okay,
So
so
it's going to be Bo Hines in the lead. And can I steal this or? Thanks. And Joel Spagnuolo in the chase. So I was right with Joel. They've just got the wrong car on the list. So it's going to be Bo leading and Joel giving chase. Bit of a tyre drop on the initiation there from Bo, but keeps it going. You can really see the drivers have to straighten out to get through that quad kink. Oh, as Bo drops the tyre and actually spins the car. Great avoiding job there from Joel in the chase. In the Evolution Garage R32. Getting through the rest of the run. So great job there. So this is something you can see with what Joel's doing. Joel was being judged for his chase run, but he's also being judged separately from Bo. So even though Bo spun, Joel kept going. The judges are still going to score him for finishing off that lap. They're going to judge how he drove, but more in a lead position, obviously, now because there's not a car in front of him. But he's still going to get a score off of that. So I know it's a little bit confusing, but basically all you have to do is just go, if you did good, you're going to do well, and you'll get yourself qualified, and you'll see yourselves in the top 16 here.
That's it. If you want to boil it down to that sort of simplicity,
yeah,
it's always going to work out.
Or if you're in L1, I think you just need to rock up for your battles and you'll be in the top 16 today, because we are down a few L1 drivers. Of course, a lot of breakages last weekend at AMF as well. There we go. It's going to be Adrian Rosa now in the lead, being chased down by Matt Carroll. See how Adrian can do when he's got a clear track in front of him. Much better initiation there, carrying the momentum through the corner. Matt doing a great job, looking very confident in the chase there. A bit of a straighten there from Adrian coming up the hill. Throws the angle back on the car. Doing a much better job in the lead this time from Adrian. And Matt all over him, Danny.
Oh, Matt,
we put the mockers on him.
Zealous in
Got
the
a little
chase.
bit too keen there. Boss man's not happy. He's going to deduct that out of his next paycheck. You get paid to win, mate. You don't get paid to spin.
When does he do that unit at TAFE, Nathan? The not spinning out unit.
Has he lost his jet ski privileges for next weekend, or? Absolutely.
Bad luck there by Matt Carroll. Fantastic chase run up to that point, Ben, but unfortunately getting a little bit too keen on a transition there, late track, and it cost him.
That's right, but it was great to see Adrian do a much better job there in the lead. Having the clear track in front of him definitely helped him out there. Had a lot more confidence, it looked like. And it was good to see him not get into his head after he had that bit of a shocking chase run, to be honest. But you can see the drivers here coming in, down now. Jump out on the wall, give them a high five as they come past. That's what these drivers are out here. They're out here to put on a show for you. But here we go. It's Bonnie Thomas now. Oh, cooks it in the initiation. Great job there from Brody Black to avoid contact. You're going to see these guys get going once again. Bonnie chucks the car back in, tries to reinitiate. Brody with the little bit more power there just puts his foot on the loud pedal. Fortunately there from Bonnie. Looks like she might be having a bit of an issue there. The car really looks like it's struggling. As she gets into this final section, looking a little bit tidier there, but Brody Black just keeping a little bit of a measure there as Bonnie gets through the rest of the course.
The Nigel Thornbury limiter.
Oh, that
Donnie
might
Thornbury.
that microtech limiter, absolutely
Didn't say smashing
insane.
once, did it?
No,
It was going,
no. It's the only good Jay-Z limiter, I swear.
It is fantastic.
Yeah, it is the best. So I do believe that's going to do us for our first round of L2 qualifying, which means we're going to switch around to our L1 drivers. And we're going to watch now, instead of them cutting through that quad kink in the middle of the track, they're actually going to run the wall right in front of everyone parked over on the far side there. So that is the place to be for the next half an hour or so as we go through our level 1 quali battles.
Yeah, absolutely. Our level 1 competitors, if you're new to this state series, this is our top level of competition, Ben. So these are the guys that have either been driving, at that top level for many, many years, or they've done so well in our level 2 competition that they've either chosen to come up by themselves or they've been said, hey, you're too good for a level 2 now, you're going to have to step it up.
That's right. So looks like we got a couple of LS-powered vehicles, one NA and one turbocharged.
One very not NA.
One extremely not NA. It's NA. So, of course, is Brendan Bogger O'Grady, all the way from Victoria. Came over last weekend for an Adelaide Motorsport Festival, all 1,300 horsepower under the right foot. He was on semis last weekend having a ball, but this weekend on the 235 radial, it's going to be like skating on ice for Bogger.
235 radial, which is obviously the tyre this competition is limited to, it really pushes that aspect of you setting your car up for that maximum amount of grip possible, because the tyre's not going to help you that much.
That's right. So I was actually at AMF last weekend having a chat to Peter Viersma, who, of course, they were over here last weekend with Luke, last year with Luke, but deciding not to run this year. But he was saying the absolute complete difference in setup between running a car and a radial and a semi. But again, a driver we haven't seen for a long time out here once again in the lead. It is Joel Donegan into that S13 being chased down by Bogger. Bogger on a little bit of a low line there. He wants to try and get up right next to the side of Joel Donegan as he gets a little bit of wavering coming up the hill from the lead car. Watch the transition now. Nice smooth transition from both drivers. Mid-line there from Donegan being chased down by Brendan O'Grady. A nice smooth transition once again. And Bogger all over the back of that S13 as they come across the line. You can see Donegan there. Again, Donegan hasn't driven for a while, comes back, jumps straight into the deep end, back into L1. I don't think Donegan actually drove since the SA Drift Series has been a thing, so it's been a while since he's driven. But it's great to see him out here and absolutely looking like he's never stopped.
Fresh setup for him too, because if I recall correctly, he used to have an RB in that car.
It used to be an RB, yes. Now it's got the LS under the bonnet. I think it's an LS2 from memory, like a 6-litre. You can just see the bonnet there with the bulge where the throttle body goes. Of course, they don't quite fit under the hood.
Yeah, we saw there coming out the bowl, something that Donegan's going to want to try and flatten out today is that he was very shallow on an inside clip there coming out the bowl. And what that meant for the chase car, Brendan O'Grady, is that he couldn't really... To get
nowhere
up
to
on
go.
the door,
Had nowhere to go.
It would mean that he would have to probably drop a front tyre or even risk making contact. So not really what you want as the lead car.
That's right. Also, speaking of setup change, you can see a 370Z over there. That's Adam Wood done it.
Is it?
Adam Wood. So he's gone from probably one of the most powerful cars in the field to a 370Z. So this is going to be interesting. It used to be just put the thing on lock stops and smash the throttle. But he's going to have to drive a little bit differently this weekend. He's going to be chasing down Roger Jansen. Of course, Roger has been on an absolute tear recently interstate. And again, look at him right up on the bowl. And you can see Woody definitely not quite ready for the lack of power that 370Z has. But he's doing all he can there in the chase. But Roger absolutely flawless so far. You can just hear him playing with the throttle, Danny. Yeah. Never really even putting the boot into it.
Of course, the complete other end of the spectrum there, because Roger's been driving that car and that setup for many, many years now and doing a good job of it too. So Woody's got a bit of work to do if he wants to be competitive here today, really getting that car around the track and being a bit more maybe aggressive with it.
That's right. And of course, we were saying, Roger has been on an absolute tear lately over at Keep It Reet. Constantly on the podium, doing really well at high tech. So it's great to see him still coming back to our SA events and still putting on a show. All right, so we need an R31 left-hand side axle. If anybody's got a spare R31 left-hand axle, we need it for Nick with the Corolla. For the black Corolla doing pro rides, he snapped an axle. So if anybody's got a spare axle, that'd be absolutely fantastic. But speaking of not driving for a while and just coming back to it like nothing's ever changed, Leighton Fine, ladies and gentlemen, in that lead car. That is, of course, our new guest driver car from Drifting SA. So we're going to have guest drivers every round this year. And what a way to start with Leighton Fine. And he's being chased down by one of our Victorian competitors. That's Cody Moxon in that LS-powered K70. Another driver that's been doing very, very well for themselves lately over at Keep It Reet. But look at that, ladies and gentlemen, Leighton Fine. Oh,
Yeah,
can you smell clutch?
Burning clutch.
Can we, oh, someone's fried a
There might have
clutch.
been some kind of electrical fire up here.
Did Troy Clark just drive? Oh yeah, so something's fried there. That's either like brakes or clutch is left the chat.
The unmistakable smell, Ben.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Leighton Fine. So Leighton Fine stopped drifting before most of our L2 field started drifting. It's been a while. So it's great to see him back out on the saddle. So actually, look across over on the left-hand side there, Danny. Roger's car has pulled up well before the line. So that could possibly be our culprit for that clutch smell, as Roger's pulled the car up well before the line.
Yeah, I'm just trying to recall if it was after that particular run that the clutch smell started, if it was you know...
It could have been Woody.
It could have also
because
been
Woody isn't actually out on the line, so Woody might have just tried to clutch kick that car so many times that he's absolutely fritzed it. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another battle here, of course. So we got Aaron DeWar in the Madhouse Crusader there being chased down by Aiden Scott. So Aaron was driving the RB20 powered 180SX yesterday, and it blew 2 turbos. Blew a turbo, they borrowed another turbo, blew that one as well. So he's in Bo Gagliardi's LS powered Crusader.
Really starting to sound like he might be the Paul Ossett of blowing turbos.
So of course, yeah, Bo's gone, nah, grab my car. Of course, that engine was built by DeWar, so it's a DeWar engine in that car. So over from Victoria is Aaron DeWar, and he's in 2 borrowed cars this weekend. So Pro Rides once again dropping a lot of dirt. The guys might want to have a little chat with our Pro Rides drivers, because obviously 3 or 4 cars back, that line's getting very tight. They're dragging a fair bit of dirt into that bowl, and you get a lot of dirt in that bowl, it gets very, very slippery, don't you? It's a recipe of ending up with a car right, in the wall.
A slippery floor plus wall plus bowl equals devastation.
That's
and
right.
Sometimes even cars driving up tyre walls next to the bowl. But we're pretty...
Who knows? But here we go. It's going to be Brendan O'Grady this time in the lead, in the Hulk, being chased down by Joel Donegan. It's great to see Joel back out on track as well. Why did Brendan clutch kick that? He didn't have to. He clutch kicked and then get off the throttle, but look at him right up on the wall. Absolutely cheesing the tyres up the hill, just dropping a tyre as we come up into the infield section. Big dive there from Donegan.
Oh.
Gets a little bit too greedy, drops a tyre on the outside. Brendan O'Grady just floating through the rest of the track there. Joel Donegan doing all he can to try and close that gap as they come across the line. But you can see there as they came up the hill, Donegan took a bit of angle out and really charged up to get onto the side of Brendan O'Grady's car. But unfortunately, by the time he got there, Brendan was no longer there, already going around the corner. So,
yeah, look, bit of a bugger, but he won't be discouraged. We've still got plenty
it
more.
was in all relative terms, it was still a minor mistake. It was only a tyre drop. He didn't spin. It wasn't a massive issue there from Joel, so he will still be happy with that.
When you're dropping a tyre off that particular part of the track, you're not really so much concerned about the points implications of that. You're more so concerned about popping a tyre off the bead there.
Or breaking like a suspension arm or something like that, because it is quite a violent, aggressive curb on the outside there. Because that curb is normally an inside curb for the go-kart track, so it's a raised curb rather than the flat curbs you normally see on the outside. As we got our next battle underway. This time it's going to be Cody Moxon in the lead, being chased down by Leighton Fine. Nice initiation there from Cody, trying to get the car nice and high on the ball. Leighton Fine all over him. Like a shadow. He's got the pig nose bar right up on the quarter panel. of Cody as they come into the infield section now. Nice smooth line from the lead driver, exactly what we want to see. And Leighton Fine, it's like he never stopped, Danny.
Yeah, it's like riding a bike, Ben.
It is
Straight
like
into it.
It is like riding a bike. A fantastic effort there from both of our drivers.
That's it. Leighton Fine in the chase, all over that rear bar of that little K70 Corolla, really pushing him through the track.
That's right. Cody, of course, over from Victoria. So I don't know if he's actually been out to the bend before, but if it's his first time out, he's doing an absolutely fantastic job. He's got it dialed. And we definitely know it is the first time the Leighton's driven the bend, because it's the first time he's driven anything in a while.
Yeah, that's right. The bend well and truly didn't... Well, the bend as we know it well and truly didn't exist when he stopped drifting.
No.
Now he's come back and he's got this fantastic purpose-built Cardodromo. An obvious LS idle in that K70 there.
Yeah, it's definitely LS powered, that's for sure. But speaking of LS power, we got the Madhouse Crusader being driven by Aaron DeWar, and he's going to be chasing down Aiden Scott now. Aiden, one of our drivers that stepped up from level 2 to level 1, and he's been doing a fantastic job. A little bit low on the bowl there, trying to work the car back up, and Aaron is doing a great job just following Aiden exactly where he goes. Nice transition there from Aiden, and on the lock stops, you can hear DeWar just blipping the throttle, so much torque, the chassis twisting. As you can see, he actually gets caught up there by maybe expecting Aiden to be carrying a little bit more momentum through that tight section. Just got himself a little bit caught up, but he keeps going. And good job there from Aiden in the lead. A little bit shallow, but he got through the course.
Yeah, that's it. So, Aaron, that's Bo Gagliardi's Crusader.
Yeah.
And I saw him driving that the other week at Drift Track at Malala.
Yeah, so he was driving that. We had Aaron DeWar driving Josh Simpson's.
Yeah, yep.
The RB powered 180. He was supposed to be driving that this weekend. But
and if you think you saw that car driving back home after the event, no, you didn't. You saw nothing.
Nothing at all. So it does look like we've got Roger all by himself. So I think the clutch smell was actually Woody.
Yeah, so that doesn't surprise us given the evidence and how he's trying to drive that car.
I'm going to use my deductive reasoning and say that was definitely Woody having the...
It stands to reason, Ben, that was Woody,
Yeah.
the guy that's absolutely murdering the clutch in that car to try and keep it under drift and keep up with Roger Jansen.
There we go. So Roger's actually... This is supposed to be his chase run, but he's going to have a solo pass, which is a blessing and a curse because he doesn't have to chase anyone, but now he's got the judges' full undivided attention, so he needs to absolutely nail this lap, and he's doing a great job so far. Up on the wall, a little bit of a waver now as he comes up the hill, all the angle. You can hear the tyres absolutely screaming for grip with the amount of side bite that car has in it. So he transitions into the final right-hand hairpin, doing a nice solid job there. Very understated that run though, wasn't it? It was very, I'm hitting my marks, I'm going out, I'm just putting down.
Just going through the motions.
Going through the motions, but that's not what the judges always want to see. Sometimes they want to see a little bit of spark, a little bit of flair, a little bit of flat out limiter.
Especially in A, the level 1 competition, and B, a driver as experienced as Roger is, they're going to want to really see him throw that thing around. A lot of angle, a lot of excitement, a lot of aggression, Ben.
That's right. So another driver that is known for hitting their marks. We've got Dale Campaign over there. He's going to be chasing down that. That's Brody Black's K70 that we just saw in our L2 competition. So I'm going to believe I do believe that's going to be Jamie Godfrey. So he has the 427 pink S13. Yep. But if you saw that before, that was up on the truck hoist. The truck ramp hoist, makeshift hoist, because he was having clutch issues. So he's jumped into Brody Black's K70. So that's going to be Jamie in the lead, being chased down by Dale Campaign in that all-new Smith Partners Real Estate 1-Via. Of course, if you bought merch from Dale Campaign last year, it's no longer valid because his number's no longer 78. It's now 434. So that's some limited edition merch there. But a great job from Jamie, jumping into a borrowed car, very minimal practice. And K70s are not the easiest things to drive. They are so short and so snappy, but he's doing a great job to get through the course there. Dale Campaign, he doesn't care who he's chasing. He'll just stick it on the door, no worries.
Yeah, good effort, all things considered, in the lead there by Jamie Godfrey in the town bike. The Dale Campaign doing what he does, what we've come to expect, staying back there, doing everything right.
doing exactly what the judges want to see. That's Dale's motto.
That's all right, Dale the Panderer.
Dale, I do it for the judges campaign. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise as they come past. Of course, the formerly known as GH Haulage 1VS, now the Smith Partners Real Estate.
So Dale, he's changed his number.
Yep.
Right, new merch.
Yep.
He's done the LeBron James.
He has. He has. So we've got a couple interstaters now. So that's Sam Mudge in the red S13 being chased down by Matt Harvey in the red S13. So Mudgey from New South Wales, right on the border there, being chased down by Matt Harvey all the way from Tasmania. He took out our DSA competition over the weekend at Adelaide Motorsport Festival. So he wants to keep that momentum rolling. He's looking to come put a mark on the championship this year. As you can see, some JZ limiter there. Great job in the lead so far from Mudgey, but you can't shake him. Matt Harvey all over him. Trying to sit right in the passenger seat of the S13, don't he?
Yeah, exactly. But as you said before, Matt Harvey, obviously one of the winners of our competition last weekend at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Another accolade on his big wall of accolades. He's going to be running out of room on that wall.
Well, the bigger accolade for him last weekend was he was actually involved with the hero cars on the street parade. So he was the only drift car that actually got to go out and tear it up on the streets in the CBD.
Yeah, not to mention he was part of that photo with some of the most recognisable and famous cars in the history of motorsport. Not just drifting, not just motorsport racing, the history of motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I had a chat with him and he goes, this was better than like going over and drifting in Greece. He goes, it's literally the coolest thing I've ever done drifting. And it's not even drifting, it's going out and driving your purpose-built race car on the streets of Adelaide. Like, absolutely, it's an experience that is very, very, very rare. And pretty much you never ever get to experience it. To be the one guy that gets to do that, it's absolutely fantastic, and he definitely appreciated that.
Yep, and you can see him having fun in a couple of videos. Really,
yeah.
I don't know,
giving it the beans,
really getting involved.
Yeah, really getting out there. He had the underglow going and stuff as well. So as we look over to the start line, it looks like that's going to be Kayla Scott. So again, Kayla's getting back into competition. Took out Keep It Reed the other week as well. So he's out, he's going, well, if I wouldn't keep it right, I may as well come back and do some drifting in Adelaide as well. And of course, that's our level 2 champion from last year, Jacob Clark. He'll be chasing, so he's stepped up. He's now racing with the big boys. So it's going to be Cale Scott in the lead, Jacob Clark giving chase. Let's see what these two can do for us now as they come up the bowl. Cale, nice and high. Jacob just dropping down a little bit. You want to see him try and get up next to Cale rather than being down low. Now gets into formation as Cale very late on that transition. Maybe throws Jacob off a little bit, but he does a great job to correct there. As Cale nice and wide. Nice snappy transition. Jacob follows in suit, doing a good job to follow him through this tight section. You see him just back off there, so he allows Cale to switch into the final corner. Great step up into L1 there from Jacob, really showing that he deserves to be here, doesn't he?
Yeah, Jacob's slotted straight into this L1 competition. It really looks like he's at home amongst these seasoned competitors, so good work by Jacob, making his presence known early.
Yeah, fantastic job. And of course, Cale's just out here doing Cale things.
That's right.
Cale doesn't care. He's just out here. He's just out here to throw down laps. As he just drives down the straight on the limiter, limmy finger out the window. That's Cale.
Yep. Never change.
Of course, if you need some tyres, go down and see Scott's Tyres.
That's a new location, well, newish location in Lonsdale. On O'Sullivan Beach Road?
Yeah, down behind Down South Bakery there, I believe.
Good bakery too.
Yeah, it's good bakery, good sausage rolls. All right, so we've got a couple more competitors on the line ready to go. Looks like Nathan Greenhill, he's going to be in the lead. He's going to be being chased down by that black, is that a 180SX?
That would be an S13, Ben.
An S13? Oh, it is a black S13. So that's going to be Danny Pesic over from Victoria. So Danny over here from Victoria being chased down by Nathan Greenhill. So Danny, another competitor from the Keep It Reed Championship. Oh, as he drops a tyre, big time coming up the hill. Greenhill doing the best job he can to avoid there. Gets caught up a little bit on the inside. Pesic continuing on, finishing off the run. That was a massive dive drop down. He was super violent. Just flogging that little SR.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him trying to keep up with that car when the roles are reversed, Ben. We've seen how grippy and how fast that 180SX and Nathan Greenhill is with that big power 1J.
It almost looked like the extra grip and speed caught Greenhill out a little bit there. You saw him really get caught up, stuck on the inside as we transitioned into the sweeper. So, again, something you got to watch out for. Sometimes it's actually easier to be in a slower car trying to go fast than being in a fast car trying to go slow.
That's right, and obviously it depends on the section of the track as well, because you've got your really spread out sections where that fast, grippy car is going to be a bit of an advantage, maybe even pulling away from that chase car. And what that's going to do is that's going to force that chase car to sacrifice angle, try and maybe put a bit more speed in mid-corner to try and keep up, and that can actually make chase cars make a lot of mistakes.
That's right. But again, think about having a car that's super gripped up and super fast, and you're trying to drive slow and keep going. So again, yeah, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I'm not trying to argue with you here.
All right, so here we go. We have Dale Campaign now leading in the Smith Partners Real Estate 1-Veer, being chased down by Jamie Godfrey in the town bike. The prior built K70, just hanging down on the bowl a little bit. You can see Dale much more comfortable, absolutely nailing that lead line so far. Nice, solid transition. Oh, a lot of angle there. Oh. He has to pull out. That's going to be an interesting one for the judges to call, because Dale Campaign looks like that was definitely on the verge of a half spin. Had to, well, he's done it again. Dale, maybe just not quite getting used to that new Acostal steering system in that car. He's gone from the P-knuckle, stepped up to the Acostal, and maybe it was like, well, I've got all the lock now, I can do backies mid-corner. You can't do backies mid-corner, Dale.
You can't do that, Dale. You should know that, Dale.
All right, there he goes. He's doing the steering, he's doing the wiggle.
Yeah,
something broken.
Do you reckon something
might be loose here.
Oh no, the split pin came out the tie rod end there, and maybe that castle nut started to back up. No, I don't think so. No, unfortunate for Dale Campaign. Maybe still getting used to that new steering setup, because as you said, Ben, going from P-knuckle, which is basically just a modified knuckle, to an Acostal system, it's a very different ball game.
That's right. He's gone from cut and shut knuckles to Australian Wisefab. And yeah, of course,
and of course, if you call it Australian Wisefab, what?
All right. Speaking of Australian Wisefab, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Stewie Bryan himself in the Australian Missile Crisis from 2012 on track. He's going to be chasing down Tim Rasmussen. So Tim over from Horsham. Nice, solid initiation from Tim, trying to work his way up the bowl. Stewie pretty low there, trying to get the car back into line behind that S13. A little bit shallow there from Tim. Stewie floating out wide. Really needs to try and close that gap to come into the final tight section here. And there we go. Stewie now trying to close the door. Get right on the bumper through that transition in the R32 four-door, the iconic R32 four-door, Danny.
Yeah, that'd have to be one of, if not the best-known cars in Australian drift.
Banned from AMF. So Stewie did want to use that car in Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And he's pulled it up, brought it up the trailer, and the scrutineers just looked at it and went, no.
I don't think so.
There wasn't even like, oh, you could probably do this and do that. They just looked at it and went, nah, not happening. But what is happening, of course, is our SA Pro rides getting absolutely turning into a South Road at 5 p.m. situation down there.
You couldn't go a day without bringing up South Road, could you?
Nah, can't do it. Impossible. Ben not bringing up South Road challenge, impossible. So it looks like we're going to have Tim Rasmussen and Stewie coming straight back around to the front of the line. Stewie's not getting preferential treatment, is he?
I think that Stewie would be the last person that Drifting SA would give preferential treatment to, Ben, if I'm being completely honest.
No, it looks like they just didn't know where they were going, which is pretty standard for Stewie.
Pretty normal. If there's one thing we like the sound of more than Stewie screaming RB20, it's Stewie whinging.
That's right. So here we go. We're going to have Matt Harvey now in the lead, being chased down by Sam Mudge. they initiate in to the bowl. Harvey up nice and high. You can see him on the foot brake. You can see the car surging. And Mudgee doing a great job there in the chase, shadowing Matt Harvey into the infield section. Again, look at Matt Harvey, much more used to the Acostal setup in the front of his car. Mudgee goes around behind him, maybe just getting a little bit caught up before that last transition. So a bit of a mistake there from Mudgee in the chase. Matt Harvey, flawless in the lead, exactly what we expect. Been told we're not allowed to say Australian Wisefab anymore. We've been informed.
I told you that there would be problems with that because he hates it.
So,
or
yeah.
is it a copyright?
It could be a bit of both.
Is it personal
or
legal?
Could be a bit of both, but either way, we've been informed, no.
If it's personal, I'm going to keep saying it, but if it's a legal problem, then I'll stop.
We'll err on the side of it being a legal problem. We've actually got our foremost legal expert out here, Peter Bryant. He's out here making sure that we don't say AW. Can't drop the AW bomb. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Get up on the wall. Sam Mudge coming through there. Very, very angry RV20 under the bonnet at S13. That's what we like to see, Danny.
That's what we like to see. It's what we like to hear, too.
Good job, Dad.
Yep.
Pete's out here telling the kids off.
It's
if only you did that more with Stuart.
It's getting late into day 2. You don't want to get on Pete's bad side today.
We should have got Super Nanny out for Stewie.
Don't argue with him, young man. He's crazy.
All right, here we go. So we got Stewie Bryant in the lead this time. He's going to be being chased down by Tim Rasmussen. Listen to that RB20 scream with the 513 diff gears in the back. He's probably in 7th gear on the bowl right now, Stewie Bryant. Going up the hill. Tim doing a great job there in the chase. Look at the angle there from Stewie. Coming through the sweeper now into the hairpin. Tim Rasmussen doing a fantastic job in the chase all over the back of Stewie Bryant in the R32 four-door. Big snappy transition to finish the run off. Super solid lead there from Stewie, and a great job from Tim being all over the back of Stewie through that entire run. He wasn't intimidated.
Yeah, of course, Tim Rasmussen's been involved in this competition for a number of years now, but he hasn't really had the chance to competitively drive with Stewie.
Yeah, that's right.
Because Stewie's actually opted to drive this competition for the first time. Usually,
Stewie, of course, is usually behind the scenes running the show. Keeping a hold of what the judges are doing, keeping the scores tabulated and all that stuff.
Putting his opinion forward at any means necessary.
So it's good to see Stewie out once again, having a drive. He's put a lot of effort into getting this series going and keeping it running, so it's good that he can finally enjoy the fruits of his labour a little bit.
Be involved in his own convoluted
Speaking of labour, we've got Scott's Tyres out here this weekend changing all the tyres, but Bossman's out driving, so we've got Jacob Clark. He's in the lead in the sideways craze, S14 being chased down by Kyle Scott all over him. Actually, it looks like Jacob shut it down, hands out the window. He's got a problem. So unfortunately there for Jacob, looks like he's had a mechanical and he's shut it down, and Kyle's just like, what do I do now?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, Ben. If a car in the lead has a mechanical problem, you really want him to get out the way and allow you to finish that run. But I think this is one of those situations where the judges might let Kale maybe do a solo run.
Do it again. do it again.
Didn't see it. Do
it
again.
Judges, do it again.
So, you know.
We've got our Streamcraft media crew out here. They're, of course, running the live stream this weekend. They're putting some stuff on the cables because obviously me and Danny are walking over them too much.
Yeah, we've been kicking stuff.
We're getting in trouble from every angle here today, Danny.
You know, we could be a little bit more careful, but they...
Have you seen my feet? I don't even know where my feet are half the time.
Flippers.
Well, I'm also fat, so I can't see them.
I wasn't going to say it.
So we're going to line these cars up. So we've got another battle here. It looks like it's going to be Nathan Greenhill with Danny Pesek. So, of course, Danny was in the lead last time. Almost choking up Greenhill a little bit. Maybe Greenhill wasn't quite ready. He thought he was going to be a bit quicker. So we're going to see here if Greenhill indeed drives away from Danny or if Danny's going to be able to keep up with that absolute speed machine of Nathan Greenhill in the NGLX 180SX. So it does look like Stewie's actually going to be on double duties, Danny. So you can see over there Stewie Bryant and Tate Lindstrom lined up behind. So it actually looks like we've got an odd number of cars because we had some breakages as well. So what happens here is Stewie's actually going to get both of his qualifying battles done and dusted in this first session. So Stewie's going to go out. He just battled. Who did he just battle down here? I've already forgotten. He battled someone. Tim. He battled Tim Rasmussen.
Tim Rasmussen.
So, and now he's going to battle Tate Lindstrom. So Stewie's going to get all 4 of his quali battles done in this first session. And then he'll be free to hang around and loiter until we get to our top 16, whereas everybody else is obviously going to come out for the second group of battles, or the second lot of qualifying battles. We do have 2 battles per driver, and 4 runs, 2 leads, 2 chases. The top score gets doubled, the bottom score gets dropped. Then we go to our top 16, which still runs on those same scores. So instead of having best 3 out of 4, we'll end up with best 5 out of 6. So that's how we end up with our top 8. And that's when we go into what everybody thinks of when they think of drifting. It's one-on-one, someone stays, someone goes.
That's it. This is all in the interests of really getting these drivers as much seat time at these events as possible.
That's right, especially our level 2 drivers. But again, there's nothing worse than rocking up to a drift competition. There's 40 cars ready to go, and they go, all right, go out and do 2 laps. If you don't do a good enough job, you're going home. You don't even get to battle. So the good thing with this competition, of course, is, especially for our drivers, is it's all battles. There's no solo runs, unless, someone breaks their car in front of you. So there we go. It's going to be Nathan Greenhill in the lead this time. He's going to be being chased down by Danny Pesek. Oh, look at the dive there from Danny as they come into the bowl. But then, you can see there, Greenhill, more angle and more smoke. Pesek having to trim the line and angle a little bit to try and keep up with that absolute monster of a car in the lead. But he's doing a fantastic job of it all over the back of Nathan Greenhill. Great job there from Danny in the chase. Greenhill with a stellar lead run himself. But look at Danny all over the back of Greenhill doing a fantastic job of the chase as he over-rotates the final corner, saves it. A little bit messy there, but whoa. That was almost all she wrote on the final corner, Danny.
Yeah, very impressed with that chase run, Danny Pesek. Kept up with that quick car through the bowl farther than I thought he was going to.
Yeah, you could definitely see he chose, I'm going to sacrifice line and angle a little bit, and I'm going to absolutely send it on the door, which is that's what we want. Proximity is everything, isn't it, Danny?
Proximity is everything, Ben.
Proximity is the thing you can see the easiest. You go, oh, that car is right next to that car. That must be good. That car's 6 car lengths behind the other car. That car's still in WA time zone. That must not be good.
Proximity sells the tickets, Ben.
That's right. So stick your hands out on the walls, ladies and gentlemen. Give these guys a high five as they come through. Nathan Greenhill, Danny Pesek coming in through the pit lane. Oh, no, Danny's car must be pretty serious. He's got a carbon fibre boot, Danny.
I wonder how much weight he's saving with that, Ben. What does he do with that spare 10 grams?
I was going to say at least 2 kilos, mate. All right, so here we go. We've got Stewie Bryan out once again, so he's going to be battling Tate Lindstrom. Tate will be leading in that TDP Mobile Services E46 BMW with the LS under the bonnet, being chased down by Stewie Bryan in the Inertia MS and Coastal Motorsport Developments R32 four-door. Tate doing a great job there, a little bit of foot brake as he massages the car up to the bowl. Coming out now, up the hill into our left-hand sweeper. Stewie doing a much better job right there on the door, shadowing Tate Lindstrom as they come through the left-hand sweeper into the right-hand hairpin. Good transition there, a little bit of foot brake again from Tate Lindstrom. Stewie feeling a lot more comfortable in this run, a lot more confident, really badgering the back of Tate as they come around the final corner. Stewie drops the tyre. But a good run there. Stewie definitely seems like he found his feet a little bit more in that chase compared to his first one.
Yeah, and I'm sure that being able to jump straight back into this next qualifying battle's got something to do with that, Ben. Feeling very comfortable out there, Stewie Bryant.
That's it. It's an advantage in terms of that. It also is a disadvantage in terms of you don't get to have that little bit of a rest and a relax between the 2 runs.
Stewie just playing a little tune there with his RB20.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed he doesn't have the old barbecue grill plate manifold on it anymore.
So I think that sounds really good.
It sounds good, but it doesn't look as cool. I like the 3D clip-up exhaust manifold.
I'll tell you what, did that divide people when he put that on the car?
All right, so we're going to flip them straight around. They're going to go once again. So this will be the last battle of the first half of our level 1 qualifying battles. And then we'll move straight into the second round of qualifying battles for L2. Of course, our L2 field is mammoth this weekend, absolutely popping. So we're going to have a lot of L2 drivers out. They're going to be out for their second half of the battles. And then we will cull, well, we'll keep the top 16, cull everyone else. And then those top 16 drivers will be out battling once again. For our L1, I think we're pretty close to 16 already. We had a couple of breakages already. Looks like we can see Kale Scott as well. So he's going to get that run we were talking about before, where he didn't get the opportunity to do a full run in the chase. He's going to go out and he's going to have a crack as well. So he'll get that run scored. But first off, we're going to see Stewie Bryant in the lead, Tate Lindstrom in the chase. Tate with a bit of a early switch there, gets a little bit low on the bowl, but gets the car right up beside Stewie Bryant as we come up the hill now, out of the bowl, around this long sweeping right-hander into the left-hander. Big angle there from Stewie Bryant. Tate Lindstrom unfazed in the chase in the E46 BMW. Great job once again from Stewie in the lead, looking real comfortable. Bit of a tap there. Tate's giving him the hurry up. Goes, come on, mate, we've got to finish this stuff off. We've got other stuff to do. But a great run there from both the drivers, Danny.
Yeah, fantastic work. I recall you call back to the early days of Tate Lindstrom in that BMW before he had the livery and stuff on it when it was a fresh LS-powered build. And he actually had some real teething problems with that car early on, struggling to get used to that chassis and coming from 180. But, I mean, watching him now, Ben, you'd never know.
Yeah, he's definitely looking very comfortable. He also had a lot of teething issues with the car itself. Like, he blew a motor on the first event. And was also having a lot of mechanical issues with that car for the first 18 months or so. So not only do you have to try and learn a car, you also have to then learn a car that's trying to fight you as well, which is never a good time. So it looks like Stewie's just going to go, well, you know, I'll give Kale a lead run so he's got someone to chase, because he just can't get enough. Yeah, Stewie's all about the track time, Danny.
Yeah, that's why Stewie's going to be getting every single dollar's worth from this event today.
Yeah, you know what it's like. Stewie he loves getting the maximum amount of track time for the money, and that's why these events run like this. There's so much track time for these drivers out here.
You just want to hope that Stewie doesn't do a Stewie and run out of tyres before the end of the day.
That's all right. He's got 37 Scrappy sitting in the trailer as he takes out the cone, puts it back in place. Coming around the hill there, Kale Scott now initiating. So keep your eyes on Kale Scott. He's the one you want to be watching. It's his chase run that's being scored right now. And he's making the most of it right up at Stewie Bryant. Stewie absolutely dirt turboing everything he can. He's really using up all that track cleanup credit that he's built up, because he's definitely putting a down payment down right now. But Kale Scott himself dropping a tyre, but doing a great job all over the back of Stewie Bryant. Super aggressive from Kale Scott, exactly what we like to see, Danny.
Yeah, fantastic work. These two guys love putting on a show. And it's funny because the best way to describe these two guys, Ben, is Stewie and then the thing that Stewie created. Yeah. If you recall, many years ago at Calder Park, we had Kale Scott out-Stewieing Stewie.
Yeah, the classic DCA bar tab rivalries. A lot of passion goes into winning those bar tabs.
That's right. As a result, you've got two guys, rough-looking cars.
Rough-looking heads.
Both very aggressive styles, big lock, and very dedicated to that Nissan RB20 engine.
Very dedicated to the throttle as well. Speaking of rough-looking heads. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to our L2 competition. So we're going to be back to our L2 drivers, second half of this L2 qualifying. So up next, we're going to have Ben Brune, and that's going to be Shay Russell.
In that borrowed B-Series Falcon. I don't want to say BA or BF because I'm probably going to get it wrong.
We can't see the bar. We don't know. It might have had an aggressor kit. Doesn't have that anymore, though.
Can't see the interior. So I don't want to anger any B-Series people. So we'll just.
You don't want to upset the B-Series owners.
You don't want to upset because they're everywhere, Ben. They have infiltrated every aspect of motorsport. The B-Series people.
That's right. So it's going to be Shay. He's going to be leading first in that right-hand lane. So just keep in mind these guys will be hitting the quad kink. They won't be going through the bowl. So you got Shay Russell there in the lead, being chased down by Ben Brune in the 340. Oh, garage! He has to get on the brakes because Shay actually slightly cooked the entry. Gets going once again. Shea coming through the quad kick now, up the hill, drops the tyre on the outside. Ben Brew actually keeps it on the track this time. But looks like he's struggling a little bit. Look at the front end of that thing. It's bouncing like a lowrider.
Bouncing around.
He's got jump around playing on the CD player as he's driving.
Jump.
So a nice solid job there from Shea. A couple little mistakes, and Ben's just maybe getting a little bit thrown off by Shea doing Shea things there in the lead. Maybe not having the best opportunity to put down a solid chase run, but he's done all he can.
Just looking over at the line there, Ben, you've got Matt Carroll and Troy Clark. You may recall Matt Carroll before putting together a fantastic chase run in his first qualifying battle, but unfortunately spinning right at the end. And I saw him coming through the pits, and he was absolutely spewing, really putting it on himself, but he shouldn't do that.
Yeah, Nathan will do that to him for him.
That's right. You'll cop it on Monday, don't cop it today. But no, look, this is the whole idea of our level 2 competition. Is these guys they're learning, they're getting experience in a competition environment. So don't be hard on yourself.
Well, you don't learn anything from a perfect run.
That's right.
Yeah, you need to make those mistakes to be able to learn. I probably shouldn't do that.
Maybe I should spin.
All right, so here we go. It's going to be Troy Clark in the lead, being chased down by Matt Carroll. That JZ limiter. Absolutely. You got Brody Black out there? Or?
It's almost as good, isn't it?
It is. But, of course, that car put together by DC Motorworks, put together by his brother Davey. And Matt Carroll.
Oh, no.
Just getting a little bit too keen there. He didn't learn, Danny.
He didn't learn. Didn't take that on board. I'm very unfortunate. He won't be happy about that, but he's going to finish his run regardless.
And, Troy just getting a little bit crossed up there in that final section. Ends up going from inside to inside. We should see these drivers being around mid-track. We don't run right on the edge of the track, but you're trying to be on the outside side of the track, not right on the inside there. So Troy getting a little bit caught up through that final transition, but he makes it through the course, and that's the main thing. But Matt Carroll, he's had a couple of big mistakes there. He's going to be slightly upset with himself about that. So it looks like we've got Cody there on the line ready to go. Not Corey, it's Cody. I remember that now.
Not make that mistake
I've got a pamphlet now, and it's much easier to read than my phone. So we got Cody Obbs there on the line, and it looks like that's Adrian Proza in the chase.
Adrian, you may recall, was struggling a little bit through this early section of the track in his last battle, Ben. Much better on initiation there than what we've seen previously as he makes his way through the quad kink. Oh no, bit of a straighten though. Cody in the chase there is going to try and maybe get a little bit closer to that lead car to maximise his points.
Yeah, you can see the filter hanging out the bonnet there of the AU, so it's definitely probably not turbo. And Adrian there in the lead doing it. His leads have been quite good. It's his chases where he was struggling. So it's going to be interesting how he goes when we flip him around. But Cody doing all he could there to keep up with a much more powerful, gripped-up car there, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got Jaden Tonks in our little group chat here saying, hey, Danny, can you let me know when the L1 battles start? No, just watch the live stream.
Yeah, tune into Drifting SA on Facebook and watch the live stream, and then you'll see when the battles start.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not your personal notifier.
Technically, these are battles too. Just because they're qualifying battles doesn't mean they're not battles.
They're not battles.
That's
the
right.
word battle is still very much in there. There's a little spoiler on the boot of that AU truck. Maybe you might want to take that off. It might be creating too much downforce, too much grip there, Ben.
All right, so we're looking across there. We've got a couple of cars lined up ready to go. It's going to be Rick Biglands and Bonnie Thomas. So Bonnie had one good run and one not so good run. So she wants to make sure she does her best to have two more good runs so she can drop the not good run and get herself into the top 16. That makes perfect sense. So so Bonnie already has a run that she wants to bin. So she wants to make sure she tries to have two solid runs here. And Rick, of course, as well, trying to go out and have a couple of good runs. Because I believe Rick had a spin in one of his first battles as well. You can see Rick here in the lead. Big clutch dump from the S13 in the lead. Bonnie Thomas now initiates into the Quad King, trying to keep up with Rick in the S13. Nice line there from Rick in the lead car. Good solid angle as he cuts the line a little bit. He's a little bit tighter than we'd like to see through that left-hand sweeper. Bonnie doing a great job to chase.
Whoa.
Gets a little bit crossed up there, tries to hold on to it. Rick finishing off the lap. Bonnie just needs to get it reinitiated. Going once again. Finish off the lap. There you go, Bonnie. Again, looks like she's got a little bit mistimed on that transition. Ended up a little bit wide. I think that's where like some experience will help. Just saying, nah, I'm in a quality battle now. I don't worry about dropping a tyre and getting in trouble. Just got to keep the foot into it, keep drifting.
Stay committed.
Because a tyre drop is a much smaller mistake than the straighten that she had because she lifted off, trying to do the right thing and say, no, we've been told we're not supposed to damage the edge of the track. Once you're in battles, just add it to the credit card of I'm going to go shovel the track next week.
You need to do a little bit of sweeping. If you need to get on the blower back, it is what it is.
That's it.
It's worth the labour to just stay in it.
That's right. Keep the foot in.
And no, this isn't us encouraging dirt drops or any other irresponsible behaviour.
But we're saying if you're dirt dropping in a battle, keep the foot in. It's all about the result now. All right, so we're going to have Ben Broon in the lead this time. Shay Russell giving chase. I know it looks like there's an intercooler on the front of that thing, but it's an alloy radiator. It's definitely NA. As you see, both the drivers now chucking it down the hill. Ben having a much better time in the lead. He can set his own pace, can carry that momentum, gets through the quad crink, and no worries at all. Just drops the tyre on the outside once again. That's why he was on the clean-up list at lunchtime. Kept dropping that one tyre. And look at Shay there, all over the back of Ben as they come through the final second to last transition. Big dirt drop there from Ben. You can see Goonie's hands go in the air. He's like, Ben, that's not good enough.
I taught you better.
You can see the Goons Garage shirt there on the line. Of course, Will R. Goon, the bridesmaid last year in our L2 competition. And Harry, the destroyer of cars, standing next to him.
A couple of absolute units down there on the wall.
Down from the southeast there. Harry from about 30 seconds away where I blew up my truck the other day. And, of course, Goonie from down Mount Gambier way.
It's good to see these guys coming up here and supporting the event, even though they're not driving.
I know, not even driving this weekend. They still drove all the way up here. So it's great to see the support there. He's gone down. He's on the knees, having a quick coaching session with Ben,
down
saying
on one knee, giving some sage advice.
That's not good enough. I wouldn't have done that in Walter.
See me personally.
See, personally, I would have done it like this.
Great
Whereas
by our Falcon drivers. I mean,
there's a lot of Falcons now.
If we had a shot every time that we said the word Falcon today, Ben, we'd be dead by
now. Exactly. So you got Matt Carroll there in the lead. He's getting chased down by Troy Clark, the limited king. As Matt doing a much better job there in the lead, can set the pace. Troy doing a good job there in the chase. Had a little bit of a bobble at the start, but he's feeling a lot more comfortable now. Let's see if Matt can get it through the rest of the lap without a mistake, and he's put his hand out. Is that another dead RV25?
Oh, you'd hope not, but you know, I wouldn't put it past them.
Because if that's a blown motor, that's definitely coming out of the paycheck.
Oh yeah,
he's getting docked on that one for sure.
Unfortunately, they did the right thing. It's what you want to see from a lead driver that has a mechanical failure or does think that they're going to go around and have a spin. Just stick your hand up the window and say, hey, bloke behind me, stop.
Please stop. Please stop, I'm already dead.
Don't make a crash car out of both of us.
That's right. So we got Cody there on the line, but first we're going to send a few more SA Pro rides. So again, if you want to go jump in a pro-level drift car with some pro-level drivers, head over to the SA Pro Rides tent and get yourself signed up for a ride with a pro. We've got everything. We've got little KE70s. We've got the later model 86s. We've got the big Chaser and a couple of big Commodores. If you're a big boy like myself, you can't squeeze yourself into one of these little jack cars.
Big horizontally or vertically.
That's right, or both. Or both. So yes, of course, Jackson Snell in the VE is definitely big person friendly. That's what we like. hopefully I'll pull my finger out and have a car ready for pro rides later in the year, so we can do some pro rides in the morning, then commentate in the afternoon.
We might even be able to do some commentator laps one
Oh,
day then.
maybe. But here we go. It's going to be Cody Obbs now in the lead. He's going to be chased down by Adrian. So Adrian had a big issue with his chase from the first run. He's left a little bit of space this time. You can see Cody there having to reinitiate halfway through the Quad King. Adrian just leaving a bit of a gap so he can range up onto that back of that slightly slower car and not get himself so caught up this time. You can see him there having to grab the handbrake a few times to slow the car down. He is behind that slightly slower vehicle of Cody. But a great job there from Adrian. He shuts it down on that final transition. But he gets through the lap. Much better job than his first chase done. He'll be happy with that one.
Absolutely. It's you're really seeing the progression here from his first run this morning. He's getting more and more comfortable with the layout and the car. And it's good to see him really finding his groove.
That's good. So again, the more seat time you have, the more time you have driving, the more comfortable you're going to feel. And being comfortable with your driving is the best way to do well.
That's right. Contrary to what you hear a million different opinions on what makes a drift car better, what you should do. The best mod is seat time, Ben.
Yeah, 100%.
You can't beat seat time.
That's
no
right.
amount of LSs or big lock or dual caliper setups is gonna.
The best mod you can do. The best mod you can do to a car is a driver mod, and
then
that's
the
getting
second
better.
best mod you can do is an RB20.
Oh, I'm mistaken. I thought that was a BA bar. That's a TE50 bar on the front of that thing.
Jeez, is it genuine?
Surely not. Surely not. Surely that's fiberglass.
He'd be playing with absolute fire.
He's got the tiki bar. Did you see our pro rides there finishing off another lap? So I think it's from as little as $99 you can go jump into a pro level drift car. Way, way cheaper than doing it yourself, trust me.
Oh, a lot cheaper. $99 barely covers half the entry of a drift track these days.
$99 covers like a basket of food from the shops.
Damn price gouging, Ben.
So it looks like, unfortunately, there, Bonnie Thomas has bailed out from the lead there, had a bit of an issue. Rick Biglands now is going to be in the front in his chase run. We want to see Bonnie reinitiate, get going once again. Good job there from Rick, finishing off the lap, getting it done, and Bonnie getting back on the horse, going again. Once again, can we just get the kids off the wall? We have a stand for you guys to stand on, but you can't be sitting on the walls, guys. You have to come off the wall. We're not telling you off, we'll get in trouble. Yeah, so all good. You guys can lean on the wall, but just don't go over the wall. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We've got some more SA Pro rides now coming around. And we've got our next group of drivers over on the line ready to go.
These pro ride guys, they live to put on a show, really. Have a look at them, 4-car trains. I was just doing a bit of, Simon Walcomore rounding out the group with a little spin there, but I was just thinking to myself before, Ben, what other event will you actually see trains these days? When's the last time you saw one?
No, that's it. Oh, we lost the front bar on Dominic Todd's car there. He's being very, very gentle now. And again, it's not 8 cars going off with a 2-second interval. It's 8 cars door on door. It's absolutely insane. Even the best party events you go to don't have that kind of level of trains. You could just go, I'm just going to go jump in. So here we go. We've got Joel now. Joel Spagnuolo. He's going to be leading. He's getting chased down by T-Bone in the orange S14. All right, so we've got Joel now out in the lead through the Quad King. T-Bone leaving a little bit of distance. He wants to try and close that door as they come up the hill. A bit of a tight line there from Joel. Again, midline on the track. As he comes through the left-hand sweeper into the right-hand hairpin, you can see T-Bone now trying to close the gap. And again, Joel on that midline. The midline is what we want to see through the final section, but coming through the first half of the track, we definitely wanted to see him a little bit wider, Danny. It really hurt T-Bone trying to catch up, because T-Bone's on the line that he's trying to catch up, which is actually the line that the lead car's running as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we have our ride with the pro coming down underneath us there. Everybody out for the high fives.
That's the boom tube on the side of that thing there. Something a bit different.
A bit unique. We've got a couple more Falcons over there lined up, ready to go. It's going to be Dominic Priest. He'll be in the lead. And then all the way over from Victoria, it is Patrick Meehan in the AU Drift Society Falcon. With a tough lift down the side. Paddy's been coming leaps and bounds in the last couple of years as well. Really picking up the pace. Just goes through a T5 every event pretty much. But Dominic there in the lead. Chucks it in. A little bit of an awkward line. You can see him having to straighten up to make that corner just with that wide entry. Patrick unfazed behind him, just trying to keep on the rear bumper. Of course, it is a BA Falcon, so it's missing the bumper apron. But look at Patrick all over the side of Dominic. Gets the nose out just in time to keep the car on the track. Fantastic chase there from Patrick Meehan. And Dominic throwing down as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, really good level of awareness for an L2 competitor there, Ben, to notice that lead car slowing down and make those adjustments.
Yeah, we've seen many people end up in that situation, end up either making contact or in the dirt avoiding contact. So great job there from Pat to read that one. Of course, Patrick Meehan, another one of the sim boys. He's on the sim a lot, which definitely helps with the awareness of situations like that.
Ben, you will attest to the helpfulness of the sim.
It's seat there, like we were saying before, the best mod is seat time, and even on a simulator, seat time is seat time. It's a great way to learn. That's right. A lot cheaper than driving real life. That's for sure. If you really want
to have a cheap sim setup, you can do it for well under $500, and it's like you don't need to pay for tyres, you don't need to pay for fuel.
You can buy a sim and set it up for less than what it will cost you to go like feed a car for a drift track. It's insane. But here we go. Got a couple more drivers coming out now. It's going to be Nick McKernan in the R33. He's going to be chasing down that RX-8 of Matt Mason. Another one of our Victorian competitors here this weekend. So it's great to see the support from Interstate here at the SA Drift Series. Nice snappy transition from the lead car. And Nick doing a great job there, trying to get it on the side of Matt Mason coming up the hill. That RX-8 is actually looking quite planted there as he snaps the car to the side. Nick McKernan to get caught a little bit on the inside there, but he's got back into formation now. Couple of white rigs doing what they do, coming into the right-hand hairpin to finish off around the final corner. Great job in the lead there from Matt Mason, Danny. And a couple of small errors there from Nick, but nothing too major. It was errors made out of aggression. So that's what the judges want to see. They want to see people making mistakes because they're actually trying to push too hard rather than making mistakes because they're trying to take it easy.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the one thing that you will always hear in a driver's briefing at these DSA events is we applaud aggression. We want to see aggression and basically just don't be soft, drive hard.
That's right.
Make mistakes,
just be better.
Just be better.
Just push it. Push it to the limit. Oh, we can't say anymore, otherwise we're going to copyright strike, Danny.
Yeah, because we were so faithful to the original song band that we may get strike for that.
Pitch perfect.
No, that wasn't an audio overlay. That was us.
That was us. You can book us for whatever you want.
No,
weddings, funerals. We will turn a wedding into a funeral.
And we'll commentate any drift event as long as it's a DSA station.
That's right. So here we go. We're going to have Anthony Jacob there in the green S14. He's going to be leading. He's going to be chased down by Bo Haynes.
Big gap here coming into our first section, and Anthony enters and straight into a spin, which is an interesting strategy.
Yeah, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that plays out for him. Hot tip, I don't think it's going to be too favourably looked upon. But, you know, that was a good thing Bo left that gap because it gave him plenty of time to pull up as Anthony went around. Looks like Anthony maybe just struggling with, I think it's a new to him car, Danny. He's
very new to him, yeah. Went from a very easy to drive setup in an LS powered S chassis to a high powered SR. It makes 360 odd kilowatts with a big turbo, very laggy. And
so peak torque in that S14 was idle in the 180SX, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely a learning curve there. But again, way more fun once you get the hang of it. Driving these like peaky, snappy, aggressive cars.
Who doesn't enjoy a good challenge?
That's right.
Let me go out there and drive a car that drives itself. Where's the fun in that?
Oh, probably winning. I guess if you drove it and you won. If you drove it and you didn't win though, then you'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh, well, that one.
You don't have any excuses to use.
That's right. So we've got T-Bone up next. He's going to be chased down by Joel Spagnuolo in that 32 that they wrote down on the list as a 33. That's why I was confused before. I swear that's the only reason.
Make our jobs hard.
Yeah. Just the only reason I didn't know what was going on. I was completely prepared otherwise.
Yep, we had notes, we had research.
Yep, definitely. There we go, T-Bone in the lead. He's being chased down by Joel Spagnuolo. Coming down through the quad kink. Nice line there from the lead car. A little bit of a waver to get up the hill. And, a bit of a straight in there. And another big waver, but Joel unfazed behind. He's left a bit of a gap. And he's just managing to just do his own thing in the chase right now. But he wants to really close that gap. Used to back in the day in L1, if you didn't spin, you win. But these days in L2, these days in L2, you actually have to show up and play. You actually got to put a chase down. You can't just hang 6 or 7 car lengths back and just expect the other guy to make a mistake. Yeah, and pretty smart driving there by Joel, whether it was by design or not. Sometimes the best thing to do when you've got a lead car, that's not really putting down that great run for you to chase is maybe just hang back a little bit. That's right, especially through the faster stuff where you can't pull up as quick, or if there's a big bobble in front of you and you can't get the nose out in time.
Yeah, you could try to chase a car that can't really keep it under drift, and what are you supposed to do in that situation?
Especially when you're learning as well. These guys got to remember, these are L2. These guys are new to the sport, new to competition at least. So to come out here and just the fact that they're coming down and doing this is a great effort for them, and massive props to them. Maybe one day we'll see yourself out here, Danny, giving it a crack. You've got the car built now.
I don't know about built. It's like 80%.
You've got Eli's car basically.
It cruises up here on the highway really well, but as far as the drift car goes, it's still got a bit to go.
All right, here we go. We got another battle. Patrick Meehan in the lead, being chased down by Dominic Priest. Dominic actually doing a great job there in the chase, matching Patrick's speed with the turbo-powered car up front. A little bit of an awkward line there from Patrick, but Dominic doing all he can to keep up with that AU. Oh, look at the angle there from Pat. It's too much. Overcooks it. That was a big, aggressive, snappy transition. Just couldn't quite hang on to it. Maybe dipped the tyre in the dirt there, Danny.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget sometimes how boaty these Falcons can be until you see them on transition. And
when you watch one snap, you're like, oh, that's like someone driving an S-chassis normally, and he still can't hold on to it.
They can be a challenge.
I remember back in the day, I had a VU SS Ute, so a Commodore SS Ute. I had the knuckles and stuff in it, and I would snap it as hard as I can. I thought I was, snapping these massive transitions. Then someone showed me a video of me driving. I'm like, oh, it's like watching a bloody cruise ship dock. It was so slow. I was like, oh wow, that's not good. Definitely not ideal. We've got Street Reg on the Falcon as well. Yeah. Looks like he's had a little bit of a bingle as well.
Respect.
The front end slightly misaligned. BA missing the rear apron. We've got one tinted tail light, one stock one.
Got the sticker on the front of that Falcon there, AU Drift Society, which is not a sentence you would have heard 10 years ago.
No, not at all. It looks like Jacob Clark just out doing a mechanical lap. Of course, we did see him shut the car down in the quali battle he had before. So it looks like he's got whatever his issue was, he's got it sorted, because he's out there doing a full lap under his own power, Danny. So we should see him out for the second half of the L1 quali battles. But we've got another L2 battle on our hands. It is Nick McKernan and Matt Mason coming around through the base zone, because you can see the lead car right out on the edge of the track, designed to just keep them slowed down a little bit. Now initiates. Watch the chase car trying to dive up on the door there. Nice solid line from Nick McKernan. Nice and smooth through the quad kink. That's what we want to see, as he really flows the car nicely up the hill. Great job in the lead from Nick McKernan so far. Matt Mason in the chase doing all he can as well. Nice smooth chase run. Just wants to close that door a little bit, so you can see him dive up the inside into the hairpin. A lot of handbrake, making sure he doesn't exceed the front of Nick McKernan as we come into the final corner. Probably one of the best L2 laps we've seen so far in the lead today from Nick McKernan, Danny.
Hats off to Nick McKernan there for an absolutely fantastic lead run. Putting that car on those outside zones, really looking smooth, flowy,
you didn't see a lot of corrections out of it, which for an L2 run is absolutely fantastic. You see, you can hear the drone.
Have a look at that. Who's piloting that thing?
I do believe that's Todd. Todd Monahan?
Todd.
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 Yeah.
Todd's
Todd.
feeding that. Look at him go.
He's doing flips. So, of course, if you want to see what's going on, see the point of view from that drone footage, of course, you can head to the Drifting SA Facebook page because that is part of our live stream brought to us by Streamcraft Media this weekend. So a massive shout out to Streamcraft for supporting the live stream and the event. Absolutely fantastic.
Remember the early days of the DSA when they had the live stream and it was very bare bones.
It was a single camera, Danny.
Yeah, and then look at these guys now.
That's right. So we got Bo Haynes now in the lead. Anthony Jacob giving chase. Of course, we saw that first run, the initiation to spin from Anthony, but he's kept it on the track this time. But he's getting walked a little bit by Bo as Bo comes up the hill. Has a bit of a straighten as he was a little bit deep there. Keeps the car going. Big angle there from Bo. He's going to go around. He ain't holding on to that. Anthony Jacob just bails out there. Discretion, the better part of valor. You want to see Anthony finish off the run now. There we go. Reinitiate. It's getting going again. There's a lot of RB20 limiter right there.
Yeah, we love to hear it.
The only thing better than RB20 limiter is angry RB20 limiter. So two pretty messy runs from both of those drivers in both halves of that battle there, Danny. So they're going to be not super stoked about the scores they're going to be receiving for that one. And we do have more than 16 cars, so we are going to be dropping a few of our competitors here when we move into our top 16.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of letdown outsiders from that top 16. We've got, as we were saying before, a really impressive number of entrants today in our level 2 competition. And it's really going to push these guys to be as good as they can be, despite the fact that this is a feeder competition. It's getting super competitive.
That's right, that it is. So here we go. We got Brody Black now back in his car. He's going to be leading Sean Smith in the chase. Have a listen for that Microtech limiter. Coming up the hill there, we got Brody Black doing a great job in the lead, filling those zones in the little K70. Smitty in the chase. Bit of a 1-2 shimmy there coming into the sweeper. Gets himself a little bit caught up, but gets back on the bike, gets going once again. And all over the back of Brody Black. Again, big angle into that last corner from Brody.
Yeah, Smitty, a bit of a straighten there mid-track, but got back into it, wasn't discouraged. Exactly what we like to see. And good lead there by Brody Black. A little bit less limiter than we were hoping to hear from him coming out.
I think everybody else drives Brody's car harder than Brody. Not saying that Brody.
That is a fact.
Not saying that Brody doesn't drive his car hard. I think he just.
No. What you're trying to say is they treat the car a lot more harshly than what Brody does. Okay, we take it. I take it back.
And he took that personally.
And he took that personally.
And he took that personally.
He's making me look the fool, Ben, up here.
Oh, he's really kind on the gear. He is, you know. It smells like two-stroke.
Doesn't it?
Feels good.
How's the ears down there from those backfires?
Yeah, what? Exactly. All right, we got Eli Dykers and Trent Forrester now. Eli in the Panda Express Pandemonium R31 being chased down by Trent Forrester with the fancy fronted AU, Danny.
Yes. Yes, the Winnie the Pooh monocle meme comes to mind right now. Look at the front end of that thing. So coming through this last section, Eli really hitting those outside zones. Fantastic work in the chase there in that blue R31. And yeah, solid chase as well, Ben.
Yeah, great job from both the drivers there. You can see when we're talking about how you have to step up in L2 these days, you're watching runs like that between Trent and Eli, you go, that's the standard now in L2. Like, it used to be like, it was interesting when we first started. The L2 battles.
Knock on any of our early L2 competitors, but the level of driving, even since that started 4 or 5 years ago, has just skyrocketed.
Yeah, it's come leaps and bounds for sure.
Banging on the roof there.
He doesn't have a roof line, and you can hear it echo.
Very, very tinny. You know, that really low quality.
that pressed sheet metal straight out of Geelong. All right, so we've got Tim Rasmussen on the line. He's going to be leading up next with Dominic, I believe, in that, Daniel. Daniel in the E46 BMW, one of our drift school alumni. He's come into competition for the first time. So let's see how Daniel can go, see if he's got his nerves under his belt a little bit more this time. As Tim Rasmussen will be leading in the TNS Insulation R33 Skyline. So Tim now coming through into the quad kink. Big dirt drop from both drivers there. We want to see Daniel get that car sideways up the hill. And Tim doing a good job in the lead. Filling that outside zone through the sweep. There we go, Daniel. Getting up on the door. Nice transition from both drivers there. Daniel doing a great job in the second half of this lap. As Tim drops the tyre big time on the outside. Coming into that last corner. Daniel just looks like he's still trying to work those nerves out. Of course, that car does look like it's a little bit underpowered compared to some of our other cars here today. Probably one of the BMWs out here still with a BMW power plant under the bonnet, Danny.
Yes, you don't really see that anymore, do you? Everyone sort of goes that LS route, and we've even some in the RBJZ route. But
yeah, the Drifting is Safe school car, of course, is a JZ powered E46. As we've got our next competitors on the line ready to go. It's going to be Brody Black and Sean Smith, Danny.
All right, so Sean Smith in that silver R34 Skyline sedan being chased by Brody Black in the unmistakable black KE70 1J powered as we enter the first section of the track. Bit of a straighten there by Smitty through the quad kink, and then Brody follows suit. Looks like he may have shut it down.
Yeah, definitely looks like Brody shut it down. Maybe got a little bit too aggressive on that limiter coming down the straight. He's done himself a mischief, Danny. But Smitty ain't care. He's going to finish off this lap and continue on doing a good job there. Lots of angle from Sean Smith into the last section. Keeps the car going. I thought he was going around, Danny. That was a great effort there from Smitty through the last two corners.
Yeah, fantastic work through that last section by Smitty. Brody Black coming to a relaxing stop.
Does that back wheel look like it's is further back in the arch than it should be, Danny?
Let's have a closer look. Ben, I don't know if the car's just crumpled and it makes it look like that, or I don't know. It's hard to tell.
He's obviously done something. He's trying to limp it back to the pits. That back wheel does look like it's off where it's off axis. And that's a live axle diff, so if it's off axis, that's a bad time, Danny.
Yeah, that means something's seriously wrong. You know, it's not just one bent arm like in a IRS car. It means something major is bent. Yeah, rev it, Smitty. Give the people what they want.
Give it the bean, Smitty.
Sounds like it's just a normal car. It sounds like you could drive that thing down to the shops.
It's got the Super Street exhaust. Here we go. It's Trent Forrester in the lead, being chased down by Eli Duikers. So we come down through the quad kink. Trent certainly got that nailed with the underpowered car there. You can see him flowing through the whole section. Minimal adjustments to the angle there as Eli now trying to close the gap in the Smurf Blue R31. Coming around into the final section now. Great lead line from Trent Forrester, and Eli taking full advantage of that. Definitely showing why these guys are the guys to watch in L2 this weekend, Danny.
Yeah, that's it, Ben. We were impressed by these guys coming through the first time when Eli was in the lead, and it's no different this time through. These guys may be the two to watch out for today.
Yeah, so definitely Trent also taking home the prize in our little mini tandem comp last night at our practice. So definitely carrying that momentum through into today as well. So Trent will be super stoked with that. And of course, Eli's just super stoked to be here. So
he's just happy to be involved.
He's
the golden retriever of South Australian drift.
He really is. So it's great to see Eli out once again. he was saying he's got the Rodex on the moment. He's like, he goes, the only other wheels I have the tyres fit on have grippier tyres, and I'm a little bit worried about that.
Do you know what, the opposite? So you walk through the pits early, Ben, and some guys come up with excuses, and Eli says, this is all the things you can talk your bad mouth thing about.
Yeah. As we see now, Daniel, he's in the lead in the BMW, being chased down by Tim Sharrock. Tim just dropping a tyre there, but he's keeping the car sideways. Daniel doing a much better job there in the lead, keeping the momentum around the course. A bit of a bobble there. Oh, as he understeers towards the tyres. He's got it all crossed up there. Sharrock's in the tyres.
Gee whiz, all sorts happening here.
Sharrock's like, oh, you want to go wide there? I'll show you what wide really is.
Tim went, you're doing something crazy, are you? Check this out.
Check this out. If you had a passenger of that car, the last words before that was going to be, "Hey, well, hold my beer."
Yeah, but look, as I was saying before, it's not often that you come to a drift event and a driver comes up to you and says, "This is all the dirt on me today." Right?
You want some talking points? I got talking points.
Yeah.
I took a chunk out of one of my steer tyres.
Yeah.
Now it looks like one of my rear tyres.
Write that one down.
So it looks like we're just going to have a bit of a track clean up real quick because one of our judges is out for a smoko.
I'm loving it. Oh, jeez. You're blinding me. I tell you what, though, Ben, at AMF last weekend, a fantastic experience and really, really good to see what those sort of events are like behind the scenes. You know, the people behind them and the level of professionalism is just absolutely blew me away. But with that said, it's good to be back at a dedicated drift event.
Yeah, that's right, Danny.
Thanks, Ben.
No, it was absolutely awesome to be at AMF last week and to be invited back. So last year was the first year drifting was involved with AMF, and we ran some demos. We actually, not to toot our own horn, but we saved the day a little bit because there was a bit of wet weather and the F1 cars and some of the other categories couldn't go out. So the drifters, being drifters, because you think Stewie's all about the track time, every drifter's all about the track time. So we're here, we'll drive on the wet, we'll go out. It's not even going to use tyres. So we did a lot of drift demos last year at AMF, and they actually asked us back. And we actually had our own dedicated drift comp at the end of the day on the streets of Adelaide. It was an absolutely fantastic experience. And, of course, they had myself and you, Danny, out there to call the drift competition. And tell you what, that's it's definitely an experience when you look across and you see probably 4,000 or 5,000 people looking back at you. It's definitely intimidating.
It's you just try your best to block it out, don't you?
Yeah.
Just kind of get on with it and do your job. But no, it was really cool to be invited there. Super appreciative of the opportunity that we were given there as DSA as a collective.
That's right, and it's great to see hopefully some of the people from AMF last weekend because we definitely plugged the hell out of round one here today. So
as much as we could without stepping on some toes, in my
right.
opinion.
So if we had some people come out because they were at AMF last weekend, welcome. This is drifting. I hope you're enjoying your day here. Also hope you went out and jumped in a ride with the pro, because again it's the one of the most insane experiences you can have in a drift car without owning one yourself, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. We were kind of saying it last week, like trying to describe the feeling of being in a professional drift car as a passenger to the people in the crowd that had no idea about drifting, and you can't convey in words what it's like to be in the passenger seat of a car that's entering a corner sideways at 140 k's an hour, and someone else is controlling that. So.
Yeah, so we just had one of the punters next go, nothing's fun after that.
One of the randoms here who I've never seen before at a drift event.
But it's true. It's one of those things. It's like going skydiving or something like that, where you have this massive surge of adrenaline that everything else just becomes boring.
Well, that's right. And I've used the analogy. It's like a roller coaster that someone else is controlling, but a roller coaster is on rails, so you know exactly where it's going to go and usually how fast it's going to do it. But a drift car can go anywhere at any time, especially if you've got someone like Peter Bryant driving.
Or Ben Candy, who is doing Ride with the Pro today.
No, all our Ride with the Pro drivers, as we stated, very seasoned professional drivers, have been driving this competition and drifting in general for well over a decade.
They're all event-winning, championship-winning, high-level drivers that have been around for a long time and have driven for 10+ years. So you're not getting just chucked into a passenger seat of a streetcar with a greenhorn driver. Like, these are actually ride.
Whoa.
These are professional. Yeah, well, John Simeon's not here anymore, mate.
We don't have Dan Hollins out here doing pro rides today.
No, Dan's too busy being stuck at work like he is at every other drifting
He's
event.
watching the stream, though. I saw a snap before of him watching 2 streams at a time, so,
He's got the F1s up as well, has he?
No, it was LZ.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, LZ World Tour is this weekend as well. There's drifting going on all around the world, ladies and gentlemen.
But, of course, right here, right now, today, Drifting SA
Right
State
here,
Series.
right now.
Fat Boy Slim, they call me.
Fat Boy Ben.
They know what is what.
So we've got the Fireys just pulling off the track. So we're just sweeping out the dirt because, of course, our level 2 drivers that have been dropping tyres on the outside of the quad kink have then been throwing dirt onto the bowl. And, of course, with that bowl, you get a bit of dirt on there. It turns into an ice skating rink, and that's the last thing you want when you're hurtling through there at probably 70, 80, 90 k's an hour sideways. Because when you hit a wall doing 70 or 80 k's an hour, it hurts. It hurts. Trust me, I've done it.
Especially if you're going straight into that wall.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, ask me how I know.
How do you know, Ben?
We're not even talking about that one. That's not the only Commodore I've written off,
It's a
Josh.
worry when it could be referring to a number of incidents.
Yeah. So, of course, one of our judges here, Josh Rogers from Keeper 8, he was referring to the last Commodore that I wrote off, and we were referring to the first Commodore I wrote off.
That's right, yeah. So,
and that's not the only two.
It's like each chapter in Ben Snell's life can be attributed to Commodore write-offs.
Pretty much. Yeah, more spectacular write-offs every time.
You're going to have to really outdo yourself next time, Ben.
I look forward to it. Well, I'm also looking forward to is our second half of our L1 quali battles, which are about to get underway right now. And we're going to have Aiden Scott in the lead, and he's going to be chased down by Brendan O'Grady in the Hulk. Got a RB20 pushing maybe 250 kilowatts, being chased down by 1,300 horsepower of turbo LS power. Bit of a low line there from Aiden. He gets up to the edge of the bowl at the end of the run there, and Brendan following him all over the back. You got green and purple there coming through the course. Someone got the color wheel out for this battle. But great job there in the lead from Aiden Scott. And you can hear Brendan, he's not even really on the accelerator. He's just feathering the car throughout the entire run.
Using about 180 kilowatts of that available power right now. Just feathering it behind
He said his
Aiden's
throttle
Scott.
control will be a maximum of 30% throttle.
That's right.
He's still just absolutely
He's
roasting
hopped on
tyres.
the laptop and he set his limiter to 2,500 RPM.
And makes more torque than everything else here. Still at 2,500 RPM.
And we're talking about the car, not the driver, because the driver does talk a lot.
He sure does. Of course, some really interesting Instagram and TikTok content coming out of BSC Performance Tuning lately. Of course, they've just been a major part of the refresh of Matt Harvey's car, and watching them explain what they've done has been very, very entertaining to watch. But speaking of entertaining, we've got Cale Scott now. He's going to be in the lead, being chased down by Aaron DeWar in the Gagliardi-mobile. A look at Cale right up on the wall, brushing it the whole way around. DeWar all over the back of him. You can hear that LS power plant screaming. A little bit of a late transition there from Cale, but he holds on to it. You can see DeWar again. I don't know what he's doing through that corner, but that thing is bucking around like an untamed stallion, Danny.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. An untamed stallion.
That's trying to buck him off.
It's just, I don't know where to go with that, man.
It looks violent and hard to drive, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but I couldn't describe it any better.
That's a tasty looking limiter.
You know, whether you're a V8 guy or, smart, there's something here for everyone today, as we've just proven there. Cale Scott and Aaron Dewar coming past, giving everyone a bit of limiter.
That's right, so here we go. Our next battle here is going to be Brendan O'Grady in the lead this time, being chased down by Aiden Scott. So Brendan O'Grady was all over the back of Aiden. Let's see what Aiden can do in reply. Just watch the, oh, look at the dive there from Aiden Scott trying to get up to the side of Brendan O'Grady. Brendan on a nice high line through the bowl. Exactly what I want to see. A little bit of a waiver there from Aiden in the chase. Look at the smoke just pluming off the back of the BSC Performance 180SX there. And Aiden Scott all over him. Doing a fantastic job. Absolutely phenomenal chase so far from Aiden Scott. Fantastic work. And Bogger textbook lead run, but that chase from Aiden Scott.
Big round of applause for Aiden Scott in this David versus Goliath battle. He's brought the knife to the gunfight. Our favourite.
He's brought the spoon.
Our favourite saying recently is he's brought the spoon, but maybe
he's in the huss of drift car.
No, great work by Aiden Scott, keeping up with that huge power.
There you go. We got the kids on the pit lane, sticking their hands out, high fives all around. Make some noise for Brendan O'Grady and Aiden Scott. We don't have time for fist bumps and knuckles, mate. Come on, pick one or the other. All right, we've got another battle on our hands. It's Aaron DeWar now in the lead, being chased down by Cale Scott. No relation to Aiden Scott, even though they both worked at Scott's tyres. But look at Cale all over the side of DeWar's in the dirt. Holds onto it, going for a ride on the outside of turn 1. Holds onto it again, right on the end of the track. Absolutely using every bit of tarmac and more, and Cale Scott does not care. He is all out. Too much, goes around.
Maybe a slight bit of contact.
Maybe contact after the spin there, but
nothing that's going to concern.
Was holding onto that thing with everything. It was dirt to dirt to dirt to dirt to spin.
Crazy.
Absolutely insane. Just trying to get every single piece of drift out of that car.
Don't
every bit of
bend
performance.
that car, Aaron. It's not yours.
I'm sure that doesn't worry him. It's Bo's shell. Yeah. I think that thing's had about 7 rear ends
compared to
on
the
it.
state that car would be in if Bo were driving it. It's probably a little bit better off still.
I wonder if it's still got standard pistons in it. But yeah, that car has been to hell and back, Danny.
Has it ever? It's been through about 30 iterations between the current owner and previous owner. So
yeah, of course. So for those that don't know, another old school drifter. Of course, that car was Roger's sports car. If you understand that reference. We just had Cale Scott driving underneath us there.
I'll tell you what, Ben, DSA is missing out on a money-making opportunity by not selling earmuffs. For those poor people down on the pit wall that are copping some constant limited.
Yeah, that's it.
You know,
if you want to make a quick buck out here, bring some industrial earmuffs. Yeah. Or some, even the little earplugs.
Maybe some printed DSA earmuffs.
Again, as well, if you're bringing kids here, it's a good idea to have earmuffs on them. As we see Joel Donegan now in the lead, being chased down by Danny Pesek there in the black 180SX.
With the carbon fibre boot.
With the carbon fibre boot. We've got carbon fibre bonnet, carbon fibre boot. Great job there from Donegan in the lead. Again, looking like he never took a break from drifting there. Doing a fantastic job. And then Danny Pesek all the way over from Victoria again, throwing down, showing why he's been doing so well over at Keep It Rate as well. So great run from both of those S chassis there. Of course, we're looking at the driver profiles for our L1 drivers. Donegan was involved with that. He goes, I built my car to be reliable. The only difference between that and everything else is he goes, otherwise it's just another S chassis with an Origin kit.
Yep. Pretty much sums
but
it up,
you can see why all S chassis do the Origin kit, because it looks good, Danny.
It does. It's if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of style of car.
That's right. So of course, yes, with the LS under the bonnet of that, it used to be RB powered, and he decided he wanted reliability. I did that too, and I bought a broken LS instead.
Unfortunately, having the most reliable engine in the world doesn't protect you from hitting a wall, does it, Ben?
Yes. All right, here we go. So we're going to have Matt Harvey now with Tim Rasmussen. A couple of S chassis once again. Matt Harvey, of course, all the way over from Tasmania. He's going to be competing all year here, so he has got those championship implications on his mind. He wants to be doing well in every single round, and he's doing really well so far. Fantastic job in the lead so far from Matt Harvey. Tim Sharrock, though, really stepping up that chase run all over the back. He's not phased by facing up against such a seasoned competitor as Matt Harvey. He is all over him, doing a fantastic job in the chase, mimicking that lead car. And, of course, mimicking such a great lead run there of Matt Harvey.
Yeah, great work by Tim in the chase there. Matt Harvey, one of our competitors, is really getting up on that ball wall.
Ball wall.
Ball wall.
And speaking of getting up on the bowl wall, we got our ride with the pro with Jackson getting right up on the wall. Being chased down by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other pros. Dominic Todd goes for an excursion. Oh, a little bit of pandemonium there from our pro ride.
I don't know where to start with that, Ben.
I feel like we're going to have a quick talk to them because, of course, they are professionals, but you know these people are paying for a ride, a drift lap around the track. They're not not paying for what would you call that, Danny? It was a roller coaster that just went off the tracks.
They're not paying to go to Loveday 4-wheel drive adventure park, are they, Ben?
We got some chaos trains going with the pro ride
Proper
drivers.
chaos.
And hey, that's still exciting.
It's exciting.
But we do tell our ride with the pro drivers to, you know, keep it toned down. It looked like Dominic underneath us there.
We tell our pro drivers to keep it pro.
That's right. So Dominic Todd just underneath us there. Looks like he's DB'd a tyre. But we've got another battle now. It's Danny Pesic. He's going to be leading. Joel Donegan will be chasing him down. So they come around the initiation there. Joel Donegan going to go for the dive. Danny Pesic right up on the wall. Great job from Danny through the first section of this track. Donegan right behind. Look at the angle there from Pesic as he comes up the hill. Donegan going to go for the dive here. Pesic on a nice mid to wide line. And Donegan right there, cutting a little bit of line to get right up beside the side of that black S13 in the lead of Danny Pesic. A great job there from both drivers as they come across the line.
Yeah,
fantastic
run.
effort.
Good work by both our first timers.
As we've got our SA Pro Rides drivers once again out throwing down some they're chaos trains. Doesn't matter what you want to go for a ride in, pick your poison. We've got it. We've got domestics, we've got imports, we've got K70s.
All stock must go.
Buy now,
Prices are wacky, Ben. $99 for a ride with a pro.
Are
you kidding?
From $99. Here we go, Tim Rasmussen now. He's going to be in the lead. He's going to get chased down by Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey right there on the initiation, scraping the bumper as they come around the bowl. Tim Rasmussen doing a good job there. Watch the transition as they come from right to left. Nice snappy transition from both drivers. Harvey pushing up to the side of Rasmussen as we go into our transition into the hairpin. Again, nice solid line from both drivers. Harvey just keeping a measured distance, going for the dive on the transition. But it's great to see Tim Rasmussen really stepping up today.
Of course,
So we just have our pro drivers there underneath us, giving a show for the crowd.
I tell you what, when you've got all that noise going on, because we've got these new microphones, Ben, I can't hear when you're talking. So I'm going to like look at you.
Yeah.
Make sure there's nothing going on over there.
It's only because I'm trying to hide in the shade as much as possible because I am a ginger boy.
That is fair enough.
It's our ride with the pro drivers now just going underneath us, as well as Tim Rasmussen and Matt Harvey coming back from their second quali battle. High fives to the kids along the wall. Great job there from both of our drivers. Great to see Tim Rasmussen really stepping up for those last two battles.
Do you know what I like about Matt Harvey's car, Ben? Okay, it's not the power, it's not the sequential gearbox, it's not the amazing driver, it's the fact that he has a sunroof shell and he hasn't sheet metaled it.
I know, it's fantastic. All right, here we go. A couple of big hitters here from SA. It is Nathan Greenhill in the lead, being chased down by Dale Campaign. Dale with a big dive on initiation, but now he's got himself back into line. Greenhill with a solid lead run so far. Nice snappy transition.
Yeah,
Dale gets a little bit stuck on the inside once again. But over the back of Nathan Greenhill now, transitioning into the hairpin. And Greenhill doing a nice solid lead job. And Dale Campaign once again really aggressive on that proximity. It's good to see, Danny.
Yeah, probably the best run we've seen from Dale so far today, which is a big call because it is Dale Campaign.
Yeah, but Dale likes to do the thing where he starts off and then he starts off at 60% and then just keeps building himself up so he can really peak at the right at the end of the day. I remember there was that one round, I think it was on the same layout, where he just scraped into the top 16, then just scraped into the top 8, and he ended up winning the day.
Just cruise control through the day.
So yeah, he really likes to measure how much energy he's putting into these. But of course, as we're moving on, you can't just come and go, I'm going to do a 60% run. You've got to be doing 100% every run. Next couple of drivers now, so it's going to be Tate Lindstrom in that TDP Mobile Services BMW E46. And he's going to be driving up against our Victorian competitor of Cody Moxon in that teal green K70.
Good to see a lot of K70s still getting around in drifting, Ben.
There's been a real resurgence in them lately, isn't it?
The K70 is back.
Next thing you're going to see 31s popping up everywhere again. But here we go. Tate Lindstrom in the lead, being chased down by Cody in the K70. Nice solid line there from Tate. Nice measured approach as he comes up the hill. Cody doing a great job in the chase so far. Really attacking the side of Tate Lindstrom as they come through the sweeper into the hairpin. Nice solid transition from Tate. Leaves the door open for Cody, and Cody takes that opportunity with both hands all over the back of Tate Lindstrom as they come across the line.
Yeah, fantastic work by Cody in the chase. I mean, you can sit there and say that you need a good lead run for a good chase run, but that's still no good if you haven't got that chase driver really up there taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, you still got to capitalise on that lead run to have that chase run, and it was a great effort there from Cody. Tate with a pretty textbook lead run. Nothing super fancy, but again, hit all the points he needed to hit, did exactly what the judges want to see, and was a very, very solid, easy to read run for Cody to chase. Cody took full advantage of that, really putting it on the door of Tate Lindstrom for that entire lap. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely going to be a run you want to put your attention into, because of course this is Dale Campaign and Nathan Greenhill, two of the top competitors from South Australia. Both had a few mechanical issues last weekend at AMF, and both definitely want to be stepping up and showing what they're made of here today at round one of the Drifting SA State Series at the Bend Motorsport Park at the Cartodromo.
The Cartodromo.
So it's going to be Dale Campaign leading in the Smith Partners Real Estate 1VB, chased down by Nathan Greenhill in the NG Elect 180SX. RB34 versus 2JZ. Greenhill just ducking down a little bit as Campaign was maybe a little bit slower than he was expecting, but Campaign right up on the wall. Again, nice solid transition from Greenhill. A little bit behind Dale Campaign there as Dale on a nice smooth lead run. Nice snappy transition. You can really see that he's dialed it back from that first run, not trying to hang it off the lock stops. As you can see him actually check up a little bit. And Greenhill diving right up on the door across the line, Danny.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that second last corner there, Ben. Big drag by Greenhill coming in, maybe trying to close a gap, and then, yeah, it sort of dropped back again. So Greenhill's got a bit of work to do in that later section of the track when it comes to battling that high grip level of the car. Yeah,
it was a little bit of a weird line from Dale as well. It looked like he was really driving hesitantly, like maybe he's worried about something in the front end or just not feeling super comfortable or confident with the car, because you can see him really like measuring his transitions. He wasn't just snapping the car, he was really like feeding the car from side to side, not almost like he didn't trust it.
Bogger down there almost getting dragged away with Dale. The high five that went a little bit too far.
He went to hit him with the down low too slow, but he dragged him with him.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the down low too slow, Ben. One of the riskier high five styles there is.
It sure is.
It really
you can really look like a fool. But here we go. We got Tate Lindstrom. He's going to be chasing Cody Mogson. Cody in the lead in the KE70 with the LS under the bonnet, being followed by the BMW with the LS under the bonnet. A couple of LS powered rigs coming around up the hill. Cody on the limiter. Nice solid transition there. Tate Lindstrom. Oh, have a little bit of a correction there from Tate. I think Cody was a little bit tighter than he was expecting him to be, but Cody now finishing off the lap, doing a great job. Tate Lindstrom still in step as they come across the line. This is very tight and technical through that last section, Danny. You can hear a lot of off-throttle driving there as they just try and place the car through that final part of the section. It's not just pin it and hope for the best. It's very, very technical through that last few corners.
Absolutely, catching a few guys out for sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Really, the hard part of this layout is you've got that really big flowing section at the start, and then it really tightens up towards the end. So it's kind of like the best or worst of both, depending on who you are.
That's it. But of course, it's much better being a fast, flowy section into a tight, technical section rather than starting tight and technical and then trying to speed up through those flowy sections.
You have to feed it to send it or send it to feed it?
You want to set it to feed it. All right, up next, it's going to be Jamie Godfrey in the K70 of Brody Black. He's going to be leading, being chased down by Sam Mudge. Absolutely murders a cone in the pace zone. Coming now into the bowl. Jamie doing a fantastic job in a car that he's borrowing. It's pretty much the first time he's driven it. And Mudgey all over the back of him. So they come up the hill, a little bit of a waiver there is there. You can see, a bit of an awkward line from Jamie. Just doesn't get that transition quite right. Shoots to the inside. Mudgey did a great job to read that and follow suit. Really following around the K70 of Jamie Godfrey. Doing a great job reading everywhere where Jamie was going there. Fantastic effort from Mudgey, Dunny.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep forgetting that Jamie's driving that car as well.
Yeah. No, I didn't remember. I thought Brody was still at L2.
Brody's feeding it, both competitions.
I just thought Landon rocked up, decided to do a round of L1.
I wouldn't put it past him.
No, not at all.
Last minute entrance, take your mate's car. There we are, Jamie Godfrey in the town bike, absolutely loving it, staying in the competition.
Oh, having a great time there. All right, so up next, it looks like we're going to have Jacob Clark on a solo run, so maybe the driver he was going to be driving with isn't here. It might have been Adam Wood, who had that mechanical issue in the first run. The mechanical issue being him destroying his clutch from trying to kick it too many times. But as you can see now, Jacob Clark all by himself, which means all the judges are fully focused on him as he shuts it down. So unfortunately there for Jacob Clark. Oh, it looks like the handbrake's stuck on, or the diff is seized.
Gee whiz.
But either way, it looks like we're probably going to need a recovery vehicle out there because that back wheel is no longer doing back wheel things.
Oh, what?
He's got his thumbs down out the window, so we're going to need recovery out there to drag that car off track.
Some very, very weird sounds coming from that car, Ben.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not a great time for his L1 debut.
Which is a real shame because driving-wise up to this point, Jacob Clark doing a very good job.
Yeah, so he definitely shows that he deserves to be here in L1, but unfortunately the car letting him down today. So as we're going to get him pulled off the track, I think this is a great time just to say a quick thank you to our sponsors here this weekend. Of course, TRS Insulation, you can see Tim Sharrock around somewhere. He's in our L2 competition today. DC Motorworks, Davey Clark, of course, he is driving in our Ride with the Pro today in the GT86. STR Race Trailers, SA Quality Guard Rolling, Andrew Gibb does a fantastic job rolling guards and doing suspension installs and stuff like that.
Guard rolling is his business and business is good, Ben.
That's right. Also a big thank you to F17 Formwork.
Adrian Rosa, of course, competing as well.
Yeah, he's in L2 again here today. Off-Grid 4x4. Who I believe have a new showroom in Matapara, just off Main North Road there. We've got Acosta Motorsport Development, of course, Stewie Bryan in L1 here today. Good to see Stewie back out on track. And a lot of our competitors here with the Acosta under the front end of their cars. Also a big thank you to Custom Imports, as well as Limex Building. So Adam Wood back out on track, so it means he's decided to throw some sponsorship dollars our way once again, and unfortunately for him, he probably should spend that money on fixing the 34 instead of driving a 370Z.
Look, Jacob Clark's going to literally drag his car off the track.
That's a cafe entry and a half. That is. Biggest bum drag you'll see here this weekend.
It's going to take a hell of a burnout to unflat spot those tyres, man. Oh, he's on dirt now. He's all good.
He soon will be off the dirt. So if you didn't need earplugs for everybody limited bashing their cars through the pits, you're going to need earplugs for this. The sound of one single locked tyre coming through the pit lane.
I haven't heard this much whining since Stewie got denied parking at Calder.
No, but I did King of Nations, so that means I should be with the King of Nations guys.
It was 3 years ago, but I did it. Great work here by our recovery truck. I'm just having a look at that Jacob Clark's car down there, Ben, getting dragged, and it's actually only the back right wheel that's locked up, so be interesting to see what the problem is there. We have another battle underway
we'll
here.
Let him worry about that. We've got Leighton Fine versus Roger Jansen. We've got an old school driver in a brand new car and a fairly new driver in an old school car. Of course, that is the former Wheelworks machine being piloted by Roger Jansen. Probably one of the cars that Leighton Fine drove back in the day.
Could even be.
But absolutely stunning battle right now. Roger all over the back of Leighton Fine. No, we've been informed by
what
the
better
minister,
man to have near us?
the minister of... Oh, that's the one that Lyndon drove.
Oh.
There we go. He goes, no, he didn't drive that. I drove that.
Yeah, get it right.
So, of course, we're joined up here by Lyndon Reynolds, who you would know is the guy that had the tarmac rally car here a few years ago. No, it's great to see Lyndon up here supporting after the crowd. You're going to come back and join us sometime soon, Lyndon? Oh, that's good. You're almost finished with the new build. So you've got the BMW N54. So it's a 370Z with a turbocharged N54 under the bonnet. V35. There we go. So that'll be quite good to see out here. It'll be good to see you back out on track. Out on track right now. We've got Jamie Godfrey in the town bike, and he's going to be chasing down Sam Mudge in the RB20 powered S13. We wait 7 business days for the thing to come on to boost as we come into the bowl. Great line there from Mudgey. A little bit lower line in the chase from Jamie in the car that he's not quite familiar with. Big tyre drop from Mudgey up the hill, but he keeps his foot into it. Oh, lots of angle there. Big half spin there from Mudgey, but he gets it going once again. Jamie going to close back up onto the door, dives up to the inside in the little KE70. Mudgey absolutely abusing that RB20 limiter. That's what we like to hear.
What else are they for, you know? Hey, if limiter was unsafe, Ben, they'd make it lower.
Well, they'd make it like an Alloy-Tech one where it just hangs the throttle.
Yeah, and there's it $4.5 grand. Just sort of sits there.
It's not ideal, I'll tell you that right now. But speaking of ideal, Roger Jansen, Leighton Fine, getting ready to go. This is going to be a battle to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Roger Jansen is going to be in the lead in the S15, being chased down by our guest driver this weekend, Leighton Fine, in the new Drifting SA guest driver car. Nice snappy initiation from both drivers. Lyndon transitioned from Leighton right up. You can see the front wheel being dragged as Roger massages the brakes through the bowl. And look at Leighton all over the back of Roger Jansen as we come into the sweeper. Roger's doing a great job in the lead, but Leighton Fine absolutely all over the back of that S15. What a run so far. A bit of an awkward transition there.
Oh, no!
Roger goes around. A very, very rare mistake from Roger Jansen as we finish off his last qualifying battle. That's going to be the one he throws in the bin, hopefully. I think his other ones are all pretty good though, Danny.
Yeah, we haven't really seen many mistakes from Roger so far, which shouldn't really come as any surprise.
Yeah, it is shocking to see Roger make a mistake like that, for sure. He definitely felt the pressure of a late fine breathing down his neck, though, Daddy.
Yeah, could have definitely had something to do with it, Ben. He sort of held it together throughout most of the track, and then really all he has to do is get around that last corner. Unfortunately, a little bit snappy into transition maybe caused that over-rotation, and that's all right. Like you said, we have a drop round for these occasions.
That's right. So, of course, the lowest score being dropped, the highest score being doubled. Means that these guys do have an ace up their sleeve when it comes to having a bad run in quali.
More L2 competitors coming through here. We've got Matt Carroll.
So this will be our level 2 top 16 getting underway. So again, these are still driving for points, but it's going to be Nick McKernan and Matt Carroll. So I think Nick was pretty high in our qualifying. He had some really, really good runs. Of course, we did see some mistakes from Matt Carroll earlier in the day, so he might have just scraped in. Of course, you can go to driftingsa.com.au/live and keep up to date with the live results to see who's in, see where your favourite driver is seated. But so far, so good. Nick McKernan, another solid lead run once again. And Matt Carroll definitely knows he's got to throw down, and he just did so, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he really learned from his previous mistakes. Getting through without a spin, which has been foreign to him so far, but great work by Matt.
And staying on the track at all times.
On the track at all times.
Keeping all wheels on the black stuff at all times is a great improvement there.
Absolutely, and Matt Carroll is one of those guys definitely has the talent to be a threat in our level 2 competition. Just needs to get that consistency down a little bit.
Yeah, of course, that is a fresh motor in Matt's car. He did blow the motor last year, so as you can see, Tim Greaves in the ute just knocking one of those tyre barrels over, but of course being that big VY or VZSS ute, not phased, just punched the barrel of the tyre barrier out of the way, keeps on trucking.
That's right, Ben. Our pro ride drivers like nothing more than to go out there and have a thrash and put on a show for everyone, and of course put on a show for the person strapped into their passenger seat.
That's right. I've just been informed via message as well if the live stream guys or the audio guys can hear us. Apparently the speakers on the far side of the track have stopped working near the start line, so hopefully if they get them going once again, that would be awesome.
That's right. Unfortunately, the guys over there on the infield, they can see this fantastic driving, Ben, but they can't hear our fantastic commentary.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we've got Rick Bigland's in the lead, and he's being chased down by Troy Clark in that 180SX. Rick, fantastic work through the Quad King, really pushing out, keeping that car into drift. Troy lagging behind a little bit, going to try and close the gap through. Suck on the door here of Rick Bigland's as they come through our final section. Fantastic work by Rick Bigland's. Really filling out those outside zones and staying on the outside of that track, Ben. Like we said, that was...
Yeah, very, very solid lead run there from Rick, giving Troy the opportunity to really close down on that chase. As Troy has a massive dirt drop across the line. But again, it's great seeing our level 2 competitors out here throwing down some really, really good laps, Danny. So I'm just pulling my phone out now. I'm going to go over to driftingsa.com.au/live and have a look at our live results, so we can let you guys know where these guys are in the standings.
Yes, of course, we'll check our constantly updated standings. Always handy to have. As that Ben's going to hop on the driftingsa.com.au/live.
That's right. So you can. That's
which anyone can do.
Which you can also use that to view our live stream right now. Shout out to all the people watching the live stream. As we move on to our level 2, we're just going through the scores here. Scrolling down to our level 2. Round 2. So we did see, so Nick McKernan was our number 1 qualifier so far, Danny. And Matt Carroll only just scraping in to the top 16. Then we saw, who did we see after that? I've had a mental blank. I'm too busy looking at my phone, not looking at what was going on the track. But up next, though, we do have Eli Duikers and Smitty.
Oh, sorry, we had Rick.
Oh, so Rick Biglands and Troy Clark. So those guys are currently 8th and 9th. So they were right on the bubble. So those guys are battling to either just stay in or just get in to that top 8, which is, of course, where we go to our elimination-style battles.
That's right, our traditional format, if you will, for a drifting competition.
That's right. So up next, we've got Eli Duikers. He's currently seeded 5th. He's going to be up against Smitty, who's in 12th. So Eli just wants to throw down a couple more solid laps, and Smitty wants to pull something out the bag here, get himself into that top 8.
Yeah, Eli, pretty solid job in the lead there. Smitty struggling to keep up through the Quad King. But of course, we come into our tighter section of the track now, where we'll see Smitty get right back up onto the door of that blue R31 Skyline.
Yeah, battle of a couple four-door Skylines there.
Battle of the family grocery getters.
But a great job there from Eli. Another solid lead run. Smitty just got gapped a little bit at the start, but did a good job to try and close that gap towards the end of the run. As you can see there, Matt Carroll and Nick McKernan lined up ready to go for their second half of their top 16 battle. So once again, this isn't a knockout style battle. It's not like Nick's going to stay and Matt's going to go, or Matt's going to stay and Nick's going to go. Nick has the best chance of staying in because he's currently qualified first with the most amount of points on the board. Matt Carroll needs to throw down, but he did throw down a really good chase in the first half, so he needs to really nail this lead run and try and vault himself into those top 8 scores and qualify himself into the knockout battles later on the Savo, Danny.
Yeah, he's definitely shown to us in that previous run that he has what it takes to put down a pretty fantastic score, Ben. So he said he's just going to try and do that again. And
do it again.
Do it again. Hopefully keep improving his chances of getting into this top 8 today.
Oh, this is it, Danny. This is his chance to do so. So let's see what Matt Carroll can do for us here. Nice, solid job so far from Matt in the lead. Nick McKernan doing everything he needs to do right now in the chase. He's got that ace up his sleeve, so you may say he's had really good runs so far. But Matt Carroll absolutely throwing down right now. Boss man's giving him a pep talk before the top 16, said, "You've made it in, son. Let's finish this off." And great job there from Matt Carroll, getting it done, Danny.
Oh, Matt Carroll pushing that thing out wide, hitting every single outer clip that he can, and really saying to the judges, "Look what I can do when I'm not facing the wrong way."
Yeah, that's right. And look, he stayed on the track pretty much almost the entire time. Right at the finish line, he did dip a tyre off the edge of the track. But, you know, for Matt, that's a pretty good effort, let's be honest. 99% of the track on the track, it's pretty good.
That's good. You'll take that every time.
Well, we started off with him running off the track in the the pace zone. So that's how far he's come already. So great job there from Matt Carroll. He's loving it. He's having a great time.
He's a little bit happier than the last time we saw him drive through the pits, Ben.
Yeah, he looks a lot happier with himself this time, and he should be. That was a fantastic effort there from Matt Carroll. So we're looking at our next battle, of course. It's going to be Troy Clark and Rick Biglands.
That's right. We saw these guys come through before. Rick laid down a really good lead run. Troy was struggling to sort of keep up and keep his car under drift in sections there. So we'll see what Troy can come up with in the lead. That's
right. Again, a lot of these guys, some of them struggling in the lead, and then some of them struggling in the chase. You know, in the lead, you've got to set the pace. You need to know where you're going, know where to transition, and get through the course. Whereas in the chase, you can follow the guy and go, well, that's where he's going, so that's where I'll go. But sometimes you also have to worry about what the guy in front of you is doing, and if it doesn't suit what your car wants to do, it can be a bit of a struggle. So there's obviously benefits and disadvantages to both leading and chasing. But as our L2 drivers are learning, they have to learn how to maximise the benefits and minimise the disadvantages. And that's how you go through and how you get better, and then you'll step up into L1, and then hopefully at some point you'll stand on that podium at the end of the day.
Hopefully, Ben.
And get yourself a laser cut trophy.
Beautifully powder coated by Scott Roberts.
At Edwardstown powder coating.
Edwardstown powder coating.
So unfortunately for Scott, he is going to be missing this round as his clutch decided to no longer do clutch things at Adelaide Motorsport Festival. He's got the fresh LSA build under the bonnet. He was absolutely loving it until the clutch decided it didn't want to play the games anymore.
Yeah, yep. All we've seen is constant Facebook posts and stuff about how much fun he was having in that car. So good on him. I'm pretty sure I saw him here earlier, out supporting the event.
Yeah, you can't keep drifters away from these events, even if they're not driving. Yeah, you've got Will Argoon and Harry Whitehead driving all the way from the southeast up here. We've got guys from interstate, but we've got Troy Clark and Rick Biglands now coming down into the quad kink. Again, a bit of a straighten there from Troy Clark. Keeps the car under power. Looks like he's a lot more comfortable when he's out front, Danny. He can set his own pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rick doing a great job there in the chase, just mimicking. Just goes up to the inside a little bit there to gain that proximity back up. And Troy Clark doing a great job so far in the lead. Nice transition into the hairpin. As they're going to switch from right to the left for the final time. Around the corner, across the line. Good solid run from both of those drivers there, Danny.
Yeah, that's it. Rick was really following up on that good lead earlier with a fantastic chase with Troy Clark here. So he's, you'd have to imagine, going to be scoring pretty well for these runs, Ben. He's been super consistent throughout the competition so far. Yeah,
that's right, Danny. So he's going to be happy about that one. Again, he was already inside the top 8, sitting in 8th. So 2 solid runs is going to hopefully for him, lock himself in. So you can see the kids jumping down again off the stand. They want to get some high fives as the drivers come past. It's great to see so many kids out here. It's great to see some kids wearing earmuffs as well, as these drivers do get a little bit carried away sometimes. All right, here we go. We got Sean Smith now. He's going to be leading in the R34 four-door, being chased down by Eli Dorcas in the Smurf Blood R31. Good job from Eli. Needs to get that angle out as he drives up to the side of Sean Smith coming up the hill. You can see the front brake lock up there from Eli coming around the hill. The 15s or 16s on the front, 17s on the back. It's a very R31-esque 31 with the rake as well. But he's doing a great job at the moment, shadowing Sean Smith. Smith, again, really throwing massive angle through those last couple of corners, but holding on to it. Finishing off the run with an exclamation point, but Eli unfazed, Danny.
Yeah, really seeing Eli's experience in competitive drifting come through in situations like that, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. He's been a fairly long-time competitor in our L2 series. Of course, built the 31 a couple of years ago. He used to be known for having the Turbo Gemini back in the day, back in the old Talem's days.
If anyone here is old enough to remember that, which most aren't.
He also has a YouTube channel. I don't know if he does much on it anymore, but he was one of the OG South Australian YouTubers with Pandemonium Drift. There's that video of the Bisu Toge circuit of him T-boning Spencer. Here we go, we've got another battle now. It's going to be Patrick Meehan in the lead. Being chased down by Joel in the 32. Meehan's really got that quad kink dialed in the Turbo AU, and big angle there from Joel in the chase, but he's getting dropped a little bit. You can see him straight in the car, trying to close that gap, cutting the line as well, doing everything he can to get on the back of that Tough Lift AU Drift Society Falcon. Again, a nice solid lead run once again from Patrick.
Unfortunately,
definitely
Joel,
getting his money's worth out of this excursion over here from Victoria, Danny.
Yeah, Joel dying out in the later sections there, Ben. That RB20 might be a little bit too laggy for him in the tight sections.
Maybe it just looks like he was struggling for power in general. Even coming up the hill, looked like he was really having to almost straighten the car to try and catch up. You can see
that
Pat
glorious
coming
tick
past.
the front bumper. Glorious Tickford front bumper, Ben. Second only to a V8 Super.
Ah, the good old V8 Superbar. So here we go. We've got Brody Black back in his own car. He's going to have Cody chasing him down. Cody opts in the AU Falcon. Filter out the bonnet.
Those two guys here throwing in for this first corner.
Oh, big angle.
Big angle by Brody Black. straightened out a little bit, though. It may have cost him getting a bit too keen in this earlier section, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. And also, the judges are not going to look at him favourably because he really checked up the chase car there, causing Cody to straighten as well. But obviously, having the bit of extra power under the right foot there of Brody could really just use the power to try and save it. Whereas the underpowered AU, in comparison, really had to like straighten and reinitiate.
Yeah, that's right. So we were saying before, the judges obviously want to see you driving aggressively, but if that aggression causes problems for the car behind you, and if it's a section of the track where aggression wasn't really necessary, then they are going to look not too fondly on that.
That's right, that's right. So we've got another battle on our hands right in front of us. It's going to be Shay Russell and Adrian Rosa. Now, these are currently 7th and 10th. So, again, right on the edge. They're right on the bubble. Shay currently sitting in 7th with 94 points, and Adrian in 10th with 84 points. So, still very, very close when it comes to the points here. So, Adrian's going to have to really throw down, but he's left himself a pretty big gap between himself and Shay. And has a bit of an awkward entry into the quad kink there. So, he's really trying to start off this battle on the back foot. Shay doing a great job there in the lead, just trying to fill those outside zones, just like the judges have asked. As Adrian now trying to close the gap in the SR-powered S13. But I think he just left himself too much of a gap there, Danny. He's closed up right now, but he had to cut a lot of line and angle to do so.
Yeah, that's right. Really had his work cut out for him in that later section.
He left a lot on the table in the run-up, and that is a pretty big no-no when it comes to competition here. You want to be starting as close as you can to the car in front while maintaining a safe enough distance that, our L2 drivers are not expecting them to be entering bumper to bumper, door to door. But we definitely don't want to be leaving so much of a gap that you're not even really chasing them. You're doing your own run independently.
Yeah, well, that's right. You really don't want to put yourself at that instant disadvantage, do you?
No, not at all.
All right, next pair of competitors sitting at the start line, eagerly waiting to go. Yes, I'd love that, Ben. Thank you.
All right, so we've got Joel Spagnuolo in the R32, and he's going to have a lead this time. We're going to see Pat Meehan giving chase. Patrick currently sitting in 3rd, so he's doing really well today so far. It's great to see him over here competing from Victoria and really throwing down. I had a quick chat with him this morning, and he was absolutely loving the track here at the Bend Motorsport Park. So it's great to receive such positive feedback from these drivers. But it's going to be Joel now in the lead, Pat giving chase.
Pat sacrificing pretty much all of his angle there to keep up with Joel in that R32.
Yeah, then he threw it up on the door and then kind of had to waver the angle a little bit. A little bit of a messy chase, but it's messy because of aggression, Danny. So it's not going to be as harshly looked upon as, say...
It's acceptable mess, we like to call it.
That's right. But again, very, very aggressive across the line, almost inside the door of Joel there in the R32. So great run for both drivers. Joel looked a lot better in the lead than he looked in the chase. But I don't know if that's going to be a big enough score to get himself into the top 16. Oh, sorry, into the top 8. He did make the top 16. So
yep.
Top 8 next. So on to the top 8.
That's right. It sounds like a lot, like, oh yeah, make the top 16. But you have to remember that that's a lot of cars cut out there.
That's right, that's right.
To make the top 16 in itself is an accomplishment.
We lost 10 cars.
Yeah.
So 10 people didn't make it into the top 16 today. Yes, the typical paint fade with spray paint painted over the paint fade.
Yep.
The old textured roof.
That's a classic.
Classic textured roof there. Again, great to see another train there from our SA Pro Rides drivers. Time is running out. If you want to get yourself a ride in a pro level drift car, we are running out of time and running out of seats. So if you do want to go for a ride, you want to get yourself sorted out fairly soon, because we will be finishing those off obviously today, but we are starting to run out of time. We are starting to get narrow end of it. And up now we got Cody Obst in the AU Falcon being chased down by Brody Black in that K70. Big straight in there from Cody through the quad kick. And Brody just hanging back a little bit. Now watch Brody pick up the aggression. He wants to get up onto the door of Cody through these tight sections, really put an exclamation point on the run. As you can see, him get a little bit more aggressive on the limiter too, Danny. That's what we would like to see. We want to hear that Microtech limiter scream.
Yeah, we want to see that enthusiasm, that right foot enthusiasm, Ben.
That's right. But a great effort there from both of our drivers. Great job from Cody Obst and from Brody Black. Brody just throwing the keys to any up. Sure we can just go down. Hey Brody, can we have a drive? You're like, sure mate, here's the keys. Off you go.
He wouldn't care. No.
Make sure you sit it on a limiter.
Ben Candy just doing the responsible thing and flicking his hazards on for these pro ride lads, because he is, of course, a hazard.
Yes, and he knows it. He's probably sitting behind Tim Greaves with his right up on the door. These pro rides drivers just getting way too carried away for their own good. You love to see it though. Where else are you going to see 8 cars door to door knowing that they're not going to be able to transition? Because you can't.
No, you can't.
You literally can't. If you're door to door there, you literally don't have enough room to transition. But they don't care. They're like, I'm still hunting that door.
They're out there having fun.
Can I pet that dog?
And I wouldn't be surprised, Ben, if we had a pro ride driver or two with a broom later. Or a shovel.
Yes. Here we go, though. We got Adrian Rosa now in the lead. Shay Russell giving chase in the BA Falcon. Not much better job there from Adrian in the lead. Shay doing a great job in the chase, just trimming a little bit of line there to make sure he stays up on the door. Big tyre drop from Adrian in the lead, but he keeps the foot in, keeps going, does it again. Coming into the final corner, gets across the line, tyre drops one more time for good measure.
Oh, and Adrian dirt drop Rosa.
Third tyre drop lucky there.
He's going to very quickly earn himself that nickname if he doesn't settle down. Of course, as we said before, Adrian, F17 formwork, who are getting behind our state series for the first time this year. So it's great to see more businesses getting behind our pokey little event, Ben.
That's right. Of course, we do have a lot of the businesses that have been behind us for a long time, including Shockworks and Scott's Tyres. They've been long-time sponsors, as well as Sleeker Spares. Sleeker Spares has been one of the first people to jump on board with the SA State Series. And of course, massive help to a lot of the people out here. You know, it's the place to go in the north for your tyres. You want to get your Rodex in the north, go to Sleeker Spares. Want to get your Rodex in the south, you go down to Scott's Tyres down to Lonsdale, another one of our fantastic sponsors. But we got Matt Mason now in that LS powered RXA. He's going to be chased down by Ben Vroon. Again, two drivers right near that middle section, right on the bubble. So they've both got something to prove. They can both easily make it in or be knocked out, depending on what happens in this battle. Good angle there from Matt in the lead, doing a great job filling that outside zone. Ben just trying to close the door in the AU Falcon. Little 15-inch wheels on it.
Obviously, more towards form than function.
Definitely. But it does look good out there.
But we love it. It's a good-looking car. 15s?
It's a little cockroach on little legs. Yeah, they're 15s.
15s? They actually don't look too small on that car, Ben.
No. It's a good compromise. You wouldn't want to go any smaller.
No.
But as we look around, we've got a couple more Falcons on the line getting ready to go. That's Trent Forrester. Again, another driver that's been doing very well for himself here today in the AU Falcon. He's going to be battling up against Dominic Priest. Trent currently sitting in 4th position, whereas Dominic's down in 13th. So Dominic definitely wants to put on a show here if he wants a chance to make himself into the top 8. Whereas Trent basically just needs to keep it on the black stuff. He hasn't even had a drop round yet. He's got 4 good scores on the board. So Trent's looking pretty safe right now. He just needs to not stuff up twice, basically.
That's right. So maybe if he can get a good run together here, Ben, maybe just really try and throw a big one down for his last one, because it's not really going to have any adverse effects if something goes wrong.
He's going to really try and throw it up on that door in that final chase, but he's doing a great job so far in the lead. A bit of a Dominic with a bit of a straighten in the chase. But he tries to get back right up behind the maroon AU Falcon. Nice transition from both drivers there. Really well timed from Dominic to slide back into the door. Gives him a little tap before the last corner, but unfortunately for Dominic, maybe throwing himself off a little bit. Got a little bit too keen and I couldn't quite make that transition, Danny.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Dominic, but another solid lead run there from Trent.
Yeah, Trent's throwing down today.
He really cannot do any wrong enough. I really shouldn't say that, but you know what? I trust him to keep it together.
That's right. So, yeah, look, coming into this, our top 5 qualifiers were Nick McKernan, Brody Blake, Patrick Meehan, Trent Forrester, and Eli Dykes. They were all drivers that we said this morning were, the guys you definitely wanted to be looking out for in our Level 2 competition, and they're showing why. It's not just because they're driving well, they're driving consistently well. They're not having those mistakes that we're seeing from some of our other drivers kind of sneaking in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's no longer that competition where if you just sneak your way through and put laps together, you'll get through. You've really got to push now.
Consistent, good laps. Yeah, definitely. So you can see now Ben Bruin now in the lead, Matt Mason giving chase in the RX-8. Nice line there from Ben coming into the quad kink, using that momentum to carry through the corner, maybe catching Matt Mason off a little bit, who fell back through the quad kink, but doing a good job now trying to close the gap. But Ben, nice solid lead run so far. Nice and wide, good solid consistent angle, exactly what you want to see. He's going to do everything he can to try and get himself into that top 8. Just drops a little tyre there on the final transition, but does a great job getting through the course. Matt Mason really closing that distance across the run.
Yeah, really good job by Ben there, getting that big body Falcon out to every outside clip, using every little part of the track. And like you said before, the judges aren't expecting these L2 guys to be right on the outside here, right on the edge of that track. But these guys are still pushing out that far because that's the sort of competitive driving that this competition's breeding at the moment.
Yeah, they want to go above and beyond, which is good to see. As we swivel our head around to the left, or if you're on the back side of the track, to the right, to the start line. And that's Dominic over there in the blue BA. And he's going to be chased down by Trent Forrester. I believe this will be the last battle of our Level 2 Top 16, which means after that we'll be moving into our Level 1 Top 16. And then after that, it's going to be knockout battles, Danny.
Knockout battles with... Well, it's too early in the season to say championship implications, Ben.
It doesn't matter, there's always championship implications.
Always championship. It's a ripple effect, Ben. One small thing in round 1 can really
That's right, people think it's all about round 4 and 5, but if you stuff up round 1, you're doing the whole season on the back foot. But here we go. It's going to be Dominic in the lead. Dominic Priest in the BA Falcon being chased down by Trent Forrester in the maroon AU. Bit of a straighten there from Dominic as he comes through the quad king. Trent flowing through nicely. Keep angled through the car the whole time. Another big straighten there from Dominic in the lead. Got to keep that thing going. Hanging off the lopstocks in the A2. Big dive from Trent Forrester as Dominic kind of checks up mid-corner. But Trent is not phased. He is pressuring Dominic around the track. Dominic getting through there. But Trent bullying him a little bit there. Bit of Falcon on Falcon crime going on there, Danny.
Big dirt turbo. Dominic Priest just dropped the back wheel off and then just stayed right in it.
I did say that.
We did encourage that.
Yeah, maybe we should.
I'm not saying we're to blame for this.
Have encouraged that, but
I'm not saying we're to blame for this. I'm saying it happened, and it happened not long after we told it.
All right, so that is going to do us for our Level 2 Top 16. So these guys are going to go back into the pits, grab some tyres, and we will see 8 more of those drivers. So we're going to cut that field in half. And our top 8 qualifiers will be going into our knockout battles. But before that, we've got our final round of our Level 1 qualifying. So again, our Level 1 Top 16 is coming out onto the track right now. We've got our cleanup crew over on the far side. They're going to just tidy the dirt off the bowl that the L2 drivers are throwing up there. So once again, this is a prime opportunity. If you want to grab yourself a ride in a pro drift car, you're running out of time. Also, it's a great opportunity right now. We've got like 5 minutes of downtime. If you want to grab yourself a bite to eat, grab a drink. It is definitely your last chance to do so before we get right back into some more drift action out here on the track. looks like we're going to have Kale Scott and Aaron DeWar lining up first. They're going to be the first battle of our level 1 top 16. Of course, you can head over to driftingsa.com.au/live if you want to keep up to date with where your favourite driver is here today, whether they've made it through the top 16, if they've been knocked out, how much they've been knocked out by. It's all there for you to see. You can also watch the live stream as well as on Facebook Live. You can check out the live stream here today from Drifting SA Round 1 here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Absolute cracker of a day here today, Danny. The weather's actually really turned itself on.
You got nothing else to talk about?
Always talk about the weather.
No, you're right, Ben. It's a fantastic day for drifting, and the level of driving we've been seeing, and also the notable lack of downtime. The noticeable lack of downtime that we've had so far. I mean,
Yeah.
It's actually running on time really well right now.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that we're running on time.
That battery.
But Josh Rogers just came out for a quick smoko, so we're going to get back in. He's head back into the judges' box. So we're going to get back straight back into some more drift action. It's going to be up first, Kale Scott versus Aaron DeWar.
That's battery low, my little red flashy light.
Kale Scott currently qualified second with 105 points. Aaron DeWar down in 15th, so he's got some work to do. Only 83 points to his name, so he's going to have to really pump those numbers up if he wants to get himself into the top 16 here today. Of course, currently our number 1 qualifier, not a big surprise, Leighton Fine has got himself up into the number 1 position so far, so it's great to see Leighton straight back into it.
Anyone know where Peter,
like he's never left.
Anyone know where Peter Bryant is cruising around? Danger Pete.
But we're about to get underway with our level 1 top 16. And our first competitors are getting ready to go. It's going to be Kale Scott. He'll be in the lead in the Scott's tyres. S13 being chased down by Aaron DeWar in the Madhouse MX-83 Crusader with the big LS under the bonnet. Kale Scott with the angry RB20 throws it up towards the wall. Aaron DeWar getting a little bit caught up there in the chase position. Gets sucked down into a low line. He's going to try and close that door, get right up on the back bumper, or what's left of it. That Scott's Tyres S13. DeWar really seems to be struggling through this slow section, but Kale Scott is absolutely killing it right now. Lock to lock, dirt to dirt, right on the edge of the track, doing exactly what we want to see out of a lead run. Fantastic effort there from Kale Scott. And Aaron DeWar just seems to be struggling a little bit with the transitions in that Crusader. But he does get it done, gets around the track, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get himself into that top 8. Yeah.
And I don't know if that means that I'm going to go flat. Apparently I'm quiet.
Yeah, I think we're both a little bit quieter than normal. I don't know, we could have some people play with the levels here. I don't know. Maybe push it closer to the ground. Yeah, you can bend it like that. I know. Like Beckham, Danny. That's how much you're going to bend it. We got our SA Pro Rides out once again, throwing down some laps here. And just like with the drift comp, we do have breakages when it comes to the Pro Ride. So unfortunately, Jackson Snell is out. It looks like he's lunged a motor. Those LS is coming back once again to get him. As we move on now, this is going to be our second battle of the top 16. It's going to be Matt Harvey up against Aiden Scott. Car number 5 versus car number 12. Big high line there from Matt Harvey, right up on the wall. Aiden Scott with a slightly shallower line, just trying to keep that proximity up. Jumps the curb on the inside, gets a little bit crossed up. Matt Harvey, absolutely textbook right now, doing exactly what we want to see. Trying to give the maximum opportunity. Look at the angle of the dive there from Aiden Scott. Gets himself a little bit caught up though. Big straighten on that final transition. Matt Harvey does exactly what he's supposed to do to give Aiden Scott that prime opportunity to chase him down. Got our SA Pro Rides once again doing another lap.
Reloaded.
Reloading.
All right. Fresh batteries are in, Ben. I've got a solid green light, and we
Very good. It's good
we
to see
are
you've
back
got-
in business.
It's good to see you've got a green light to commentate once again, Danny.
Changing mag.
Cover me.
Standard chaos trains going on here, Ben, with our ride with the pro drivers.
Oh, it's a roller coaster with no track. You're right, Daddy.
It's a roller coaster with no direction. A lot of the time, no sense.
And definitely no dollars.
But also no boredom, because it's a hell of a ride.
Oh, you're definitely not going to experience the same lap twice in our SA Pro Rides.
Consistency non-existent.
No. No. Consistency is key, but we threw away the lock. But we've got our next battle underway. It's going to be the second run between Aaron DeWar and Cale Scott. Of course, Aaron DeWar in that Madhouse MX-83 Crusader. Cale Scott in the Scott's tyres S13. So they initiate into the bowl. DeWar trying to work the car up the hill. And Cale Scott all over the back of that Madhouse Crusader. Nice wide line there from DeWar. A bit of an awkward transition, but he gets it going once again. You can really see that car bucking through that left-hander once again. Cale Scott, though, he's not phased. He is still pushing Aaron DeWar through the second half of this course. It doesn't look like it likes going left, Danny.
Yeah, I agree, Ben. We saw Cale Scott, though, in the chase there, had that real, his front wheel on Aaron's rear wheel, that really nice proximity. Not really up on the door, but just that real on the rear bumper of Aaron as it was bucking, as you say, through those last corners of the track. But it does look like a bit of a handful, that Crusader, at times.
Definitely looks like it's a hard beast to tame.
Really doubling down on the horse angle here.
I've picked a metaphor and I'm sticking with it, Danny.
No, I appreciate that.
I'm not going to switch it up on you. But up next, we've got Aiden Scott, Matt Harvey over on the line, ready and waiting to go. Again, Aiden, one of our L2 alumni who stepped up to L1. And he's been doing a fantastic job. He's made himself into the top 16 a few times. I reckon he's even got into the top 8 as well since stepping up to L1 last year. So fantastic to see Aiden really flourishing as he moves up. And then we got Matt Harvey, of course.
Almost like clockwork, Cale Scott.
Of course, Matt Harvey, I was going to say, is no stranger to seeing himself in finals of drift competitions. And he's going to be definitely trying to get himself back up into the finals here today. As it looks like we've got our recovery vehicle over on the backside of the track. So it looks like that Madhouse Crusader has shut it down. So unfortunately there for Aaron DeWar, it looks like, well, probably more unfortunately for Bo, looks like there's been another issue. If that's going to be the third thing that DeWar's killed this weekend, he's definitely doing his best Paul Aussie Austin impression. Of course, Paul Austin killing 2 RB25s in under 24 hours last weekend at Adelaide Motorsport Festival. A very solid effort.
Yeah, it's borderline impressive when you can break that many engines in that short amount of time, but if anyone can do it, it's our...
I'm out to the RBs again. They just keep
Paul,
breaking,
we
I don't know.
No RB.
So just going to have our recovery crew just go and drag that Crusader off the track. Looks like they're jacking the car up. So I don't know what's going on over there. So we're just going to let them do what they do and clean that car up. We're going to have our next battle on the way. We do have more of our level 1 top 16 to go.
That's right.
We've
got a
only just got
mechanical
started.
issue just as quickly as you can say, gee, there's been bugger all downtime.
You really put the mockers on that one, didn't you, Danny? Put the commentator's
The
curse,
commentator's curse
on the
right on the
downtown.
event, the whole event.
That's right, but here we go. It's going to be Aiden Scott in the lead, being chased down by Matt Harvey. Matt Harvey opting to initiate with Aiden Scott, even though he could do later if he wanted to, but he is all over the back of that purple S13 as they come up the hill. Nice solid line, big angle there from Aiden Scott transitioning into the sweep, but comes up a little bit short. Matt Harvey reads it like a book all over the back of Aiden Scott as they transition into the hairpin now. Nice solid lead line from Aiden Scott, hanging off the lock stops through the last 2 turns. Matt Harvey unfazed all over the back of Aiden Scott in that S13, don't he?
Yeah, classic Matt Harvey chase there. Calculated, precise, just that right amount of aggression. Gee, he's good.
Like Dale Campaign when he's on it.
Like Dale Campaign when he's had about 30 warm-up runs and he finds his groove, yes. Oh, there you are, Pete. I've been looking for you. Your battery's died on me. That's my
Danny
job,
talks
Pete.
too much. Never heard of that.
That's my job. That's what I'm paid the big bucks to do, isn't it?
Wait, you get paid?
No.
See, the thing is, Pete, if we got paid, we'd actually have to be good at this.
Did you just hit Pete with the see the thing is? You
All
can't
right,
do that.
so speaking of Dale Campaign, looks like he's going to be lining up against Nathan Greenhill. Sorry, he's going to be lined up against Danny Pesic. So it's going to be Dale Campaign leading in that Smith Partners Real Estate 1-beer, being chased down by Danny Pesic all the way from Victoria. Look at Dale up on the wall. That's what we want to see from Dale Campaign. Absolutely picture-perfect placement from Dale up the hill into the sweeper now. And Pesic's all over him, doing a great job in the chase. Really being aggressive, and that's what we like to see here in the SA Series. We admire aggression. Aggression is the be-all and end-all. That's what we want to see. We want to see aggressive driving and a great job in the chase there from Danny, doing a good job with that aggressive chase run.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic job in the chase there by Danny, not phased at all about being on track there with one of SA's heaviest hitters.
One of the nation's heaviest hitters.
One of
really
the nation's heaviest hitters, that's right.
He's been overseas multiple times thanks to winning DCA championships. Drove over in Ireland and also in America. Of course, now number 434. Do you know why he was 78, Danny?
Why's that?
GH.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
So now we've seen... I don't know what those shirts are, guys. They obviously had those made in a rush.
Wow, that's some real
but that
good
is not,
quality merch
that is not
there.
up to the standard.
David Campaign.
Just temporary. Okay,
is that Arial Black? Is that the font?
Oh, jeez. When's the new merch drop then?
You spent all the money. You spent all the money on the
or?
wrap and didn't save any for the merch, didn't you?
All right. We're in the design phase for his updated merch, apparently. Good stuff.
All right, so up next, we're going to have Tay Lindstrom in that TDP Mobile Services E46. We actually saw him battle the same driver of Cody Moxon in the first lot of qualifying battles. So they're going to do it again as Tate drops a tyre in the pace zone. So these guys are currently 8 and 9, right on the bubble, only being separated by 0.6 of a point. So these guys are very, very close. So this is a do-or-die battle for both of these drivers to try and get themselves into that top 8.
Tate Lindstrom doing just that with this lead run, Ben.
Tate with a very, very solid lead run indeed. And Cody doing a great job in the chase, really using that opportunity to get up on the side. Really trying to rub a tyre right underneath the D in TDP as they go through the final corner. As we can see Bo Gagliardi's Casita there being piloted by Aaron DeWar, just being dragged away from the track. So unfortunately it looks like there has been a pretty terminal failure there because they've jacked the rear wheels up and they're dragging on a dolly. So something in the rear end of that has gone kaput.
Diff related maybe, but look, maybe Aaron can try and slip his way into another car. Maybe Brody Black. Give him maybe the town bike.
Brody would chuck in the keys, but I think unfortunately for Aaron, he was already in the bottom half of that top 16. So having another bad run with the breakage, I don't think he's going to have a good shot at making him through to that top 8. But two drivers that definitely do have a good shot are Dale Campaign and Danny Pesic. Dale's actually only down in 7th at the moment. So typical Dale, just limping in. But he's up against Danny, who's currently only 3 points behind him in 10th. So both these drivers have everything to play for as they come around into the sweeper. Right up on the wall is Danny Pesic. Dale Campaign doing a great job being right there, half a car length away as they come up the hill now. Watch him transition. Dale again very tight on that transition. We've seen that a few times from him, taking that line to close the proximity. But absolutely stellar lead run so far from Pesic as he jacks too much angle, has to straighten the car, gets through the corner. But Dale doing a fantastic job there reading that, Danny. We saw Danny Pesic over-rotate and just straight line almost into that last corner. And Dale did a great job to keep his car drifting the whole time and still follow that line that Pesic threw down. Yeah, that's right. Obviously, it's in the back of his mind that he's sitting down in 10th at the moment, really trying to dial in that angle and that aggression to try and impress the judges and get his ticket to the top 8, but may have bitten him there. Yeah, might have done himself dirty trying to push too hard. That's the risk you take out here when you get to this point of the competition. It really becomes do or die. You kind of have to do it, don't you, Ben? Because you're sitting down there in 10th and driving sort of middle of the road, so to speak, not physically, driving middle of the road's not going to get you up there. No, not at all. And we have seen, we always go back to the Zach Bogner when we did the reverse over the hill when he was 16th and managed to get himself into the top 8 after 2 absolutely insane runs in the top 16. But up next, it's going to be Cody Moxon now in the lead, being chased down by Tate Lynch. A big dive there from Tate in the E46, all over the side of Cody in that K70, really pushing him up the hill. Fantastic effort there from Tate in the chase. He really wants it today. And Cody, again, stellar lead run, putting the car exactly where we want it to see, and Tate is taking full advantage of that. Dives up on the inside into the hairpin, all over the back of Cody Moxon as we transition through the last corner, again pushing him around the corner. Great job in the chase there from Tate Lindstrom, Danny. Yeah, absolutely. Tate Lindstrom, our local hero, pushing that K70 through the track. Tate's looking dangerous today, Ben, I must say. Yeah, Tate's looking like a hard solo on tap at the pub after this event. He's looking very dangerous. I tell you what, Ben, it's a dangerous day to be a hard solo on tap. Sorry, a hard rated on tap. Rated, sorry. Doesn't have to say We've had enough copyright issues today with the whole AW thing. We can't bring that back up. Front wheels of that K70 about 3 kilometres outside the guards there, Ben. Yeah, it's absolutely insane what you got to do to those things to get them to drive. As you can see, our ride with the pro drivers once again out on track. We're down to 4 pro ride cars out there at the moment. We're thinning the herd when it comes to our ride with the pro. Hopefully we don't have tyre shortages and stuff like that with our pro ride guys, because this is, of course, the second day of drifting we've had here this weekend. So these guys were out here yesterday tearing it up. Yeah, we talk about track time with our drivers. The drivers getting the most track time all weekend by far, of course, our ride with the pro drivers. And do you know what? These guys like Pryor and Davey and Simon and Dominic, obviously the guys that are out there now, these guys have all mechanical issues, so it's a testament to how well these cars are built, Ben. Yeah, exactly. And look at that, right up on the wall, Brendan O'Grady absolutely throwing down in his lead run, currently seated 4th. Again, a very, very solid run from Brendan O'Grady. You can see him actually, he's being very, very timid on the throttle, really not burning through those tyres. He might be having a tyre shortage himself, but he gets through the course, no harm, no foul. Rasmussen all over him as well. Again, it shows that even if you have 1,300 horsepower, you don't need to use all of it, Danny. Yeah, absolutely, and that's just having 1,300 horsepower doesn't make a car easy to drive, Ben. It's a very high amount of power to have under your right foot.
And you've got to be very smart with that. Especially when it comes to other factors that get involved with big power cars like that, like tyre usage and shock on the driveline. You can't just smash all 1,300 horsepower through your car at all times.
No, even if you've got like the fancy Winch's diff and the G-Force gearbox, 1,300 horsepower being shoved through that in one go is
well, that's right. You don't just want to have that attitude of, yeah, I've built the car tough, but that doesn't really give you the green light to just go and drive that thing irresponsibly all the time.
Here's one for you, Brendan, for your future builds. Built Bogger Tough.
Built Bogger Tough.
Built Bogger Tough.
Oh, that's it. That'll be a thing from now on. We're going to use that. You know, if he does get through this weekend with no mechanical issues, it will be 2 solid weekends in a row of drifting.
Yeah, that's it. With that much power, that's definitely something that you can't sneeze at. Here we go. We've got Nathan Greenhill now in the lead. He's going to be leading Sam Mudge, who's visiting us all the way from New South Wales. So we've got a diverse crowd here. Northern Territory, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, and of course South Australia. And Greenhill absolutely chalking up the hill. Absolutely dutching out Mudgey as he gets a bit too keen and goes around. Maybe just getting lost in the smoke a little bit there, Sam Mudge. Greenhill's going to finish off the lap, but Sam Mudge is going to be pretty dirty about that one.
That's right, very unfortunate there for Mudgey to spin. And, need I remind you guys that these are our qualifying battles for Level 1, so this is going to determine who really gets into the business end of our Level 1 competition today. These guys are battling for the top 8. And, of course, getting into the top 8, I don't want to say it in a stuck-up way, but it's a prestigious thing, Ben.
It's pretty cool.
At our Drifting SA comp, to get into the top 8 with the high level of talent, both local and overseas, that we have.
That's right, getting into the top 8, parking up on the front straight in front of the crowd. It's a great sight to see.
Having Ben stick a microphone in your mouth.
Speaking of the crowd, can we just get you off the wall there? You can't sit on the wall like that. Can I get you behind the wall? To the lady just sitting on the wall there right in front of us. I need you to get off the wall.
Wall lady. Thanks, Lyndon. Yeah,
I know it's comfy, but we're not allowed to have people hanging over the wall.
It's comfy and...
And if you do it, you get publicly shamed. Thank you for that. All right, so we're going to move on. We're going to have Tim Rasmussen now. He's going to be leading with Brendan O'Grady in the chase. So Tim Rasmussen, again, a long-time supporter of the South Australian Drift Series. It's great to see him back once again for another season. And Brendan O'Grady, he made the trip over from Victoria for AMF last weekend. And he goes, well, they told me I have to fly back on Monday. I can't drive. So he goes, I may as well leave the car here and I'll come back next weekend and do round 1 as well. So a very last-minute entry from Brendan, and I'm sure he's enjoying it here today. As he tries to initiate before Tim Rasmussen scraping the bumper on the transition on initiation. Brendan O'Grady is here to party. Tim Rasmussen doing a great job in the lead, but Brendan being super aggressive right now. Once again, look at him just absolutely smashing the lobstocks in the chase all over the back of Tim Rasmussen. And you can hear it now just bogging the car down. That's why they call him Brendan Bogger O'Grady. As they come around the last corner there. What an entry there from Bogger.
Do you know what? Not just the entry, Ben. Every single transition from Brendan O'Grady, he was right on that rear bumper of Tim Rasmussen.
You can't go over the wall, even to retrieve things. It's gone forever now. It's lost to the ether. You'll have to wait for our top 8 to see if someone will throw it back over to you. But until then, you can't get over the wall. Sorry. All right, give it up here for Tim Rasmussen and Brendan Bogger O'Grady as they come through the pits. High fives all round. These guys are here to put on a show for you guys. They love doing it. Not only would they do this for free, Danny, they actually pay to come out here and put this on. So great effort there from our drifters. Here we go, Mudgey now in the lead. Nathan Greenhill in the chase. Mudgie's got to throw something big here. He's got a couple of bad runs to his name, so he has to absolutely pull something out of the bag for this last run if he wants to get himself into the top 8. Greenhill just has to get through, just has to cruise along. He's pretty highly seated right now. And at the moment, he's doing everything he needs to do to see himself into these elimination battles at the end of the day. Mudgie getting through the course there. And Greenhill all over the back of him. Great effort from both of our drivers there, Danny.
Yeah, that's right. Mudgie in the lead there, as you said, really has to pull something out now to earn his ticket into the top 8. You can see him really pushing hard to achieve just that. But Nathan Greenhill in the chase, fantastic as ever.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got Mudgie and we got Greenhill coming through the pits. Give him a high five as they come through. That is one little angry RB, Danny.
That's the offensive exhaust setup then.
Yeah.
You see,
Here we go. We've got another battle. It's Roger Ianson and Stewie Bryan. Coming down into the bowl now. Roger up nice and high. Stewie on the foot brake, trying to drag the car up next to him, and he does so. Roger absolutely blazing up the hill. Stewie smashing limiter, 3 wheels in the dirt on the inside. Just trying to cut that line and keep up with that absolute machine that is Roger Ianson's S15. And here we go into the tight section. 2 old school drift cars. One of the most professional cars getting around, and then Stewie's. Again, one of the most professional old school DA cars, and then one of the most iconic Australian drift cars ever, really, that R32. World renowned.
That's right.
That R32.
For good or bad, well, it's world renowned. You know, when the whole missile thing came apart in the early 2010s, it really divided the drift crowd, Ben. There was those guys that were saying, like, cars like Stewie's shouldn't be allowed on the track, and they're ruining drifting, and, you know, they're not presentable. And then you had the other guys saying, you know what, bugger it, get out there and drive it, and if you hit stuff, it happens. And I'm not going to say what side of the fence I'm on.
I'm on the crashy side.
We know what side of the fence you're on.
I'm definitely on the crashy side.
Did you notice on that bowl there with Stewie in the chase, he had that front wheel lock-up, but he was still into it. That's his handbrake. I reckon that works.
He's using his
he's got his handbrake that you can.
Handbrake.
Yeah, it's quite the setup.
He's got the motocross style front brake, rear brake set up on the handbrake. But here we go. We've got Leighton Fine now in the lead, being chased down by Joel Donegan. Leighton Fine, our #1 qualifier so far. Donegan down in 16th, so he's going to have to really pull something out of the bag. He's got a good 20 points to make up compared to the top 8. So he needs to throw down a good chase, and he's doing that right now, Danny. Leighton Fine, once again, good solid lead run, doing exactly what the judges ask, and Donegan taking full advantage of that right now, doing everything he can to get up on the door of that 180 at seconds as they go across the line.
Yeah, great run there by both drivers. Joel Donegan, we've said it before, he's making his return to competitive drifting, and he's really slotted back in nicely.
He sure has, and someone who's been away for far longer is slotting in even nicely.
That's a very good point.
So yeah, it's great to see both of these competitors out from after a bit of a hiatus.
That's it, getting in there, getting the muscle memory happening.
That's right, and we got our SA Pro rides, and then there was 3.
You got to remember, a guy like Leighton Fine, the game has changed a lot since he last drove in drifting competitions, Ben, and look how well he's managed to get back in.
The last time Leighton Fine drove, overtakes got you the win. So he's doing a great job stepping up to the level that we see in drifting these days. Like, I remember when like we were talking to Lyndon Reynolds before up here on the balcony, you know, when he first came back, it took him a good year to like really get the hang of what drifting was these days compared to those DA days and even those Australian Drift GP days.
Yeah, absolutely.
The level of driving in the State Series now is so high. 2
more competitors coming around now. Stewie Bryan in the lead, which means we're going to see Stewie throw it right up against the wall here, Ben.
There we go, so Stewie's, oh no, down. Roger's in the wall. Big crash there from Roger Ianson. Massive crash behind Stewie Bryan. as Stewie's going to continue on and finish off the run. But that was a massive hit into that wall from Roger. We're going to send the course car over there straight away. Make sure that he's okay, because, again, that was a massive hit. That's solid concrete, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. That wall, there is no give in that wall, Ben.
No, that wall has claimed many, many a car. It looks like it's done a big number to the front of that S15 of Roger Ianson.
Yeah, so Fireys are going to go and check on him, make sure nothing untoward's going on under the bonnet as well, make sure there's no smoke.
Yeah, that's it. So that is a massive hit in the front corner of that S15 of Roger Ianson. So again, the first thing, our first major concern is making sure Roger is okay, because that is a really bad angle to hit the wall at too. That's the Earnhardt angle, if you really want to think about it. That front corner into the wall like that.
That's right, and this is why a perfect example, Ben, of why it's safety in any sort of motorsport when it comes to things like roll cages, harnesses, side intrusion bars should not be compromised. Got Stewie Bryant pulling up. He's going to have a little bit of a look for himself to see if his friend and competitor's okay.
Yeah, see, that's the spirit of drifting as well here. Like, everyone wants to make sure everyone's okay. There's no enemies in drift. It's all friendships. So Stewie's going to go over and make sure that Roger's okay. We had just heard through on the race control from the Fireys that it seems like Roger is okay. We're still going to send the medical crew out because, of course, that was a quite a heavy hit into the wall there. So we'll get the medics out there just to check on Roger, make sure he's okay. And then we'll get back underway with some more drifting shortly. But for now, we'll just make sure that Roger's okay. We'll get the car cleared off the track. And we'll take a quick 5-minute break and we'll see you afterwards.
Who are you loving driving with so far?
It's been a bit of a mix-up at the moment. Matty's car hasn't been working, but I'm looking forward to getting out and doing some laps with him.
I really want to see his car working. Matty has this awesome yellow 32 and we just haven't seen it get enough track time yet. But tell me about your car.
It's SR, pretty stock internally, makes about 260 kilowatts. All the suspension mods, but yeah, it's pretty reliable and it's going well this weekend.
Reliability seems to be a key thing at the moment. Any advice for people looking to build a drift car? What do you think they need to keep reliability going?
Yeah, don't go crazy with the power and just, keep it cool. All the little bits you need to keep the motor safe.
Well, this is Adrian, as I said, first time competing. He's in the black S13. Let's see how he goes. Hope you make it to at least the top 8.
So, thank you.
So, yeah, that's unfortunately a very big hit there for Roger. It's going to be a lot of damage to fix, but the most important thing is Roger is okay. And we'll... So, yeah, we'll get this car off the track, but make some noise for Roger Jansen. That wall is a pretty big deal. It is a pretty heavy hitter when it comes to accidents. There, you don't really have a light accident on that wall.
Yeah, that's it. The dangers of these guys coming out here and giving it 110%, especially on a tough layout like this one. It's not uncommon for it to claim a victim or two.
Yeah, that's it. So it does look like we're going to get Roger's car pulled away off to the edge of the track. I think that's Stewie walking alongside it.
That is the lanky build of Stewie Bryant, the unmistakable build.
Stewie is the tall man. So we're going to make sure that Roger's all good. We're going to take him over, get him checked out. And, yeah, we'll get his car off the track and we'll move back on to the rest of our Level 1 Top 16 very, very shortly. But, yeah, big shout out to Roger for being okay because, yeah, that was a massive hit into the wall there.
Yeah, it looks like the front right wheel's locked up, Ben, so that damage is really transferred throughout the whole front.
Yeah, that could be like a chassis ender in terms of like that car has been around like since day dot in terms of Australian drifting. Of course, that is the former Wheelworks car, Lyndon Reynolds' old car, which we was just speaking to Lyndon Reynolds before. I'm sure he'd be quite devastated. Yeah,
sorry, man.
We see him down there on the pit wall there.
Could be the end of a very long era for that car.
But yeah, that is of course the dangers we have with drifting in these situations.
We're getting more about that car than the guy that used to drive the damn thing, Ben. Lyndon's like, bigger and better things.
So I think we're just going to go pull that car up over next to the Madhouse Crusader. We're just going to call that scrap
over
scrap
to
pile.
the car graveyard over there that we've started to build.
So it looks like Trent Forrester's just come out for a look-see-loo as well, just driving around.
Anyone else want to come for a sus?
Just come out for a rubberneck.
Little sticky beak.
So we're going to get the officials and Stewie off the track now, and once we have everything set up, we will move on to the second half of the Joel Donegan and Leighton Fine battle.
Which has been an absolute cracker so far, Ben. All their runs have been fantastic. So
yeah, Donegan really stepping up for his chase run there, and he needed to do so because he was right down the bottom of the standings in our top 16.
Good to see a northerner really throwing down out here today.
Yeah, we've been lucky from the north. No Miller here this weekend. Oh, because we always forget that Dale Campaign is a solid northerner.
He's got that up the hill attitude, you know.
Yeah, but he lives in Salisbury.
He's got that air of hillbank.
He's not even in Salisbury Heights. He's in Salisbury Plains, Danny.
Oh, jeez. Don't say the street name. We don't want to be too specific about the man's location.
He lives near Hollywood Plaza.
But all you have to do is drive down Salisbury Highway on a Saturday night, listen for the loud music and the party going on, and you shouldn't have too much trouble finding his house.
So we do have the track cleared up. A massive shout out, of course, to our volleys out here this weekend and the Fireys.
That's right. No event runs without those guys. So big thank you to those guys for coming out, volunteering their time. They don't get paid for any of this, Ben. They stand out in the heat, in the sun, sometimes with a camera, sometimes with a shovel, sometimes just sitting in a car waiting for an accident like this to happen so they can sort of spring into action and clear it all up for us.
Yeah, they're the ones that want to have a quiet day. They just want to keep sitting in the recovery car and not having to recover anything.
Yeah, hopefully idling with the aircon on, maybe some tunes, a bit of drifting in the background.
That's it. So So Stewie's just been chauffeured back in his own car. Oh, I'm so tired. I can't drive anymore. You need to take me.
Oh, it's too much. It's too much.
How do the people keep doing these many laps in these events that I run?
Forgotten the physical strain. Drifting then.
That's right. Someone who seems to be thriving after a long time without the physical strain and competitive drifting, of course, is Leighton Fine.
He stayed in shape. He stayed in fine shape, man.
He's in fine form.
That's right. What was Leighton Fine's nickname back in the day, Reese? Mr. Smooth.
Mr. Smooth. So you're saying like Scotty Casual Miller really chimed in on that? Took the smooth, took it to a casual.
Yeah.
Can you copy my homework? Just don't, just change it a bit so it doesn't look like it.
I got you.
I got you.
That's how you end up with a Scott Miller.
That's how we've ended up with the DSA guest driver car as well. It's a discount Aussie car.
Yeah, it's that car's actually it's changed quite a bit, Ben, because it used to be purple and then it had mismatched guards on it, and Stewie's been stuffing around with it. And then they put a bigger turbo on, got a tune, makes good power. It's a complete transformation.
And it looks like it's a highly competitive car because Leighton Fine is absolutely killing it in it today. He's going to be chasing Joel Donegan. So Donegan now in the lead, coming around into the bowl. Nice dive there from Leighton Fine in the chase. Good high line from Donegan. And Leighton Fine all over the back of him as we come around up the hill into the sweeper. Good transition from both drivers there. Bit of a shallower line, but Leighton all over the back of Joel Donegan as we come into the hairpin, into the final turn now. A little bit of a drop back there from Leighton Fine, just trying to time that final transition. That's really the only error I've really been seeing out of him today. He's done it a couple times now where he really pulls back before that final transition. And then other than that, everything else has been pretty much picture perfect.
Yeah, smooth you could say. No, absolutely. He's, you know, you sort of got that pressure on yourself, I guess, Ben, when you're a guest driver to perform and to really, I mean, who wants to get a guest driver in that isn't going to make it to the top 16, you know? So
that's right. The other thing as well is you got to remember that's not his car. He's in a borrowed car, technically. So you also don't want to break the car that you've been going, hey, come drive this weekend. Here's the car.
You don't want to break the car, Sam.
All right, yeah, so that's definitely an LS under the bonnet of Joel Donegan's car as Leighton Fine comes through. Just once again, can we get the kids off the wall? We need to keep the kids off the wall, otherwise we have to take you away from the wall. So whoever, the kids hanging off the wall there, I need you guys off the wall. The one in the red hat, yes, you, off the wall, please. Thank you.
Did they do that because they heard you, Ben, or was that just a coincidence?
It's because the car's coming. They want to give it a high five. As the remnants of our Pro Rides crew come through into the pit lane. You can see that Toyota reliability really getting them through here with our SA Pro Rides. But looks like we're going to be moving on to our Level 2 Top 8.
Level 2 Top 8, Ben. So this is, for all those watching in attendance and at home, our first round of elimination battles.
We've got knockout battles here now, Danny.
We've got knockout battles, Ben. We've got championship implications.
That's right. We've got Trent Forrester in the lead, being chased down by Brody Black in the KE70. Coming through the quad kick up the hill now. Brody really leaving a big gap behind Trent Forrester. Really needs to close that up because, of course, this is a one-on-one knockout battle now. Each of these runs will have a direct implication on how the competitors are going. Trent Forrester, again, really silky smooth lead run, doing everything he's been doing all day. Really finessing that big car through the lap. Crowd's happy. They're giving him a round of applause down on the pit wall.
Yeah, not without merit, Ben. Very, very, very good
It was
run
worthy.
there.
It was definitely worthy.
Definitely worthy. And, of course, this is elimination, so everything matters now. Every mistake, everything good that you do goes into account. And if you aren't quite good enough, Ben, you're putting it on the trailer.
That's right. So great effort there from both of our drivers. So Brody currently seated in 6th place and Trent Forrester in number 3. So that's your 6 versus 3 battle. But up now on the line, that's your car number 1 versus your car number 8. That's Nick McKernan, our top qualifier here today for level 2. And he's going to be up against Shay Russell, who's just snuck himself into the top 8. Snuck himself in by about 7 points. So there was a bit of a gap there between himself and Troy Clark, who just missed out qualifying 9th. But again, a solid effort from Troy coming back into competition from a bit of hiatus himself and doing quite well out here today. But
Yeah,
up next, it will be our number 1 qualifier, Nick McKernan. We're definitely expecting good things from him this year.
Every time we have a few beverages together, me and Troy, I get a, when are we going to drive together?
Well, he's out here driving. It's up to you now, Danny.
Yeah, I know. You think I don't know this, Ben?
All right, so we're going to cut down to Renee now. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, very good.
Renee is in position.
So Renee is going to be having an interview with our drivers in the top 8 battles once we get into our eliminations.
All right, I'm with Nick McKernan on the start line right now. How's it going, Nick?
Yeah, feeling pretty good today.
And, God, I don't even know what to ask you. I'm a bit tired. It's been a long day. How's the car feeling?
Yeah, car's running sweet. My driving's been pretty consistent, so hopefully I can just keep it going.
Well, you obviously won the mini comp yesterday in Team Drift, so let's hope you can keep it going today.
Sounds like a plan.
And then who are you battling over here? Another, oh, is that Shay? I can't tell. Oh, it's Shay. Where did you get this Falcon from?
A very good person named Damien Holt has kindly lent it to me this weekend to give it a good run in and test it for him, so it's going good. Very good car, having fun.
A borrowed car. Well, you've got a very good friend there and look forward to seeing you nail it.
Yeah, it's pretty privileged if you ask me.
We like friends like that. All right, back to you guys in the commentary box.
All right, thank you, Renee. So we're going to get on to our next battle now. It's going to be Nick McKernan against Shay Russell. Nick in that R33, the white car with the black roof. Shay in the silver, regular traffic-looking BA XR6. Nice solid entry from both drivers there, flicking into the quad kink. Nick's been doing a great job today, really flowing through that course, and Shay doing a great job in the chase there. Both cars carrying angle the whole way through the quad kink. It's a very technical section through there. Nice wide line for Nick McKernan in the lead. Shay Russell doing the best he can to stay up on the door. Of course, this is an elimination battle. Big dive from Shay Russell onto the side of Nick as we transition into the final corner. Very good, solid lead run there from Nick, and great job from Shay in the chase, Danny.
Yeah, that's right. Elimination battles, Ben, and these guys know it. You can see these guys really step it up another notch. And look, no more mistakes are forgiven. No more drop rounds.
That's it. It's every run counts now from here to the end.
This is a great day for drift.
All right, so we have Renee down on the start line, ready to have a chat with Brody Black.
I'm with Brody Black, and I'm very pleased to see that your car is still running because you kindly lent it to Jamie Godfrey earlier. How's it all going?
Yeah, it's going well. We had a throttle cable come off before in one of my runs, which is unfortunate, but yeah, got it back together. Jamie took it out, it was all good, and now I'm back in it and see how we go. We're having fun.
Well, thank you for being such a gentleman of drift, always willing to throw keys to people, but I can't wait to see you driving just consistently in your car, so it's great to see you out here in the top 8.
Awesome.
Who are you against? Oh, Trent Forrester, another Falcon. So is it Falcon? Fairlane, some sort of Ford. How's it going, Trent?
We did it. We finally made top 8.
Woo, top 8. Well, you were doing some gnarly driving last night. Well done being the other winner of the mini comp with Nick McKernan. Some really great battles. And so what makes you choose a Ford to drive?
It's the only way I can afford it.
It is an expensive sport. Well, you make a Ford look really good on the track, so keep at it. Back to you in the commentary box. Let's have some awesome battles.
All right, thank you, Renee. Looks like we're going to get underway with our next battle now. It's going to be Brody Black and Trent Forrester, who we just spoke to. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second half of this battle between Trent Forrester and Brody Black. We saw an absolutely clinical lead run from Trent, and Brody just struggling to keep up a little bit. Let's see what he can do in the lead now with that JZ powered KE70. And look at the dive from Trent into the Quad King, absolutely punishing the side with that KE70 right up there. Fantastic job, less power, way more weight, and he's doing a great job absolutely all over the side of Brody Black. What a job from Trent Forrester, absolutely throwing that AU around. Unbelievable scenes here. The JZ-powered K70 getting absolutely bullied by an NA Falcon,
Trent
Danny.
Forrester absolutely demolishing the town bike.
Absolutely. What a run. What a chase from Trent Forrester.
Fantastic work. And I said it earlier in his quali runs, Ben, that last section of the track where all that speed comes off, Trent's been doing a really good job of keeping that thing where it should be and keeping it under drift. And we just saw that then.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic effort from Trent as we're going to cut down to Renee with our drivers. Oh, we're not going to cut down to Renee. We're going to go to the next battle. I'm not sure what's going on. We're either going to see Renee talk right now or we're going to see cars start
I don't want to
driving.
talk to them. I've already spoken to them. It's Shay and Nick again.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nick McKernan versus Shay Russell. Nick, again, a fantastic lead in his first run. Shay doing a great job in the chase. Nick's got to really pressure the back of Shay Russell to make sure he puts enough of a run down to show why he deserves to go through the top four. Big dive from Nick McKernan going up the hill behind Shay Russell as they transition into the sweeper now. Nice solid lead so far in that BA Falcon. Nick, over the back of him, Danny.
Wow, fantastic work by Nick in the chase, staying right on all two side doors of that B-Series Falcon.
Oh, Shay goes around,
no.
and what a job from Nick to avoid contact there. You just saw him grab the handbrake, just massage the car around the side, and no harm, no foul, Danny.
Nick McKernan absolutely bullying Shay Russell into a mistake there.
Yeah, that's it. As we're going to cut back down to Renee on the grid.
Is it me again? Well, I've got Trent Forrester and Brody Black ready for the second half of their battle. Really happy to see this giant car going against the little Corolla, so just send it.
All right.
All right, well, I think we're just
I can't
waiting
see
on
any
some
drifting
results
from
right
here,
now.
so I had no idea they'd done 2 runs. Oh, see, I got what I wished for. It's a rerun. They're going again, so big versus small.
All right, so it does sound like we've got a rerun on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. It's going to be Trent Forrester, Brody Black. They couldn't separate him in the first round. They're going to send him again. 2 absolutely fantastic battles for their first battle. Let's see what they can do now. Brody's going to step up that aggression in the chase, but absolutely, again, what a great job through the quad kick from Trent Forrester in the lead. Brody Black, once again, just having to play a little bit of catch-up as Trent really absolutely doing a fantastic job into this tight section. This is where he's been shining all day, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. Trent, fantastic through that last section, as we've come to expect. gapping Brody Black through most of the track there, Ben.
Yeah, Brody's definitely left a little bit on the table there. It's going to allow Trent the chance to really show why he deserves to go through if he can do a better job in that chase with the aggression compared to Brody.
We have Nick McKernan going through to the next round. Well done, boys, but we'll see you next time, Nick.
All right, so it sounds like Nick McKernan will go through. All right, so we're going to move on now to the second half of this battle between Brody Black and Trent Forrester. So we got Nick McKernan and Shay Russell now transiting back into the pits. And we'll see Nick once again in the top 4 here today for level 2.
Fantastic work there by Nick McKernan.
All right, here we go, Danny. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second half of this rerun between Brody Black and Trent Forrester. Again, Trent with a fantastic lead. Brody leaving a little bit on the table in the chase. Let's see if these guys, when they switch them around, what happens.
Oh, big dive by Trent Forrester coming into the quad kick. Fantastic work.
Oh, he's just gone and overdone it a little bit. He's thrown on the angle to try and match Brody Black, but Brody, of course, with that extra power and less weight, able to power through where the Falcons struggled. But look at him. Once again, that tight technical section comes up, and Trent is all over. Brody's 2 tyres off through the infield.
And Trent, once again, fantastic through that section. Brody dropping 2 wheels, but Trent didn't phase him at all. He stayed in it, did a really good job, and obviously Trent...
Brody's got the angry foot on going.
Trent with a bit of a mistake early on in the run, Ben, but it's interesting to see if the judges sort of not really analysing
And, of course, Brody, ever the entertainer.
Trying to give us all the stout of industrial deafness. Thanks, man. The residents nearby are going to call in a shooting.
Right, we're going to cut down to Renee on the start line with Brody Black and Trent Forrester.
Sounds like it was a lot of fun. I can't see any drifting from here, and I'm waiting the result. I don't know how I'm getting the result. Is it coming via pigeon, radio, love note? Anyone know who's won? Can you ask them again for the result? Otherwise, I'm just going to stand here looking at Brody's beautiful face.
Everyone, I guess. Everyone's amazing. Him for how he's driving. Shout out to Trent because he's an absolute legend.
Woo, go Trent. Love that drivers love driving with each other. And apparently the judges are still deliberating. It must have been a really good battle.
It was fun. That was great fun. Brody just putting down perfect lines. We were just on each other's door the whole time. Best weekend ever. Can't be happier than I am.
Well, guess what? You're going to be really happy because you're going again. We're just going to check your tyres.
All right,
they're going to need to change tyres. We're going to keep going with the other battles, I reckon, and let boys change their tyres. Well, if Brody's doing it, you may as well go together, and then we'll continue with the other L2 battles. All right, they're going to sort their tyres, then we're going to see some epic reruns, and we'll bring the next L2 drivers up to the start line, which looks like it's Rick Biglands and... Oh, I haven't quite learnt this Falcon's name.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to send Brody and Trent in for some tyres, and they've got another rerun, so we still can't separate them. But we're going to move on to our next couple of battles now. We've got Pat Meehan and Rick Biglands on the line ready to go.
Tell you what, Brody and Trent battling tooth and nail to get into this top 4, Ben.
Yeah, that's it. They're absolutely throwing down. We can't separate them. Eventually, one of them's going to crack, though, Danny.
Who will crack under pressure, Ben?
That's right. But here we go. We've got our next battle underway. It's going to be Patrick Meehan in the AU Falcon up against Rick Biglands in the S13. Patrick being the high qualifier, he's going to lead first, being chased down by the Seafoam S13. Nice solid line from Patrick through the quad kick now coming up the hill. See if he drops a tyre. Looks like he's right on the edge of the track, but gets it done. Nice transition again from Patrick. Rick having to dive in a little bit, trying to close that gap right out on the edge of the track there from Patrick Meehan, doing exactly what the judges want to see, giving that nice open door for Rick to try and take advantage of. But I think Rick just maybe a step behind during that run, Danny.
Yeah, a bit of a consistent sort of 2 to 3 car gap throughout the whole track, Ben. So let's see what Rick can do when the roles are reversed and hopefully lay down an absolute heck of a lead run to try and make up for that.
Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, Rick's definitely going to have to throw down a massive lead run, and Pat doing a great job himself so far in the lead. As it looks like our next pairing is ready to go. We've got Eli Duikers and Matt there on the start line, ready to go.
Couple of late blow-ins here.
We got owner and proprietor of P-Knuckle himself down on the wall there. And we've got vlogger extraordinaire.
Wow.
But in front of us, we have a battle. It is, of course, Eli in the lead, Matt in the chase in the RX-8. Two polar opposites when it comes to cars. The real stock-looking E+T RB30 R31 chased down by the LS-powered RX-8.
What did they say?
It's all the way over from Victoria. Eli doing another textbook lead. He's been doing those great leads all day long. And Matt all over him in the RX-8 there, Danny.
Yeah, I wonder how Eli's front tyres are holding up now, Ben.
They're probably looking a little worse for wear.
Worse for wear. Stop it.
Awesome. So that was that battle. We've got another one lined up, ready to go. Of course, it's the second half of the Rick Biglands and Patrick Meehan battle. Meehan.
I don't know. Is he a track in Japan or is he?
Of course, all the way over from Victoria. Be good to see more of his AU brethren head over as well, the AU Drift Society. There's a couple of really wicked cars over in Victoria, of the AU persuasion.
AUs are like birds. They all migrate to the...
Yeah, that's right.
They stay together, they migrate together.
They come across in a flying V formation.
Yep, absolutely.
But it's going to be Rick Biglands now to lead us off. And he's going to be chased down by Patrick Meehan. Nice solid initiation there from Rick. Patrick taking the opportunity to go for the dive into the quad kink there. And a fantastic job so far in the chase. Oh, as he over-rotates slightly and the chase drops a tyre, he's gifted a bit of an opening of the door there to Rick Biglands. Rick just needs to keep this run nice and solid. And Patrick's going to come back at him now and try and close that door, put the pressure on towards the end. Will that mistake be enough, Danny? As Rick drops a tyre right on the end as well. Throw that big puff of dust.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine Rick would be pretty happy with that lead run.
Yeah, so a massive battle there between those two drivers. It's going to be a tough one for the judges. There was a few mistakes that they're going to have to tabulate. But we got one more battle out of this group now. It's going to be the second half of Matt in the RX-8 versus Eli in the R31. So yeah, Eli Duikers versus Matt Mason. The second half of this battle about to get underway. And then once we get through this battle, we can cut down to Renee. We'll hopefully have a result for the Patrick Meehan versus Rick Biglands battle. As the starter sends the cars, it's going to be the RX-8 leading this time of Matt Mason over from Victoria. And Eli Duikers, after a stellar job in the lead, he's going to have to throw down a stellar job in the chase. As Matt gets on the loud pedal, snaps the car into the quad kink. Eli goes for the dive, trying to carry the momentum through the quad kink. Doing a great job so far. A nice job in the lead, right out on the edge of the track there from Matt Mason as we see the transition into the infield. And Eli doing a great job there, right up, front wheel to rear wheel. As they transition into the hairpin there. Great job, don't you reckon, Daddy?
Yeah, fantastic. by Eli, trying really hard to maintain that proximity and really be aggressive in the chase there. Unfortunately, had a bit of a straight earlier on in the layout there, Ben, but...
yeah, a little bit of a straight in there, but we're going to move on to Renee now, who's with Rick Biglands and Patrick Meehan.
His car, but apparently with a broken head gasket.
Head gasket's let go. God knows for how long, but it's working.
Well, you've done well to get this far, and then we've got Pat, me, and Oliver from Victoria. Sorry, I should have come around.
What up?
What up, guys? Well, I have a result. It's gonna go to the Victorian, Pat Meehan. So through to the top 4. Well done. We'll get you back going to pits, and then we'll see you the top 4.
There we go. So Patrick Meehan will move on into our top 4, and unfortunately for Rick, that's going to be the end of his day in terms of the competition. But we're going to move straight on to Renee now with Eli and Matt.
I'm over here with Maddie Mason, and we've got Eli. I'm getting the goss in my ear if I look confused. So that must have been some epic battles, because they're going to go to rerun. How are you feeling, Maddie Mace?
Oh, look, I'm so stoked. Like, this is my very first competition. All I was hopeful was to make the top 16, but to make top 8, and now I'm up against the Smurf again. He put on the sick chase, I could feel him the whole way. And hopefully I can return it this time, and there'll be a winner out of one of us. And if I don't make it through to the top 4, mate, better drive one this time, and I'm glad to put my head up high and go home and cheer on the sponsors and MGM Fixers and RX8 is killing it.
It's great to have you here. I'm going to quickly check on Eli, but it turns out you're about to go for your rerun, so hang on a second. Eli, well done.
Thank you.
Let you go because he's look keen.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we got 2 reruns on our hands here. We're going to have Brody Black and Trent Forrester, and then we're going to have a rerun between Eli Duikers and Matt Mason. So we got reruns for days here, Danny. This is going to surely cut into our schedule.
I don't think this will have any implications later on, Ben.
We're not going to have any schedule implications. But yeah, we do have coming off the line now. It's going to be Trent Forrester in the lead, Brody Black in the chase. This is their second rerun and third battle. Let's see what we can. Let's see if we can separate them, Danny.
Yes, as they come into the first section of the track, and a fantastic fast entry there by Trent Forrester, really carrying a good amount of speed through the quad kink. Brody Black falling back quite a bit, Ben. It's pretty familiar from what we've been seeing between these two guys.
Yeah, that's it, falling back, but see if he can close the gap again, because Trent's doing the right thing. Those nice wide lines in the lead, allowing Brody to catch up in the little KE70. But again, we just saw Brody just get a little bit wrong on the entry, a little bit too much angle, falling away during the quad kick, and then having to drag the car back up behind Trent. So we'll see if that is enough of a difference when we come around to the second battle. We'll see if we can separate these two drivers, because they are inseparable.
Well, that's true. And speaking of inseparable, looks like we're going to start our second rerun here. Well, our first rerun, the second battle. Eli.
That's it. So we're sending them now. So it's going to be Eli Duikers in the lead in that blue R31, being chased down by Matt Mason in the RX8. Eli feeding it through the initiation there. Matt Mason in chase, just falling back a little bit on the entry into the quad kink again. There's probably 2 or 3 car links between them. But watch Matt Mason now try and close the gap as Eli comes up the hill, carrying angle the whole time. Nice snappy transition from Eli in the lead as Matt Mason just over-rotates ever so slightly in the chase and has to straighten the car to drive back up to the side.
as Eli now comes through the last two transitions. Matt doing a much better job through this final part of the course, don't he?
Yeah, that's it. Really good lead run again by Eli. He's doing really well of just consistently putting that car in the same spots every single time. He's got it really dialed.
Very street-esque. Just placing the car where it needs to be placed. Nothing too flashy.
Did you say street-esque?
I did. It's street with esque on the end of it. Meaning it's like on the street. How it would be.
How it would be.
How it would be. How it do.
Hey, if you think it be how it do.
People don't think it be like it do, but it is.
It is. Whatever the science guy said.
Alright, so here we go. It's going to be Brody Black and Trent Forrester in the AU Falcon giving chase. Let's see what Brody can do for us. He had a bit of a wobble on his chase. Let's see if he can nail the lead, and let's see what Trent can do in his chase position again. Cutting up on the inside. Big dirt drop from Brody Black. Keeps the foot in it. Going through the quad king. Trent Forrester unfazed. Still hanging onto the back of that K70. Nice and wide there from Brody Black. Trent Forrester trying to apply the pressure as we come into this tight technical section. Again, look at him right up at the side of the K70 through the final two corners. All over him, Danny.
Well, Ben, after about 3 reruns or whatever it was, I think we may have separated them, finally.
Maybe. Look how much dirt's on the bowl now from Brody's dirt turbo.
Yeah.
Sorry to everybody over in those prime viewing locations. You definitely got the 4D experience.
Maybe even sorry to those guys over on the main track. You know what? It's an occupational hazard, Ben.
That's it. And we're going to cut down to Renee with Matt Mason and Eli Duikers. I know, we got the second half of the battle. I got a little bit ahead of myself, Danny. We got Matt Mason to lead now. Eli,
we're not done here, Ben. We're not done here.
All those gunshots are really starting to go to my head,
starting
Danny.
to rattle the brain around, aren't they?
All right, Matt Mason now in the lead. Eli Duikers, he'll be chasing him down in the Smurf Blue R31. Nice solid initiation from both drivers. Bit of a wobble there from Matt in the lead. Eli unfazed though, still trying to get on the door of that RX-8. Oh, big straight from Eli in the chase. Couple of mistakes creeping in here, Danny.
Yeah, Eli getting straight back on it, sucking right back up into the door of that RX-8 of Matt as they come through this final section. And a good job by Eli, staying close. Oh, dirt drop by Eli. He's, God, every time you say something positive about the man, Benny.
Yeah, that's happens. Right. It's a bit messy as we're sending Trent and Brody Black back. So it looks like we do have a result between those two drivers.
And, we'll be finding out soon whether we have a result about these two drivers.
As they head back around. So we're going to send Matt and Eli back around. They're going to have a quick chat with Renee, and we'll find out a result between those two drivers.
So it's got to be the longest level 2 top 8 we've ever had.
By far. All right, so it sounds like we have a decision down there. All right, so... All right, so sorry to everyone in the live stream that probably just copped that as well through our microphones, but we do have a decision on those battles. You can see our cleanup crew out there just giving the bowl a quick dust down, and we're going to move into our level 1 top 8.
Some of our live stream guys coming out and experiencing those extremely loud backfires.
Yeah, also it's a good tip if you're bringing the kiddies out here to these events. A set of earmuffs never goes astray. It looks like we're going to skip the top 8 intro here today. Unless they're, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on here, Ben, but there's cars flying everywhere.
Okay, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to, instead of doing our top 8 intro, because our level 2 top 8 kind of took a little bit more time than we were expecting, we're just going to send these drivers around for a parade lap while the cleanup crew does their thing on the bowl. Or not, I don't know. That's what I heard from the judge, but he's also on Smoko, so we need to leave him alone. All right, so we just got one of our judges on Smoko right now. And we've got quite a crowd up here, up on the balcony today. We've got a massive crowd down on the pit wall as well. So it sounds like they're going to send the other 4 vehicles out and send a parade lap around. Because JB needs his nicotine.
He gets very grumpy without it.
He's like, rerun them, they're all losing.
We wouldn't want judging to be affected by a lack of nicotine, would we?
No, not
so
at
regular
all.
Smoko breaks are paramount.
So you can see there our top 8 coming out onto the track. These are your top competitors here today in our level 1 competition. You're looking over on the line. You see Cale Scott. You see Matt Harvey. You see Leighton Fine. See Cody Moxon in the K70, Tate Lindstrom in the TDP Mobile Services E46.
All the big names, man.
All the big names. We're missing a couple. You're waiting for a Dale Campaign to pop out. Probably waiting for a Brendan O'Grady to pop out.
Yeah.
Probably waiting for a Nathan Greenhill.
Yeah, maybe even a Nathan Greenhill.
But we haven't seen them yet because they're probably not ready because they thought they had more time.
Yeah, so if you're in the level 1 top 8, can you go to the track,
They
please?
should have been expecting a top 8 intro, so they should be ready to go. But
well, here's Nathan
typical L1.
And Dale. So that's 2 more expected competitors cruising out here.
Who's the last? Who's the last to rock up? It is, of course,
It's
Brendan O'Grady, fashionably late, of course, in the BSC Performance 180SX. So these are your top 8 drivers. I can even give you, if you want, we can go through who qualified first, Danny.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a guess?
Do I want to have a guess? And I'm going to act like I didn't just see your screen. Would it happen to be Mr. Smooth?
It is, of course, Mr. Smooth. Leighton Fine comes back out of retirement, tops quali. Of course, up in second, Cale Scott. Great effort there from Cale. Third highest qualified, Brendan O'Grady. Fourth highest qualified, Nathan Greenhill. Fifth highest qualified, Tate Lindstrom. Sixth, Dale Campaign. Seventh, Matt Harvey. We're not used to seeing these names so low in the bracket. And of course, Cody Moxon, he sneaks through by about 4 points. So 148.8 down to 144.8.
That's right. The blokes just missing out on that top 8 was Tim Rasmussen.
Oh, unfortunate there for Tim, because Tim is a long-time competitor here, and he's always there or thereabouts, not quite making it here today. And of course, Danny Pesek, all the way from Victoria, just missing out as well, coming in 10th. And then down to Stewie Bryant, 11th. Roger Ironson, obviously, with that massive accident before, only down in 12th. Aiden Scott, Joel Donegan, Sam Mudge, and Aaron DeWar rounding out the top 16. So we're going to send these drivers around. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for your top 8 level 1 drivers here today, round 1 of the Drifting SA State Championship at the Bend Motorsport Park. Just a reminder as well, people need to be behind the wall, not on the wall. Someone should know better. Thank you, Lyndon.
Yeah, you're toeing the line, man.
You're going to set an example for these kids, Lyndon. They look up to you.
Like physically as well.
Yeah, physically as well. They actually have to crane their necks upwards to see you.
Yeah. He's hot on it.
I was hearing chants of Cale Scott from the kids on the wall too, so we found the fan favourite here today.
No wonder they're all bloody troublemakers sitting on the wall. Just taken after their hero.
That's right. So as they come past, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your top 8 competitors here today. Top 8.
Top 8 and get off the wall.
This is still better than when we had COVID and we had to keep telling people to be a metre apart.
Oh, yeah. Oh, crazy times, Ben. You look back at the COVID times and it's like another life now.
It is. It's insane. You know when there's nothing to talk about, you start talking about COVID. Yeah, but it's great to see so many interstate drivers as well making it into our top 8 here. We're about 50-50 by the looks of it.
Yep, so we got Cale Scott, South Australian, Matt Harvey from Tasmania. We've got Cody Moxon from not South Australia. Leighton Fine, of course, a South Australian local, and he has battled his way all the way to the top 8 today as our guest driver.
And Nathan waving to the fans. Harvey on the wall, he's loving it. How do you reckon your dad's going to go, Harvey? Are you going to go good? Yeah, he's going to go good. Cale Scott.
And get off the wall. Thank you.
All right, so here we go. Speaking of Cale Scott, it is going to be Cale Scott versus Matt Harvey. Cale Scott will be leading first. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be Cale Scott to lead, and it's going to be Matt Harvey giving chase in that Kumo Tyres S13.
Both very aggressive, very fierce competitors out here today, and neither of them wants to go and put their car on the trailer after this bend. So these guys are going to be battling hard to make it into our top 4 tonight.
Yeah, they definitely want to make it through the top 4 here today. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get underway with Cale Scott in the lead, being chased down by Matt Harvey. Red versus blue. SA versus Tasmania. You can see there Matt Harvey actually trying to initiate before Cale Scott, transitioning right up onto the door, coming around the bowl. Cale Scott with a solid lead line, actually starting to gap Matt Harvey a bit as he trims some angle to come up the hill. Matt Harvey very late. Oh, he's debeated the tyre.
Oh, no.
Matt Harvey, that is going to be devastating for him. He's come here. He wants to win, and he has lost the tyre there, and that is going to be a massive, massive hit to his championship
implications.
Championship implications already in round 1.
Yeah, never good to see a competitor struggle because of any sort of mechanical failure, Ben. But look, unfortunately, that's motorsport and that's the game. So
that's it. Sometimes it's not you get knocked out by yourself. You get knocked out by a mechanical issue or something like that. Something as simple
and that said,
as
Ben,
losing
he's not
a
knocked
tyre.
out yet. The battle's only half run. You know, anything can happen in that second half. So Matt Harvey's probably going to chuck another rim on and go out there and probably try and bully Cale Scott into a mistake.
Yeah, hopefully he can go over there. And can he change the tyre? I'm looking over at race control. Is he able to change the tyre into the second half of this battle? Or so yeah, we do have a 5-minute rule, so he will have a chance to go change that tyre. But of course, he's going to need Cale to make a monumental mistake in the chase. Which, of course, this is Cale. Cale's not going to go out and play it safe. He's still going to go and try and door Matt Harvey as hard as he can.
If there's one thing we know about Cale Scott, it's he does not cruise to any easy victories.
No. All right, so next battle is about to get underway. It is going to be Leighton Fine, and he'll be leading up against Cody Moxon.
All right, here we go. So Leighton Fine in the lead. Cody Moxon giving chase in the K70 all over the back of Leighton as they come around through the bowl. Both drivers a little bit off the wall as they come up the hill now. Again, a nice, solid lead line from Leighton Fine. Exactly what we've been seeing from him all day. Big dive there from Cody. Cuts a little bit of line out to get up onto the door of that drifting SA guest driver car. And he's doing a fantastic job so far in the chase. Just trying to measure the distance between the front of his K70 and the back of that 180SX.
Yeah, Leighton Fine using every millimetre of the track available to him. He's in fantastic form then after battling his way to the top today.
No ring rust at all. He's just jumped straight back in. I believe he got to go out to Malala when we had the Malala practice night on and have a shakedown. Because, of course, a brand new, freshly built car by Drifting SA. So he got to go out, have a crack, have a feel of it, and he's come in. He's absolutely putting on a show today in that 180SX, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. It certainly looks like that 180SX is an absolute driver of a car, or is it the guy behind the wheel?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Of course, that car is put together with the best bits in the business. You got the Acostal front end in it. You've got all the Raceworks fittings and bits and pieces. You got the Shockworks suspension.
Pulsar turbo.
Well, it's got a Pulsar turbo under there as well.
Gee whiz, you've really gone all out.
Oh, the Pulsar supplied by Sleeker Spare. Oh, of course, yeah. Again, big thank you to Sleeker Spares, not only sponsoring the series, but sponsoring some of the parts as well from the build of that car. We've got a next battle, though, underway. It's going to be Nathan Greenhill in the NG Elec 180SX against Tate Lindstrom in that TDP Mobile Services BMW E46. Of course, one arm bandit on YouTube. Nice, solid initiation from both drivers there. Tate a little bit low on the bowl, tries to work the car up next to Nathan Greenhill, and he does, right up beside him. Just falls away a little bit as they come up the hill. A good, solid lead run so far from Nathan Greenhill. Nice, snappy transition. Allows Tate Lindstrom to get right up on the door and push Greenhill through the sweeper, transitioning into the hairpin now. Into the last section, and a fantastic job from both drivers there, Danny.
Yeah, Tate absolutely surgical in that last section of the track then, staying right on the door of Nathan Greenhill.
Really stepping up the aggression in the latter half of this day here as well.
Did we miss any? Oh, Scott's tyres, for supplying tyres.
So, of course, as well, the discount Paul Austin wrap design by BJ Signs, doing a fantastic job. They've made a pig nose 180SX look half decent, Danny. That's a pretty good effort. Looks like a race car, and that's what you want.
Ben, I can't agree with that. I happen to think that's the premier front end of a 180SX, but...
No, that car can't fold towels, Danny. It's got no chin.
Imagine trying to left hook it. You'd miss it completely.
There's no target. Here we go. We got the KE70 in the lead of Cody Moxon being chased down by Leighton Fine in the guest car. A nice solid lead so far from Cody. Drops a tyre coming off the bowl. Drops another tyre as well. Leighton Fine all over him though. So clinical, so methodical. An absolutely textbook chase run so far from Leighton Fine, placing that car exactly where it needs to be, right on the pocket of that KE70.
Yeah, Cody with a couple of unfortunate mistakes there, and Leighton Fine not allowing any sort of room, just absolutely pouncing on
those mistakes that don't upset the chase car as well. He's dropped a couple of tyres, but he hasn't had a big bobble or anything like that. He's given Leighton that opportunity to still be up on the door the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course Leighton's always going to do that. You know, he's not... They call him Mr. Smooth for a reason. That was those beautiful smooth transitions behind that lead car and that really consistent gap too. Not that lunge drop.
No, it's placing the car. Like, he's not diving. He's not crazy stuff.
He's not putting it there. He's delicately placing it there, Ben.
That's right. It's like when you watch the videos of a front end loader opening a bottle with the bucket. It's like that, but with a drift car.
Yeah, they're two very similar things.
Yeah, but it's precision, Danny. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about precision and finesse.
Levels of precision. And speaking of not surgical levels of precision, we're going to have Cale Scott
That's right.
leading Matt
so
Harvey.
Cale Scott, of course, we had Matt Harvey DB to tyre, so it means Cale Scott could cruise through to victory here, but he's not gonna. So Harvey knows. Harvey knows he has to throw down the best run of his days right here. And he is absolutely in kill mode right now. Cale Scott doing everything he can. He's doing more than he needs to in all reality. Like, all he needs to do is make sure he gets around the track. But Matt Harvey is trying to put his best foot forward and show, no, I've got this. And he's done an absolute cracker of a lead. But Cale Scott, he was there the whole time, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfazed.
And look, we called it earlier. Cale Scott's not going to sit 2 car lengths back and just cruise his way to a victory. He likes drifting for drifting.
That's right.
You know, he wants to get up there and have fun and push that lead car as much as possible. But Matt Harvey, man, with a lead like that, it's just so unfortunate about that tyre DB earlier.
Yeah, that's it. You're really fighting battle, an uphill battle from there. Just a quick call out as well for best of the rest. We will be checking passenger armbands. So if you're taking a mate out for best of the rest, make sure they have an armband and make sure it's a legit armband. As Tate in the lead now in the TDP Mobile Services E46. Nathan Greenhill trying to go on the attack, a little bit lower on the bowl. Just measured approach there. We want to see him get up a little bit higher and be right up on the quarter panel of Tate Lindstrom. Tate on a nice line. Good transition. Big dive from Greenhill. Trying to do what Tate did to him all over the back of that E46 as they transition into the hairpin there. A great job from both drivers. You see Greenhill just falling back a little bit so he can surge up into the last corner through this tight technical section.
Yeah, very close battle between these two guys, but it's going to be a tough one for the judges to call, you'd have to imagine. We're not going to call that one out straight away, but look, it's very likely we may be heading down that road.
That's right. All right, so we're going to send the next battle now while we wait on a result on the Cody Moxon and Leighton Fine battle. It's going to be a couple of heavy hitters. These are 2 dudes you'd expect to see in the finals, but going to be battling in the top 8 here. There's, of course, Brendan O'Grady in the Hulk being chased down by Dale Campaign and that Smith Partners Real Estate 1-Via as they come around the first quarter, transition into the bowl. Look at him all over the back of Bogger. Bogger up high on the wall and Dale Campaign all over him. He might have only qualified 7th, but he is absolutely throwing down right now in the chase. Dale Campaign really stepping up as the day progresses, and he is going to try and knock out Brendan O'Grady here in the top 8. Bogger doing a fantastic job in the lead, doing exactly what he needs to do, but Dale Campaign really stepping up there, Danny.
Yeah, great work. Both these guys absolutely nailing it. And that's Dale Campaign. You know, he's coming into the top 8 and he comes up against a guy like Brendan O'Grady and he knows he's got to flick that switch, Ben. He knows that half-baked driving is not going to get him past the guy like Bogger.
He's got to be full spec Campaign.
Dale banging the roof. He loves it. Loves to get the crowd involved as they taxi back around.
He's always a showman, isn't he?
Always. He loves the spotlight, Dale.
He loves the spotlight, Dale Campaign does. All right, so we've got our next battle lined up, ready to go. It's the second half of this battle between Dale Campaign and Brendan O'Grady.
That's right, we're going to send these guys. These guys are going to absolutely put everything into this battle, which is one of the craziest top 8 battles you may ever see, ladies and gentlemen.
This could be a final, but here we go. Dale Campaign in the lead. Brendan O'Grady, super aggressive on the initiation, dives up on the inside. Dale Campaign up on the wall and Brendan O'Grady up on Dale Campaign coming up the hill, door to door, transition into the sweeper. As Bogger just trims a little bit of line to get back onto the pocket, and Dale Campaign, a nice solid lead run so far, but Bogger is bullying him through the tight section of this track, right up on the door, across the line. What a run. So this is the worry. This is what happens when Dale Campaign doesn't quite put 100% in at the start and has these lower qualifying things. He has to go battle one of the big boys. But that being said, we're in the top 8. Everyone's a big boy.
That's
Everyone's
right.
a player here.
There's no pushovers in the top 8 in this competition,
No,
is there, Ben?
not at all.
But fantastic work by Bogger there, really answering back. He knew he had to put down an A1 chase run against Dale Campaign.
Dale socked him, and then Bogger's just come back and whacked him with a haymaker. Like, he's just absolutely blitzed
Now
him.
who's throwing out all the boxing?
I know all the boxings.
Pressure makes diamonds, Ben.
So it looks like we're going to send these guys back to the start line. Do we have a result? We're sending them again. The judges are tabulating. We've got our level 2 top 4 heading out. A couple of AUs and a couple of Skylines, Danny.
I'll tell you what, we're sitting in with the judges now up in race control, Ben, and it's a lot nicer on our ears sitting in here than it was, unless, of course, you're the judges and you have to listen to us.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. So we just heard from race control. We've got a rerun, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
Dale Campaign, Brendan O'Grady. We're going to send him again.
Potential scheduling and championship implications here, Ben, all in the same battle.
So I don't know if Bogger was planning on doing the whole championship. He wasn't planning on doing this round until he came over to AMF. So hopefully we can see Brendan do well here today, and it gives him that incentive to come back for the rest of the rest of the season.
But by all means, if he does happen to take out a win at the round today, Ben, it may push him to carry out the season.
That's right. That's right. And then we might have championship implications because we have another championship contender on our hands. So we've just seen Brendan back up. Oh, he's on the wrong side. He's leading first. So we just had the cars the wrong way around because we're just so used to Dale being that he wasn't ready to be chasing first.
It's a bit of a habit, isn't it?
That's right. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Brendan O'Grady in the lead. Dale Campaign giving chase. These guys are going to have to try and step it up once again. Let's see what they can do. Dale Campaign with the early switch, jumps on the handbrake to drag the car up beside Brendan O'Grady. Both of them up on the wall. Dale Campaign pushing Brendan up the hill as they come around. Look at the angle there from Bogger as he transitions into the sweeper. Dale reads it perfectly. All over the back of that green and black 180SX, the BSC performance car. Dale Campaign right up there on the quarter panel, pushing, falling back and pushing once again as we come across the line.
Unbelievable. Two heavyweights of this competition, Ben, standing toe-to-toe and just trading blows. And you saw Dale Campaign.
Couple of ice bath warriors out there.
Dale Campaign coming out the bowl there, and on transition, he was so close to Brendan O'Grady's rear bumper that he probably just took a little paint off there.
Little credit card swipe.
Little credit card swipe.
Little credit card swipe on the transition. Dale's pumped. He's so keen.
Honestly, if they keep going like this, gee whiz, we might have to have some kind of a split decision here.
golly gee, Danny.
Gee willikers, Ben.
All right, so here we go. We're going to flip him around. Dale Campaign's going to be in the lead this time. We've seen two super aggressive chases from Dale. We've seen one super aggressive chase so far from Bogger. We're going to have to see car inside car chasing right here, Danny.
Oh, like not literally, because that would be an accident, Ben, but we want to see some extremely close driving.
We want to see paint being scraped off the door, not the door being punched in. Or whatever Lizzo said. Oh, very wide there from Dale Campaign on the initiation, but Bogger did a great job to pull the car back and not jump in front of Dale Campaign. But Dale now blazing up the hill, snaps from right to left. Bogger over-rotates, falls back a little bit, but he's going to get back up on the door, just trims the line to get right back there onto the side of that Smith Partners Real Estate 1 view as we come into the final section. Bogger almost knocking the bar off on the transition. That is an absolutely insane run to judge. I am not envying those guys right now.
What driving, Ben? Like, it's easy to forget watching this. This is a top 8 battle.
I'm on the edge of my seat because I have a seat now. It's great.
Now we can say we're on the edge of our seat without lying.
Before I was just leaning over the banister.
I'm on the edge of my banister. Give these guys a round of applause as they taxi back around to the start line. Absolutely phenomenal driving. Both these guys driving out of their suits today, Ben.
Out of their suits.
Well, they got suits on.
No, I like that. That's good. We're going to send them back around. We're going to see if we get a result. We might have a quick chat with Renee with our winner, if we have a winner. So the judge is tabulating. The laptops are smoking.
You look at Luke Broadbent and the cogs are turning. Very, very, very hard runs to judge, Ben. Absolutely splitting hairs. And there's so many criteria.
Edge of our...
We have a result.
We have
We're
a
going to
result.
go to Renee on the start line.
After that rerun, we do have...
Oh, that was great. Like, drive with him all day.
We've been so excited about getting battles together. So good to get each other in the top 8 and the rerun, so unbelievable. Happy
A bog wants to come hug Dale or something?
Hang on, I'm going to give Dale.
This is the drift community. The boys have to hug.
That was so good, man. So good.
Yo!
What can I say? That was absolutely epic.
It's great to have you back in South Australia. I hope you get inspired to do more comps here again.
It's probably the most fun driving so I think I'll be back.
Woo! All right, well, thanks for putting on a show. We'll see you soon.
All right, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Dale Campaign gets the win, knocking out Brendan O'Grady. Real Goliath versus Goliath battle there between those two drivers. And Dale coming through, sending Brendan back to Victoria.
Proper Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield bout that.
That's right. Who did the ear chewing this time?
Well, Bogger getting knocked out. Maybe going for Dale's ear back in the pits. You're going to have to keep an eye on that, Ben.
Oh, we've got some battles coming now, though. It's AU on AU action here in our Level 2 top 4. Patrick Meehan in the lead, being chased down by Trent Forrester. Turbo AU from Victoria versus a NA-powered vehicle from Adelaide. Oh, as Patrick makes a big mistake.
No.
Goes around, over-rotates. Little bit of contact. Wheel to bar. But that's the first mistake we've seen from Patrick all day, Danny, and it's just come at the worst possible time for him.
It's a cruel sport, Ben. Drifting. It's a harsh mistress. You know, you can be absolutely.
It's a harsh mistress and an even worse wife.
You can be on the ball all day and not put a foot wrong, and then come top 4, you make one mistake and it's nearly
Come top
finished.
4, you forgot to take the garbage out. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is our other top 4 battle here in our Level 2. At round 1 of the Drifting SA State Championship, it is, of course, Nick McKernan in the lead. Eli Duke is giving chase. We had a couple of Falcons in the first round. We got a couple of Skylines this time coming around through the quad kick. Again, Nick doing a great job. Nice and wide as he exits the quad kick, cutting into the sweeper. Eli, again, just doing all he can to place that 31 in the most optimal position in the chase, and he's been doing it all day long, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've said it before, we'll say it again. 2 of the real heavy hitters are Level 2 competition, and you'd expect both of these guys to be in that sort of top 4. They are in that top 4.
Sure are, Danny.
It's certainly no surprise to see him here, and this is why.
I know Eli would be super stoked to be in the top 4. He had a big string of getting knocked out in the top 8s, and he goes, I've got to break the curse.
He had to get through
now
that.
He's broken that curse, and he's hitting the top 4 every time. Yeah, he's broke the top 4 seal. All right, here we go. We got Trent Forrester in the lead this time, being chased down by Pat Meehan. And he had a massive issue with the first run. He drops a big tyre on the second lap there too. As they come around up the hill, Patrick needs to just... Oh, he's got a big understeer moment there from Trent Forrester on that transition as well. These guys are falling apart, Danny.
At the seams, Ben.
What's going on?
The pressure's getting to him, Ben.
The old seam sealer in the AUs is just starting
yeah, well, they did
starting to degrade there, Danny.
They did have some build quality issues.
The roof lining's falling down. Door handles are falling off.
Luckily, mechanically, they're pretty bulletproof. These guys are going to trickle back around to the start line. The judges are going to have a bit of a look at the proceedings there and determine what mistakes were more costly and what ones weren't. And
that's one of those battles where it's hard to judge, where you're looking at all those mistakes compared to, like, say, your Dale and Bogger, where you're watching these two dudes absolutely throw down. Because we are back in our level 2 competition. These guys a little bit less experienced. They're still learning the ropes when it comes to competitions and battling. But we've got Eli Dukas now. He's going to be leading this time. Nick McKernan in the chase.
Nick McNernan.
But Eli now, look at the body roll at 31. It's got the doorstop wedge rake. It's got the body roll.
Right,
take it straight to the shops afterwards. He'll go drive it to uni after this.
Drive that to church on Sunday.
He probably drove it here. But great job from Eli in the lead. But look at Nick, absolutely pressuring Eli. That was the difference we saw from the first run, whereas Eli was trying to keep up, just had that car length behind trying to place the car, whereas Nick's doing a much better job getting inside the pocket behind Eli as he finishes off the lap there, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these guys just battling tooth and nail to get their spot into the finals for our level 2 competition, and both putting a pretty good case forward there.
That's right. I just remembered Eli didn't drive that here. He towed it with a Suzuki Vitara.
Oh no! Please don't say that on a live stream. That's incriminating
it's
evidence.
It's a Suzuki Grand Vitara, mate. It's the big one. It's the big one. It's fine. I swear.
That's all right. That 31 only weighs 500 kilos, doesn't it, Ben?
At most. And it's on a 200-kilo trailer.
Oh, we're well in.
Yeah, we're fine.
And he's only got 10 kilos worth of tyres and, and tools.
He's got a 31, mate. He just rocked up with a spanner and a chopstick.
Yeah, so what was the rego of his...
All right,
Name,
so
date of birth and address.
We got Pat Meehan and Trent Forrester now heading away and around to the pit. So it looks like we have a result for those two.
Both very hard-fought path to get here, Ben.
That's right, Danny. It's great to see both of them making it into the top 4, but unfortunately for one of them.
Yeah, so see, Trent, for those of you that have a very short memory, Trent had to battle his way to 3 reruns to even get here. So
that's right. So it looks like we do have results for those battles. It looks like Trent will be moving through. Trent Forrester in the Maroon AU will move through to the final. And Nick McKernan in the white R33 will be going through to the final.
Yeah, so congratulations to those two guys.
So if we want to do a flashback all the way to the start of this event, Danny, when we first jumped on, we talked about Nick McKernan, Trent Forrester winning the Tandem Battle Award last night in practice. And look at them now.
Look at them now.
All the way through to the final. They're going to be battling each other in the final. They've already got a trophy.
Sometimes the storylines just write themselves, Ben.
That's right.
Sometimes our job is extremely easy. You don't need to push any narratives.
That's right. Just looking on the live stream chat now, we're actually sitting inside. You actually see Ryan Smith in the chat, Dale's new main man from Smith Partners Real Estate. So
get behind his sponsored driver.
That's right. So it's good to see Ryan in the chat along with a whole bunch of you guys. So it's great to see you all here tuning in on driftingsa.com.au/live or on the Facebook live stream.
Yeah, it's good to see a long-time competitor, Hayden Houlihan, tuning in, joining us today. Not out here driving, unfortunately, but still getting on the live stream to have us up at the event, look at proceedings.
That's right. So it's great to see so many people tuning in. It's great to see so many people still up on the wall, people over on the far side of the track. That's the spot to view from. And we're going to move into our top 4. So who do we have go through, Dale? Danny. Dale went through. Dale's one of them. Dale and Kale.
There we go. So Dale Campaign.
Kale Scott.
Nathan Greenhill. And our guest driver,
Leighton Fine.
Leighton Fine.
Feeling
Mr.
fine.
Smooth, getting
Feeling
through.
fine.
Is that a window into his madness? Feeling fine. Okay, so we're going to send these guys around for a sight lap, just to make sure that the track hasn't changed from the last time they drove on it.
Well, the thing is, Danny, with our level 2 drivers driving through the quad kink, they are throwing dust and dirt onto that bowl. So the driver's going to go out, have a slight lap, just make sure that the grip levels aren't too out of control. So it looks like we got Cale Scott and Nathan Greenhill. Battle of the Southies, Danny.
One of these guys is packing up and going back to Lonsdale, Ben.
But are they going to be packing up solar panels, or are they going to be packing up a million used tyres?
Well, if it's Nathan, he'd be packing up smashed solar panels because somebody keeps dropping them off of forklifts.
So here we go. It's going to be Cale Scott to the lead. Actually, we're doing a site. This is a site lap, isn't it?
Sight lap. You'll notice, Ben, that they're not really driving very quickly.
I thought it was Cale playing funny buggers. Or maybe he's waiting for the booster load in that RB20. There we go. So you can see the drivers there. They're just going out. They're having a feel for the grip. They're going to try and get some of that dust off the high line. Stewie's really critiquing their technique of not getting the dust off the...
Yeah, well, Stewie, you could be doing that if you made the top 4.
Or the top.
For that matter, the top 8.
So how was your triumphant comeback to competition, Stewie? Did you enjoy it?
That was a few months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, did you enjoy that one too? They're only hearing a one-sided conversation, so it's not going very well, but we're just giving Stewie a light ribbing. He's going to get him on the bike. Hello, Stewie. How you doing?
Is this?
It's on.
Yeah.
You're live. You're live. Yeah, you got to put it in your mouth. There you go.
Mouth. All right,
yeah.
deep throat it.
You have to compete with this. So.
Oh,
But it was good to see you out competing against Stewie.
Oh, look, it was just I just wanted to have the car out here for a few laps and drive with everybody. That was the kind of the goal with it. It's not really a competition car, obviously, and it's to be honest, weirdly enough, I actually care too much about that car because it's literally the first car I've owned. So as much as it looks like it does, I'm actually really precious of it.
The chassis rails are still straight.
It's still, you look underneath it, you're like, wow, this thing's, but
do you have any plans on rejigging the rear bash bar so it actually has a bit of movement in it?
So that's probably one of the worst parts about it right now is it was designed to move tyres out of the way back in the old days when that was what we're competing with. Now we've got concrete walls. If I hit that wall, it's all over. There's no give in the rear end. So look, I'll build a car for competition. That's the goal. Is by next year I actually have a proper car that ironically will look pretty, but I'll actually be more keen to just put into walls and stuff like what the guys are doing out here now.
That's right.
And charge the walls, charge the other drivers. But that car, I know, as weird as it is, for me, it's just my car.
Well, it's a museum piece now almost. You want to leave the patina as it is, but like no worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't really. It's not a car to go out there and charge hard with, and I'll go out there and do some big entries, and I'll probably get some confidence over time with the car. But right now, I honestly just want to get some laps in that. It's been basically 10 years since I've had that car. Like I said, it's my first ever car, so I just want to enjoy it for a little bit before I go too hard on it.
All right, very good. Thanks, Stewie. Thanks for joining us. Of course, very iconic automobile of Stewie Bryant, the R32 four-door. And again, Stewie has put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building up this series to the state where it is now. And it's absolutely awesome. But here we go. This is our first battle of our Level 1 top 4. It's going to be Leighton Fine in the lead, being chased down by Dale Campaign and that Smith Partners Real Estate 1-Via. Of course, Leighton Fine in our brand new Drifting SA guest car, and he's absolutely putting it on the wall. And Dale Campaign all over the rear quarter panel of Leighton Fine. Oh, big straighten there from Dale Campaign, though, in the chase, but Leighton absolutely nailing that lead run like he's been doing all day. Edge of the circuit to edge of the circuit, no major bobbles, nice and smooth. And Dale Campaign, very aggressive on the chase, but again, a little bit of a bobble coming up the hill there, Danny.
Yes, Ben. I actually just sat back down.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I'm just letting you know what happened, Danny. So.
And I appreciate the update.
Dale had a little bit of an awkward transition coming up the hill.
Oh, it sounded like an exciting battle from where I was.
Yeah. That's right. So a fantastic battle to start us off here in our level 1, the top 4. We've got our next pairing on the line ready to go. Of course, that's going to be Cale Scott and Nathan Greenhill, the former electrician versus the current electrician.
One of the more professional drivers in this series, and probably the least professional driver in L1.
Well, yeah, now Stewie's been knocked out, yeah. But Cale Scott up in the lead. He's going to try and throw that rear bar on the wall and grind it the whole way along. And Nathan Greenhill all over the back of that Scott's Tyres S13.
Oh.
Very, very wild transition from Cale Scott. Nathan Greenhill times it perfectly, shoots into the pocket, transitioning now into the hairpin, and Nathan Greenhill again all over the back of Cale Scott in that Scott's Tyres S13. I reckon the front bar actually nicked under where the rear bar would have been on one of those transitions, Danny.
That wouldn't have surprised me at all. It was all up in Cale's business that entire run. And Cale unable to shake the very dedicated Nathan Greenhill. Nathan hasn't had a win in SA for a while, so he's going to be pushing pretty hard to get back to that
He's
top
pretty
spot.
hungry. Nathan has that. He does really well every time, but there's always someone that just pips him at the post. So definitely due for a good result here, Nathan Greenhill. And I know that, like, you know, with Miller and a couple of other, like Miller and Aussie and a few of those other boys, that usually they end up in the battles together. He's hoping for a bit of a smoother run, but in the top 8 these days, there is no smooth run.
No easy ride.
That's right, and here we go. It's going to be Dale Campaign leading now. Leighton Fine in the chase. Very early entry there from Dale. Again, super wide, high on the bowl, running the wall. Leighton Fine drops down a little bit, then comes back up to be in line step with Dale Campaign around the sweeper into the left-hander now. And again, nice solid line from Dale. Very measured, and Leighton Fine, again, you can just see the placement and just the finesse that he has in that chase position. Again, just dropping back through that last corner again, and then surging up onto the door across the line.
All right, so we just get best of the rest. If you're going to be doing best of the rest, we're going to be running that after the finals until 5:30.
There we go. So we're currently in the top 4, so we're probably looking at another 10 to 15 minutes. So we should have a good 20 minutes or so for our best of the rest. So if you want to go out, jump in your car, use those leftover tyres, take a mate out, make sure they have a wristband. And we also do have a little prize that is handed out for best of the rest.
A little prize.
Little cheeky prize. Might get yourself a little dosh from DSA for doing well and best of the rest. So it's a good opportunity.
Stu,
to go out and
you'll be at best of the rest.
Here we go. Nathan Greenhill now in the lead, being chased down by Cale Scott. Nice smooth initiation for Greenhill, really flowing the car into the wall there, as Cale Scott with a bit of a waver in the chase, trying to keep up with that big power JZ 180 SX. And Nathan Greenhill just trims a little bit of line once again to get up into the pocket behind Greenhill through into the hairpin here. Cale Scott. Just, you can see him, he wasn't quite as close to Nathan Greenhill, but he was more in line with him. He wasn't cutting in, so Nathan Greenhill was very close and aggressive, but you could see him really trimming that line to get right up inside the side of Cale Scott's car, whereas Cale kind of fell back a little bit, but was like more on the traditional line.
Yeah, and I'm looking over at the judges. They're intently watching the replay on the live stream. They're playing it back and just kind of critiquing every little single movement, because that's what it takes to separate these guys when they're operating at such a high level.
Yeah, that's it. So that's definitely something I'm glad I don't have to do. It's a big enough task talking, let alone actually critiquing and figuring out who's staying and who's going home.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys, I mean, they've got one of the hardest jobs, and It's a thankless job judging. It's that they work behind the scenes. They don't get airtime like we do. They can't put their opinions forward to everyone. But
yeah, that's right. So we did. Luke Broadbent's this guy. When people come up to talk to the judges, they're not here to say thanks for doing a great job.
That's right.
They're
And
usually like,
you can
why
call-
didn't you let me win? Like, I thought I did a good enough job.
You can call the right decision 100 times, but as soon as you make the wrong decision once, what do you think everyone?
That's right.
You know.
That's right. Everyone looks at the negatives, but it does look like Nathan Greenhill will get the win. So Nathan Greenhill will be moving into the finals, and he'll be facing either Leighton Fine or Dale Campaign.
And either route there is going to be an absolute battle. It's going to be a tough way to a win here today for Nathan Greenhill. But
is it a rerun? All right, so there we go. So the finals today, it's going to be Leighton Fine, our DSA guest driver for round 1, and he'll be battling Nathan Greenhill. So Greenhill's, he's beaten everyone he normally has to battle to get to the finals or win. He's beaten them. He's done it all, Danny.
Exactly.
But now he's going to beat the final boss. We've dragged him out of retirement. We thawed him out. He's going to have to take on Leighton Fine.
People think he's been off living life and blah, 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 but we've actually had him cryogenically frozen, waiting for the right time to release him on this drifting SA competition.
Just so we can screw over Nathan Greenhill.
That's right.
But here we go, Danny. It's going to be the L2 finals for round 1 of the Drifting SA State Championship. It is Nick McKernan in the lead, Trent Forrester in the chase. These guys are going to absolutely throw down here for our final battle of L2 this weekend. Nick McKernan out in the lead again, another textbook line through the quad kink and then into the same section the L1 guys are running for the rest of the day. And Forrester all over him. He's absolutely getting every ounce of performance out of that AU Falcon he can. Fantastic effort from both drivers through the technical section. They've both been killing it there all day, Danny.
Yeah, you can see straight away why these guys have battled their way straight to the Level 2 finals, Ben. And these guys, they're both friends. Like you said, they won the tandem competition yesterday, so they're out here having a bit of fun. You know, yes, it's a competition, but these guys aren't battling for sheep stations. I bet they've both got a smile on their face right now.
They were out both throwing doors last night in the practice evening we had here, the Arvo practice. So they've been tandeming all day yesterday, all afternoon yesterday together. They've managed to fandangle themselves to end up in the finals together. Like, I think it was like number 1 and number 3 qualifiers. So they were like right up there as well. And they've got themselves all the way through the final, and now they just get to go and throw down bro laps in the finals.
Absolutely. So there's really no losing.
No.
So we got these guys. We're going to send them straight back through for the second half of this Level 2 final battle.
I don't know if this is the same as Level 1 final, where we go to the NBA playoff style, where we have a best of 3 or first to 2 wins. But Trent Forrester now in the lead. He's being chased down by Nick McKernan. Again, Trent really fast through that quad kink. He's catching everyone out today, including Nick, getting gapped a little bit through that quad kink section. And a little bit of a tighter line there from Nick is really the only downside we've seen from him today. But McKernan just falling back. He can't quite close that door as Trent Forrester in the lead was running a little bit of a shallower line and just kind of ran away from Nick McKernan across the line there.
Yeah, not quite the close, aggressive battle we saw in the first half here in our NGLEC Level 2 final, but be interesting to see what the judges make of that, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. That's the judges' choice to make. And just going to stick my head over to race control here. Is this a first to 2 wins? Yeah, so it is the same as our L1 finals. So you can't just win 1 battle and walk away. You've got to win 2. So the judges just having a chat. They're deliberating as they whack their scores in for that first run. But it doesn't matter what the score is in all reality, because we are going to run them again. This isn't a rerun. This is just the second part of this battle. So here we go. This is the second part of this final battle series. It is going to be Nick McKernan leading the second of these battles in the first run. Trent Forrester in the chase. Nice, smooth initiation from both drivers there. You can see Trent doing a great job just keeping up with the less power and more weight. As you can see, he actually struggles a little bit there as McKernan slowed down coming up the hill. And as he actually goes in too deep, and he couldn't pull it up, Danny.
No good.
No good at all. So again, we've only seen a couple of minor mistakes from Trent throughout the day, and that's probably the first biggie we've seen from him.
And unfortunately, like we were saying before, it's come at the worst time.
That's right.
In our NG Elect L2 final.
That's right. So the judges are now just having a chat. They're like, was that Trent being too greedy, or was he choked up by Nick? Did Nick check him up too much? So the judges just going back. They're having a watch of the live stream replay now.
Looks like we've got Roger Jansen out there with the enclosed car trailer, and they're going to try and drag that thing up onto the trailer and get it home. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad and they can keep that chassis alive.
Yeah, that was a massive hit, so it'll be interesting to see how the damage report comes from that. Because again, that was a massive hit we saw from Roger Jansen earlier today. But we're going to flip these guys around for the second of these L2 final battles brought to us by NG Elect this weekend. So it's great to have NG Elect on board as the naming rights sponsors for L2. All right, here we go. It's going to be Trent Forrester now in the lead, Nick McKernan in the chase. They both already have a trophy this weekend, and they're both going to get another one. It's whether it says first or second as they come through the Quad King. Forrester right on the edge of the track. You can just see the wisps of dirt as he's right on the edge of the track coming up the hill now. McKernan in chase. Nice smooth line once again. You can just see that AU transitioning maybe a fraction earlier than everyone else. And coming on that midline through the sweeper, McKernan again trying to keep up with that surprisingly quick AU Falcon through this tight technical section, Danny.
Yeah, and Trent Forrester's just been so good all day in those lead runs. Really, as we've said 1,000 times before, getting that car out, using every inch of the track available to him, which is going, I'd say going above and beyond what's expected of our level 2.
Right, it's absolutely, both these drivers are absolutely killing it today. They were two of the drivers we said to watch out for this morning, and definitely showing why we said that, as both of them in the finals. So we're just waiting now as they come back around to the line, whether we're going to have another battle, a third battle, or if two is enough. All right, there we go. So we have just heard from race control. We have a result. So someone has won, someone has lost.
We can't tell you who right now.
You'll find out after best of the rest at the final presentation right in front of us here on the pit straight. So we're sending our L2 drivers back to the pits, and then we're going to bring out our L1 finals, Danny.
Yeah, and what an absolute cracker of a final our L1.
Our Shockworks L1 final.
L1 final is going to be. It's going to be Leighton Fine, our guest driver in a guest car.
Now, I actually saw on the live stream chat before Thistleton asking if the guest driver is doing the whole season or just a round. I believe it's just a round.
If DSA wants to give him a car for the whole year, he's going to have to get the pockets out. And
we will have individual guest drivers each round.
Another guest car, Stewie. Leighton Fine obviously has an absolute laundry list of achievements in Australian drift, Ben. He's been a DA runner-up in the past. He's had first and podium finishes in DA. He even went over and won a round of G1 in Japan in 2010.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, he's drifted at the highest level in Australia before. He's driven internationally.
All right, so yeah, just being told again, reminder, after these battles, we have Best of the Rest, and Best of the Rest will run until 5:30. So we are going to have a good 15-20 minutes of Best of the Rest, depending on how many times these guys will be battling here in the final. We're going to see at least 2 battles between Nathan Greenhill and Leighton Fine. Of course, Leighton Fine, our #1 qualifier here today, he will be leading first. So of course, Leighton Fine in that DSA guest driver car. Again, a massive shout out to all of the sponsors getting on board and getting this car up and running. And Nathan Greenhill and that NG Elec 180SX. Nice smooth initiation and entry there from Leighton Fine, working the car along the bowl. Greenhill just staying in lockstep right now. Watch the dive now into the transition into the sweeper. Greenhill all over the side of Leighton Fine through the sweeper now into the hairpin. Nice snappy transition from both drivers. A little tyre drop from Greenhill in the chase. And again, a very smooth lead run from Leighton Fine. And Greenhill, not the most aggressive chase we've seen from him today, Danny.
Yeah, maybe getting into the finals is having that effect of making him second guess all of his actions. I'm not too sure. I've never been in a final myself.
That's right, neither have I, eh?
We can't tell you what it's like to be in a final.
That's
But
right.
we can tell you that was absolutely a little bit conservative for Nathan Greenhill's taste.
That's right. So Leighton Fine throwing down pretty much the exact same run he's thrown down all day long. Just very smooth, very calculated. Showing why, how you can jump back in a car after many, many years. We're talking over a decade since he's drifted competitively, and he's back out like he's never left.
That's exactly right.
Shows the skill level.
Well, that's it. It's a testament to him. It's a credit to him that, you can go straight to the finals of what is, for all intents and purposes, a very competitive series.
Oh, definitely.
In a pretty basic car.
That's right. It's a car that can be built pretty simply with off-the-shelf parts. But here we go. It's going to be Nathan Greenhill in the lead this time. Leighton Fine giving chase. Greenhill with a nice, smooth entry himself. Gets the car up on the wall nice and early through the bowl. Leighton Fine just drops down a little bit, just nosing the car in on the side of Nathan Greenhill. Just take a little bit of angle up so he can keep up with that much faster car in the lead. As Greenhill, again, on a smooth outside line, doing a great job in the lead. And Leighton Fine just pressuring Greenhill around the entire track. This is absolutely going perfectly for Leighton Fine. He drops back again before that final corner. Surges across the line. Clinical, Danny.
He's fine. Just the epitome of just precision. You can't... He puts the car exactly where he wants it, exactly when he wants it. And you don't need to be crazy aggressive in a chase.
He doesn't look out of control. He looks like he's in perfect control the entire time. Like, it's insane. Yeah, and it just shows, like, we go back and we watch the older drift footage and we go, it's not as good as it was today. But you take a driver from that era, a very competitive driver from that era, and just slap him in a car here that is the same standard of the cars around, and you can just see the amount of skill that all of these drivers have had over the entire time.
Yeah, that's right. And it was never a question of whether drifters back then were less skilled. It's just that the terms of which that these
they drove to a different standard.
That's exactly
they
right.
were judged a different way. They were asked to do different things.
That's right.
But you take a driver from them and you just transfer that skill set into what the judges are asking for now, and you just watch the change. And it's absolutely insane. Just seeing how precise and intricate the driving of Leighton Fine is. But he's going to be in the lead now, being chased down by Nathan Greenhill. Again, just look at the smoothness of this. Oh, there's contact! Was there contact? Something was going on. Greenhill has to drive up to the side of Leighton Fine. Leighton Fine shuts it down. Something's gone wrong. So Leighton Fine has debeated. Now, was there contact on the initiation? The judges are going to be getting the microscopes out and shoving them onto the laptop screen to see what was going on there.
And Stewie is pulling his hair out, and I'm not too sure whether it's because he was hoping for Leighton Fine to do such a good job, or because there's a dent in the car, or because he has to fix potential damage.
Yeah.
But it looks like, tyre debead may have caused this issue, Ben, and...
But was the DB caused by the contact at the start? Was there contact at the start?
Oh, no, the DB's caused that.
So we're going to get these cars back over to the pits because, of course, we're at least going to have a 5-minute rule to change that tyre.
Yeah, Leighton's going to limp it back to the pits. Greenhill's car looks to be pretty much fine. And you can see that, it looks like there may be some rim damage there, Ben, because the way that car's rolling does not look like it's rolling very nicely. So we've got, I'm looking over, and as per usual, the judges are having a hot debate on whose fault that may or may not have been.
That's right.
Trying to really weed out the cause of that accident, because it's a part of the track that you wouldn't really expect contact to be made
So
at.
I'm actually looking at a slow-mo replay right now on the live feed to see what happened on that initiation.
And it looks like
there was contact.
It looks like there may have been contact caused by perhaps the chase driver, Ben, but it's so hard to tell.
It is. We're just looking to see if we can see where that tyre debeated as the live stream cuts away to a shot of the crowd. Hello, everybody down on the wall. It's great to see everyone there.
Looking good, fans of the DSA State Series.
Thank you. All right, so the judges are debating that. We're going to have to get a tyre onto that machine to finish off this final as well. So we're going to grab a tyre and throw it onto Leighton Fine's car so we can finish off this final battle. So the judges are deliberating furiously over there, trying to find out what's going on, what we're doing. We've got Leighton Fine just pulling up over to the start line we had set up for best of the rest, but we're just going to see what's happening now. See if we can get that car going and we can finish off this final battle here for round one of the Drifting SA State Series, brought to us by Scott Tyres. Of course, our naming rights sponsor this year. Massive shout out to Kale Scott and the crew at Scott's Tyres.
Not to mention a big shout out to NG Elect for sponsoring our Level 2 competition today. And of course, Chris O'Brien over at Shockworks for getting behind our Level 1 competition again. He's been a long-time supporter of the Drifting SA State Series, which is amazing because he's a Victorian.
That's right. But he just likes drifting.
It's all right.
He just likes putting shocks on drift cars.
That's right. He likes working on shocks. Who'd have thunk it?
It's almost like he works with them.
He is the shock worker.
Again, a massive shout out to all of our sponsors here this weekend. So we do have, of course, Scott's Tyres, NG Elect, Shockworks, TRS Insulation, DC Motorworks, SPR Race Trailers, SA Quality Guard Rolling, F17 Formwork, Off-Grid 4x4, Acostal Motorsport Dev, and Limex Building.
That's right. Big thank you to those guys for getting behind the event and making it all possible yet again. And of course, another big thank you to our volunteers today for going out there and doing the dirty work. You know, the thankless dirty work that nobody really thinks about when you stand here and you watch a drift competition.
They're out here cleaning up the track, and they're not even the ones out there making a mess.
And having fun. Yeah. That's right.
And again, a big thank you, to the judges, race control, to the live stream crew, Streamcraft Media, absolutely killing it once again with the live stream.
Yeah, those guys have established themselves as, one of the best live stream teams around, Ben. These guys are getting invited to go out.
Well, they did Adelaide Motorsport Festival last weekend. They've been doing stages at the Adelaide Rally as well. So
yeah,
it's great seeing them come from the humble beginnings of a single camera here at our early DSA events to how they've flourished into a multi-camera, multi-person. They've got the drone shots going. They've got it all going down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a big thank you to our really, really good-looking commentary team today. Really holding this event together.
Streamcraft don't have a camera on us anymore.
It's been our worst nightmare since we were, I was going to say asked, but we forced our way into doing commentary at the first ever round. We thought, oh, gee, I really hope there's not a camera on us the whole time. And they've been very friendly about that so far. We haven't had a camera shoved in our face, so we're very thankful for that because we've said time and time again, Ben, we have a face for radio.
That's right, and apparently if you say Chris O'Brien's name 3 times, he appears in the live stream. So hello, Chris.
Hi,
Thanks
Chris.
for watching.
Good to see you, mate. We were just done thanking you and your continued support of this event. But as I say, without the volunteers, without the sponsors and their generosity, we can't have events like this. So. we're just trying to confer with race control here about whether or not we're going to end up going to our best of the rest. If we have a decision or what's going on with our L1 final battle.
There's multiple confusions going on right now, but we will figure it out, and we will get some drift action happening on the track very, very shortly, whether it's the other half of this final battle, or if it's going to be best of the rest.
That's it. No, I'm excited, Ben. I'm excited to see how this final battle turns out, because both of these guys are really driving like they want to walk out of here with a trophy today, or a plaque, rather.
A custom laser engraved trophy that's also been powder coated by the best in the business, Scotty Roberts at Edwardstown Powder Coating.
And it looks like Dale Campaign's tuned in to watch the live stream now. Dale, you're at the racetrack. You could just walk up to the wall and watch it, unless you're going home.
He might have gone home.
He might have gone,
No, he wouldn't be going home. He'd
no
be
way.
going to the pub.
Do you think that Dale would not get every minute of track time?
Dale would be at the Riverside already.
Yeah, no, he probably would be.
All right, looks like we've got some cars lining up, so we are going to have the second half of this battle here. So it will be Nathan Greenhill leading and Leighton Fine chasing. So this is the fourth run. So the second half of the second battle. Of course, we did have that contact to start that third run. So the judges have been deliberating over that. But we're going to get going right here in the finals for round one. It is Nathan Greenhill in the lead, being chased down by Leighton Fine, and super aggressive on that initiation. Leighton Fine all over the back of their NG Elec 180SX, pushing him around. He's right up on the door of Nathan Greenhill as they come up the hill, transitioning into the left-hand sweep. But Leighton Fine has just been unfrozen and has gone straight into kill mode. Absolutely all over the back of that NG Elec 180SX, Danny.
Oh, ridiculous driving by Fine. You can't ask for any more in a chase, Ben. And I'll tell you what, I hope he sticks around, because to see this guy go up against some of the best interstate drivers these days, it's going to be very, very exciting to see how he goes.
We'll start a GoFundMe to get Leighton Fine a car.
Do you know what? I hate GoFundMes, Ben, but that is one I could actually get behind.
We can get sponsored by Marketplace and do it in a car. But what an absolute belter of a battle there. Nathan Greenhill throwing down the sickest lead run he could, and Leighton Fine bullying him around the track regardless. Absolutely unbelievable scenes, Danny.
Yeah, what a fantastic level one final brought to you by Shockworks that we're seeing today.
And of course, both these cars in the finals on Shockworks suspension.
That's right.
Unsurprisingly.
Yeah. Hey, look.
The entire podium at the AMF GSA battles last weekend on Shockworks suspension. So, yeah, Chris obviously doing a great job.
A couple of old heads tuning into the live stream here, Ben. We got Shoddy, Darren Gunn, joining us for a bit of a watch. Dale Mitchell, the fossil himself.
Dale Microwave Mitchell.
Hemo, all the way from Mount Gambier, tuning in.
I look forward to you bringing my truck home tomorrow, Hemo.
Has he got the contract, has he?
He's bringing it back up.
He got the call up?
Yeah. Picked it up from Millicent, took it back to Mount Gambier.
Oh, dear.
Bringing it back up on Monday.
How do you get yourself in these predicaments, Ben? Look at you. You've gone from bloody hitting a light ace in your truck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a third battle now. We can't pick the winner yet. There hasn't been two clear decisive wins. So we're going to go again. So it's going to be Leighton Fine in the lead, once again being chased down by Nathan Greenhill. We're going to see some aggression out of Nathan Greenhill now. I know it, you know it. Let's see what he can do as he dives up the inside, trying to get right up beside that DSA guest driver car. There he is, pushing Leighton Fine up the hill. Nathan Greenhill a little bit early on that transition. Times it well, though, to get back on the door as Leighton Fine, again, picture perfect in the lead run. Absolutely textbook. You can just see the back wheel brushing the ripple strip on that transition every single time. It's like millimetre perfect. And Greenhill trying the best he can to put all the pressure, but Leighton Fine will not crack, Danny.
No, that's right. Mr. Smooth out the front, being as smooth as we can expect. And Greenhill, an experienced enough competitor to know that anything less than the best is not going to get him through today. So really trying to pile that pressure on, get right up on the door of that drifting SA loan car.
When you go out and you crash your drift car, you get the loan car. All right, so we're coming around once again. So this is going to be the second half of the third battle here in our Shockworks Level 1 Finals for Round 1 of the Scott's Tyres Drifting SA State Series. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Nathan Greenhill in the lead, being chased down by Leighton Fine. This is the final battle, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a winner after this one. So Nathan Greenhill with the initiation. Leighton Fine cutting up the inside, now transitioning right onto the door of Nathan Greenhill. 3-turn 1, right up on the bog. Look at Greenhill on the edge of the track. Look at Leighton Fine all up inside. Nathan Greenhill as we transition into the sweeper. All over him still. You cannot shake Leighton Fine, ladies and gentlemen. Greenhill just pushing through every single clipping point absolutely perfectly, but Leighton Fine is there the entire time, Danny.
And they have both finished.
They have both finished. They have both come across the line.
Look, we've been bringing up Leighton Fine a lot, and for good reason, but Nathan Greenhill, fantastic lead run there, doing everything you could ask from a lead driver.
That's the thing, Danny. This is one of those layouts where the lead driver, it's really not easy for the lead driver to do a great job, but it flows really well.
Yeah, and it's also...
And we're expecting that lead driver.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You are expected to lay down an absolutely fantastic lead run.
You know, if we're talking about the lead, it's because the lead's made a mistake, and you don't want us to be talking about the lead. You want to be talking about, for us to talk about how good that chase driver's doing, getting up all in the lead car's business.
Absolutely. Being really inside of him, as you say.
That's right. And finishing across the line.
Tate Lindstrom here, our one of our level 1 competitors, enjoying our jokes because somebody has to. Someone's got to laugh at us.
Tate Lindstrom with standards and practices here, just telling us how far we can push that.
Yeah, he'll give us a tap on the shoulder.
Over here, making sure that we've got a jack stand under our commentary equipment.
We've got to toe the line, and if we dance over the line, he'll let us know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a result. We're going to tell you that in our finals presentation, which is going to be in about 5 to 10 minutes' time. So we're going to have a very, very condensed best of the rest. So, ladies, if you are getting ready to go, you should be in the form up ready to go. We're going to send our best of the rest drivers out right now. And we're going to absolutely smash through a good 5 minutes of best of the rest.
L1 winner. Oh my God. Okay, so I also need Nick McKernan, Trent Forrester with their cars to form up. I need Stewie Bryant, Brody Black, both with cars or on foot, whatever, I'll take anything. Just get to the podium before the night's over. Brody Black, Stewie Bryant. Is that all we're missing? I can't count now. Yep, that's it. Brody Black, Stewie Bryant.
Good shit. Handbrake again.
Always
straight
with
behind
it.
it.
Always
I
with
got
the
a video this time.
Always with the excuse. He's having it. He's going to have to use the same one every time.
It was so funny. As it happened, I was like, oh yeah, I'll get the same excuse again.
Brody Black and Stewie Bryant. Where are you? Oh, Brody's there. Of course, Stewie Bryant's missing. Anyone seen Stewie Bryant?
There he is. Your tail is above everyone. It's easy to spot.
Can you come out here and grab a bottle of champagne if you haven't already?
You want L2 third first?
That's up to this guy, but we'll get the champagne to Brody and Stewie. All right.
Brody.
Then it's all yours, and then we'll find. Where do you want to start? Let's start with L2 first.
Do you want to do best of the rest to start with? Well, I think the third one last week is the best we should have done.
Why don't you L2 third, because we don't know where the other track is. So start with
L2 third?
Sorry, because I've got L2 4.
Hello. Oh, there we go. We have a working microphone now. Hello, everybody, and thank you for sticking around for round one of the Scott's Tyres Drifting SA State Series. It's been an absolutely mammoth day. Awesome battles all day long. It's one of the best layouts we run for door-to-door action, and these guys definitely did not disappoint when it came to that. So we're going to start off with our NG Elec L2, and we're going to start off with fourth position today, winning themselves a $100 Scott's Tyres voucher. That's going to be Eli Duikas. Well done, Eli. I know you had a top 16 curse for a while, and it turned into a top 8 curse, and now you got yourself all the way into the top 4. Well, it's only a top 4 curse if you get stuck here. So absolutely stoked for you to be up here having a chat with us today. How do you feel, man?
Oh, stoked, man. Everyone up there was just driving fantastically. It's an honour to be here. I want to thank my partner, Ebony, and my team, Izzy and Sam, for all their support. Was happy with my runs, happy with the car. I was a bit of a pinata yesterday and today, but she's still standing, and yeah, great way to kick off the season.
Awesome. Make some noise for Eli Duikas. All right, up next. Oh, we got all the L2 guys here. That makes it heaps easier. All right, so third place today in our NGLEC L2, winning themselves a free round entry, which is a great excuse to come back to SA. It's Pat Meehan. Just smile for the camera. There you go. All right, Pat, it's great to see you over here. It's great to see that your T5 stayed in one piece today as well. Oh, she's a top loader now. That's why it's all staying together. But yeah, all the way from Victoria. Been doing really well in Keep It Reet lately. It's great to see you come over and have a cracking and do really well here today.
Cheers, man. I've had a blast today. This has been insane. The expression session at the end was nuts. Awesome event. Zero complaints. Amazing.
Awesome, man. Can't wait to see you back. Make some noise for Pat Meehan. All right, so the first thing we said today as we started off our live stream was these two guys won an award yesterday for going hard and doing the best tandems all afternoon. We said, so watch out for these guys in L2 today. I reckon they're going to do pretty well. And of course, both of you in the finals, absolutely killing it all day by far, like just absolutely throwing down. But of course, we only have one winner, so one of you had to lose at some point. And coming second today, winning $300 cold hard cash, it's Trent Forrester. Just smile for the cameras. Show off your trophy. There we are. Trent absolutely killed it today. Obviously,
a bit underpowered compared to some of the other cars. You nailed that quad kink, just carrying that momentum. It was awesome to watch, dude. Of course, up here, how anybody you want to give a shout out to?
For sure. So we got Old School Fab, couldn't do without him. Hilliers Auto Wreckers, Seaside Spit, you know, everyone that helped, everyone's here. It's just been so good. Finally got the car hooked up and, yeah, just a whole new car. So shows it's been the best. We did it, yeah. Cheers, guys. Great event.
Awesome. Make some noise for Trent Forrester. I had a massive mental blank, sorry. All right, which of course means today our winner absolutely smashed it all day. Great to watch you drive. Of course, Nick McKernan. Yeah, show off the goods. Make sure you keep the logo like in. No, absolutely sick to watch you. Both of you driving all today has just been absolutely amazing to watch. The finals were insane as well. So it's great to see you up on the podium once again, and to make it all the way to the top must feel pretty good. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just everyone that's here helping me, and like CC and that for getting the car dialed in. It's been mint all day, obviously. Just all the boys in the finals and the top 8 and that. How good was the battles? So good.
Nah, it was absolutely fantastic. So make some noise for Nick McKernan and all of our Level 2 drivers here today. Absolute. L2 is not what L2 used to be. You guys are all throwing down so hard. It's so great to watch. All right, do we want to do L1 or do we want to do best of the rest? All right, so up next, we're going to go into our Shockworks Level 1. Finishing 4th today, winning themselves a free around entry and not getting a trophy. It's Dale Campaign. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
All right, Dale, we saw you only just scraping into the top 8 and then having to go straight up against Bogger, and that was a big scalp to take. And then, again, just absolute mammoth battles. There was no easy battle in the top 8 here today at L1. So fantastic to see you make it all the way through to the top 4. Is anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Bogger, unreal. That was the best battle of the day. Yeah, we just wanted to keep going again and again. Yeah, Smith Partners is the new naming rights sponsor this year, so massive shout out to them. They've really helped out this year, and yeah, let us be here.
He's a good bloke
too. He bought Ben a few drinks, I think. Quick apparel and print on sign for making the car look amazing. We've wrecked it a little bit, but yeah, we'll have to touch that up a little bit. Down to earth electrical. We're getting used to the newer Costal steering. I think we've pretty much got all over that now. Shockworks, tunes by CC, PPG gearboxes, and Kumo tyres. You guys are amazing. Pulsar turbos combined 4 and 1 for wall for one. So massive thanks to the crowd for staying around. Huge numbers still here. And thanks to Drifting SA and everyone else putting on. And congratulations to the rest of the drivers. It was wicked battles all day.
Hell yeah, Dale. Make some noise for Dale Campaign. Which means in 3rd place today, winning $700 cold hard cash, it's Cale Scott. Cale, absolutely phenomenal today, man. Get your trophy. Smile for the cameras. Wonderful. You've been driving absolutely insane. Obviously, over at Keep It Reed, smashing it over there. Coming back here. We haven't seen you drive here for a little while, so it's great to have you back on the track and absolutely like you never left, mate. Well done. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Just thanks to everyone that helped out, and it's good to be back having fun again. So yeah, thanks to all the drivers for putting on some good lead laps, good to chase, so good fun.
Yeah, make some noise for Cale Scott. Definitely the fun haver of the group.
Now, I'm going to take over this procedure for now because we didn't actually plan for this. So, obviously, the top 2 finalists are both Nathan Greenhill and Leighton Fine in the Drifting SA car, which made its debut. And we didn't actually plan what was going to happen if our invite driver made it to the finals. Like, do they get the money? What happens? So we've made the decision that the prize money will be donated back to the club, as in for more prize money for the next round. So it's adding it to the championship prize pool. But I just also wanted to recognise that the Drifting SA car did an amazing job. Like, it's lasted from start to finish in its debut. So big thank you to Costal Steering Systems, Stewie's baby, and then our And then our other sponsors, Sleeker Spares, Raceworks, Shockworks, Custom Imports, Pulsar Turbo Systems, Vulcan, and BJ Signs and Designs. We couldn't have built this car without you, so huge thank you. So now that you know what's happening, I will hand it back to you. I just wanted to loop you in.
All right, thanks, Renee. So obviously our invite driver doesn't actually have to pay to drive. That's the whole point of being invited. So free ride, and you really made you got the most laps out of that free ride you possibly could, couldn't you? No, it was an awesome battle. Like watching you guys, not just in the finals, but all day along. Like two of the most precise drivers all day. It was absolutely fantastic to watch. But of course, we do only have one winner. But in second place today, winning some money, $1,000 cold hard cash. It's Nathan Greenhill. And a trophy. Can't forget the trophy. That's going to be the new LinkedIn picture. Nah, awesome job today, man. Absolutely smashing it. Just once again, you beat everyone else that you normally have to beat, and then they come and brought a ringer in, and you still can't quite get there. It's super. I know. I bet it's super annoying, but like, awesome to see you get all the way to the final. Absolutely smashing it all day. Great to watch you drive as always, man. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Massive thanks to friends and family for helping me get here today, and of course all my partners that have helped with the car, NGLEC, Shockworks, Phoenix Radiators, Artini Crash, Subscribe Hire, Takahashi Auto. Yeah, I wouldn't be here without their help, and a massive shout out to Drifting SA for what they have going. Like there's in Australia, this is the best competition, and it has brought drivers from all across Australia to be here to compete. So stoked to be here. Stoked to drive with Leighton. He's obviously been out of the seat for a few years, and for him to come back and get first place is just incredible. So great job, mate. Cheers.
Make some noise for Nathan Greenhill. Which, of course, we come over here. We've defrosted him, and he's come straight back out and absolutely nailed it, dude. It's like he never left. It's fantastic watching you drive in general. I spoke to Bogger this morning. He goes, I did laps with Leighton Fine last night. My weekend's already been made. I don't care what happens. So it's fantastic to see you out, back in the saddle and absolutely nailing it. So congratulations on winning. There's a trophy here for you. Oh, and some Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels. Hell yeah. Nah, congratulations, Leighton, man. It's great to see you back. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just thanks to Drifting SA for the opportunity. It's not something that I thought I would ever do again. So, yeah, mad props to you guys. Thanks for the invite. Car's awesome. Yeah, and just good people. It's been a real good experience. Like, all the other drivers are really talented. It's such a good level at the moment. So, yeah, just happy to come out and drive with them. It was such a good day. So, thanks, everyone.
Thanks for coming, mate. Make some noise for Leighton Fine and our entire L1 field here today. So we're going to go into best of the rest now?
Yes, apparently I ruined the order.
Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're going to go into our JTR Race Trailers best of the rest. Of course, we had a very condensed session today, which normally every time we have a condensed best of the rest, it's absolutely chaotic, and today did not disappoint when it came to that. I was walking through the pitch just seeing cars coming in with bumpers missing. Aiden came in looking like every other Scott's car with the entire rear end missing. But we have two people that we're going to give an award to. So the best of the rest, it's for the people that come out, throw down, and absolutely maximise every little bit of track time. And the person that is well known for maximising every single bit of track time, of course, is Stewie Bryant. He still has to. He has to have a trophy that says he didn't make the finals. That's what it is. Stewie, it's been awesome seeing you out driving again. For one, driving the 32 again. You've been driving the whole time, but bringing out such an iconic car, having a run. Obviously, this is a series that you've had a massive involvement in getting off the ground and continuing on and building up to the state it is now. So it's great to see you out here and enjoying the fruits of your labour.
Yeah, no, it's just good to have that car out. And realistically, best of the rest and freestyle is what that car's for. It's not a competition car,
but it's the only car I've got that runs. So I had to be a part of it eventually, and so I put down some laps. That's all that really mattered. I wasn't going for any records today, but yeah, I got to throw down some big laps at a track that I spent a lot of time designing, and to be able to go out there and do that, corner that I'd spent a lot of time designing in a car that literally my first car I ever owned. It's a good moment for me, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Ah, nice, man. You're going to make me cry. Make some noise for Stewie Bryant.
I just want to thank Drifting SA for running the event while I was driving.
Thanks, Renee. Thanks, Renee, for wheels and dealing with Stewie. Yeah, so both of them. All right, so of course our second our second best of the rest winner also wins another award. So we have what's called the Djaga Good Vibes Award. That it just embodies what the spirit of drifting is, about the camaraderie, about the community that we've built together, and the work that we all do to lift each other up. And of course, there was one man today lifting every single person he possibly could up, going, "Here's my keys, take my car, here's my keys, make sure you smash limiter." So our other Best of the Rest winner, and of course our Djaga Good Vibes Award, goes to Brody Black. All right, Brody. The other thing as well is every time I see you, you are just so super stoked just to be out here. I'm like, I want to drive, I just want to drive, and like obviously that's why you've won Best of the Rest, because you're out here just smashing laps every time you can. But then also just, we had, oh, you need a car? Take my car. You need a car? Take my car. And this isn't the first time you've done it. It's literally every time. There's a reason your car is the town bike. It's because it just keeps going. And you just go, take my car, do what you can. So absolutely stoked. You're the most deserving person I know to take this award home today, man. So anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Everyone that's helped me with the car, Simon, Landon, Shay, he's already gone, but Ben Brune, he came in for my second rerun with Trent. Also shout out to Trent, amazing runs. Ben was there ready to go with a rattle gun and tyres, ready to help me out, and that's just, these people are in that scene, so everyone that helped run the event as well. He's premature. All right, thanks everyone.
All right, someone's ready to pop, so thank you everybody for joining us here today. Again, another massive round of applause to all of our finalists here today. Big shout out to Brody for just being a good dude. And thank you everybody for coming out, enjoying the day with us. We'll see you back here at the Bend for round 2. Does anybody know the date? It's sometime soon. Come back to the Bend. Look on the Drifting SA Facebook page. Keep up to date with what's going on. Just be careful because there's been heaps of speed cameras around when you leave town as well. So we'll see you all next time. Just so you know, there's no victory skids anymore. That got canned after last time. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you. Goodbye.